Good morning, everyone. Started here. Okay. Good morning. Welcome everyone to the 184th Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting being held in San Juan, Puerto Rico, April 23rd, 2024. We're gonna start with a roll call. I'm gonna start with Christina on my left.
Buenos días. Good morning, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Leay Rivera, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Buenos días, María López, NOAA Fisheries.
Buenos dias, James Craiglow, St. Thomas Council Member.
Good morning, Jean-Pierre Oriol, St. Thomas Council Member.
Buenos días, good morning. Ricardo López, Puerto Rico DNR.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Carlos Machete, Chair.
Morning, Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Morning, Andy Strelchuk, Regional Administrator, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Kate Zamboni, NOAA's Office of General Counsel.
Buenos días, Roberto Sabater, Council Member.
Buenos días, María Irizarry, Council Staff.
Good morning, Sanai Haptis, EBFM TAP Chair and Bureau Chief of Fisheries, DPNR Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Nicole Angeli, U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife Director.
Good morning, Pat O'Shaughnessy, Office of Law Enforcement, NOAA.
Good morning, everybody. Miguel Borges, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Buenos días, Ariane Rios, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Brent Stoffel, Applied Fishery Anthropologist, Southeast Fishery Science Center.
Bas Vicente, Chair, SSC.
Good morning, everyone. Julian McGrath, the EP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, the AP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, all. Garcia Martinez, the EP Chair, St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
Good morning, everyone. Martha Prada, Caribbean Fisheries Management Council liaison.
Good morning, Jennifer Lee, Southeast Regional Office, Protected Resources.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, Leandri de la Cruz, Fisheries Liaison, Port Sampler, Fish and Wildlife. Good morning, Lee Fletcher, Bioimpact.
Buenos días, Janet Ramos Garcia, Outreach and Education Panel Member.
Okay, thank you. And next on the agenda, yeah, adoption of the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, we gotta do people online.
We have people online. Let's read the list here. Guillermo Cordero, the interpreter. Alida Ortiz Sotomayor. Cindy Grace Mackayski. David Beringer. Elizabeth Van Roering. Jack McGovern. Jesus Rivera Hernandez. Julie. Kiara Matias. Matt Damiano. Nicole Gree. Rachel Benton. And Sarah Stephenson. Let's see if somebody else is. Yes, there is Nikhil Mehta. And Sarah Stephenson again. Let's see if we have other names. No, we don't have. Well, no. Edward, okay. Déjame buscarlo por aquí. Abajo. Okay, Edward Glazer. Ahora sí.
Okay, thank you. So next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Any corrections, additions to the agenda? Hearing none. Somebody wants the motion to accept the agenda as written.
Vanessa Ramirez, motion to accept agenda.
Second.
So motion made by Vanessa Ramirez, seconded by Jean-Pierre Oriol to accept the agenda as written. Next is the consideration of the 183rd council meeting verbatim transcription. Any corrections, comments? Hearing none, we need a motion to accept the verbatim minutes as written.
Vanessa Ramirez, motion to accept verbatim.
Second.
Motion by Vanessa, seconded by Jean-Pierre Oriol to accept the verbatim minutes as written. Following on the agenda is the executive director's report. Miguel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have anything new to report because we are still waiting for action by our fisheries. So we're informing others about the budget and other issues.
Thank you, Miguel. Next on the agenda, we have Van Vicente with the SSC report. Vance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. Thanks for the invitation. I will provide a summary of our first 2024 SSC meeting, which was conducted between April 9 and April 11. On the first day of the meeting, we had Adrian Garcia and Kyle Scherzer presenting the Southeast Data Assessment Report for the U.S. Virgin Island Queen Triggerfish, St. Thomas, St. John, and also St. Croix. Regarding the CEDAR, USVI Queen Triggerfish, USVI St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, these are my notes regarding the data that was used for the models. The data used in the CEDAR 80 models included, one, the commercial landings, both trap landings and dive landings. Some limited information from the trip interview program, length samples. Third, the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program, the Reef Visual Census, or RVC length data, which was also used to construct an index of relative abundance. The terminal year for all assessment models. Yeah, that you. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at my own screen. I was. Okay, you can keep on going down, please. Hold on there. Okay. Yeah, that's a summary of the data that was used for the models. Next slide. And for the stock status, the stock assessments were not able to estimate the overfish status for the St. Croix or St. Thomas St. John queen triggerfish. Thus, their status remains unknown. But each model was able to estimate short-term harvest levels that would prevent overfishing. That is the overfishing limit, OFL, by assuming, which we don't know, that the future recruitment will continue at recent levels. Number four, both St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John queen triggerfish, for both, the models determined that overfishing is not occurring. Regarding the acceptable biological catch, we were mandated to present to the council for their consideration. After a discussion of the uncertainties that exist in the model, the SSC agreed to set ABCs for the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John Queen Triggerfish stocks using the tier 3B, okay? This is what data poor populations, poor populations. And under tier 3B, the ABC is determined from the overfishing limit as buffered to account for scientific uncertainty. ABC was the buffer times the OFL, where the buffer must be less than 0.9. The SSC members accepted the framework, the reference model, that it is highly constrained and that there is a lot of uncertainty. The general integrated modeling framework of stock synthesis 3, which was the model that was used, is an acceptable and flexible framework for the current and future applications of data from twin triggerfish. 2, the current data, life history, both determined through previous meetings and stock assessment as reviewed by the SSC, represent the best scientific information available, which are useful for management. Third, there are many sources of uncertainty in this highly constrained stock assessment, as said before, that need consideration in future assessment and current discussions on setting cash limits. For several issues regarding research recommendations, which are listed below, that need strong consideration in future stock assessments. Next slide. Research recommendations. Okay, research recommendations regarding the data. Two that are very important. All are important, but two that I wanted to point out is that we need to document the discards. And we know that there's discard occurring in both islands, but we don't have any specific or enough data. So therefore, we recommend to document discards and continue collecting gear-specific commercial landings. Second, we need to collect and investigate recreational data, which we know is significant, but it has not been documented. That's a big gap. Third, increase the number of port sample length measurements, continue fishery independent survey work, continue examination of growth, stock demographic studies, and connectivity patterns. Consider an economic index concerning the decline in the landings and effort. Investigate implicit assumptions about recruitment signal, considering variability in size at age. Evaluate bin size, coarseness, and consider looking at monthly trends. Consider if a fishery independent recruitment index, that is, in mature individuals, are feasible given a protracted tropical reproductive seasons and plasticity. The assessment research recommendations are: 1, investigate the high stiffness as related to connectivity and reproductive compensation assumptions. 2, explore a multi-area assessment, or MSE, which is a management strategy evaluation, considering uncertainty in local versus external recruitment. Incorporate age and growth data directly into the model to estimate growth and propagate uncertainty. And revisit initial catch assumptions and unknown recreational and historical catch. The SSC members suggested that the ABC control rule chosen during the SSC meeting is a precautionary approach that absorbs some of the uncertainty. This comment was made in response to a short presentation given by Matt Damiano on the robustness of an FMSY proxy based on a spawning potential ratio, SPR, of 0.4 or 40% to non-stationary in recruitment. Another SSC member provided some general caution against reducing the complexity of the current assessment model framework moving forward to avoid additional strong assumptions that more simplistic models will require. There was a motion that the SSC moves to accept the catch at FSPR 40 as the ABC for 2024. And those numbers are the following. The ABC for St. Thomas, St. John for the Queen Triggerfish is 97,809 pounds. The ABC for St. Croix is 18,000 808 pounds for the queen trigger fish. We voted on that. Eight members of the SSC voted yes. There was one abstention in view of the uncertainty of the model, and one was absent. So by majority, the motion carried. And then there's a graph here which shows in black, these are the catch between 2019 and 2022. As you can see, there has been a significant decline in the catch for both areas, for the St. Thomas St. John platform as well as for the St. Croix platform. Also, we show in this graph the updated OFL following the tier B, which is the model that we use. And as you can see, this is for 24, 25, 26. There's going to be a reduction because of all the uncertainties proposed, but they're all well above the recent catch levels, very significantly so. And also the catch, as you can see, is way below the updated ABC Tier 3B FSPR 40, as well as for the current ABC Tier 4. Then there was an announcement for the American Fisheries Society, which is a symposium that is co-organized by members of the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Pacific Island Fisheries Science Center, PIFSC, and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center in Honolulu, Hawaii. And the objective of this symposium is to propose an innovative session of full-length presentations, lightning talks, and a panel discussion that will provide a broad forum to share ongoing research, challenges, successes, and future directions in fishery-dependent data, collection, scientific survey activity, community engagement, assessment science, and management of these unique island fisheries. And there's the link for the meeting. For more information, you may contact Matt Damiano. We also discussed about participation during the CEDAR 91 Caribbean spiny lobster. So for the data workshop, we proposed Michelle Scherer, Jorge Garcia, and JJ Cruz. They also proposed the scientific committee proposed me to be the chairman for the review workshop. And for the assessment workshop, Tom Hedanki, Eric Williams, and Jason Cope. So that's for the council to consider. Then we also propose the following people to participate in the 8th National Science SSC workshop in 2024, which will be conducted between August 26 and 28 at Boston. They selected me as a delegate, and JJ Cruz also as a delegate, Tom Hedanki also as a delegate, and Jason Cope. Regarding the revision of the annual cash limit for the Rainbow Runner, this is what we discussed. One, the SSC requested to have only one recreational commercial ACL for the Rainbow Runner. We were asked to tell the council to consider adding the Rainbow Runner to the reporting list. There's so much uncertainties, we don't know. Some people report that a lot of catch. Some other people say it's scarce, depending on location and on the type of gear and so on. But we need to find out what's happening with the Rainbow Runner. Also, to have a long annual cash limit for the Rainbow Runner. 4, insist on the data collection for recreational fisheries. 5, think about the potential of species that can be developed into a full blast fishery, even though does not seem to be an overfished species, there seems to be a potential for a full blast fisheries. So we are concerned about that. We don't want to go into the game too late. Third, the council is thinking of having a workshop on sequent toxin fish. And 7, regarding changes in the environment, the species regarding the rainbow runner is seen more often than before, maybe related to changes in temperature, sonographic, sargassum flows and sargassum flux, and I'm sorry, a number of fisheries associated with the fisheries. And now, and last, regarding other business, there was a presentation where we discussed the queen conch being listed under the Endangered Species Act. Right now, what does this imply to the fisheries and to the fishermen? That depends on this. We still don't know. There's still a recovery plan to be developed, a recovery team, a development of critical habitat, and all that is still in a more or less early stage. There's an outline, but there is not any specific plan to follow. Regarding, well, one thing that automatically comes when a species is designated as threatened or endangered on the Endangered Species Act is that the agencies, all federal agencies and state agencies, will have to go through a Section 7 consultation. You know, in other words, where at this stage, what it applies is to development. For example, dredging of San Juan Bay, installation of utility lines, and so on. Before the Corps issues a permit, they have to conduct a consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA. And that's it. I open the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vance. Any questions for Vance? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Vance, thank you for the summary that you bring to the table. I have the opportunity to be connected in the virtual mode for the meetings, but for the benefits of the council's member that are here and were not in the discussion, could we give like the opportunity to the DAP chairs about talking about the declining that you presenting the graphics for those years between 2015 to 2020? If there are any other external issue that make these graphics go down?
I don't have any objection. It's up to them, but I want to tell you that all three chairs of the district advisory panel were present in the meeting, and they have always been, very active, very, very proactive. And so was the chair of the council was present in the April 9, April 11 meeting. But Julian, you want to say something?
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. So I'm going to speak here for the St. Thomas St. John district, where we happen to see some declines throughout the years. And one of there's many factors that play into the declines, especially when you look from 2017 going to present. We had the hurricanes where a lot of the fishers lost their entire trap business. They lost their boats, they lost their traps. So it took some time for the fishers to get back up and running. Then, you know, a lot of restaurants and hotels were completely damaged. So some of them never reopened. So we lost a lot of customers due to that. Then we had COVID. During COVID, all the restaurants was pretty much shut down. So the fishers had to depend on the local people buying the fish for consumption. And then for the queen triggerfish, it's completely a market-driven fishery. It's a size-driven fishery. And there's a certain size of the queen triggers that would sell on a regular basis, which is what we call the plate size fish, which is approximately 1 pound to 1.5 pounds in that range. Now, we do have a few customers that on occasions would call and put in an order for the bigger fish, which they would fillet, and they use them for fish tacos, etc. So, but on the queen triggerfish side, a lot of the bigger reproducing fish are being released by a lot of the fishers. So, you know, there's still a lot of work to do in collecting the information that was needed for this
to move from tier 3 to tier 4. So, throughout the time with the recommendations by the SSC for studies to be done and information to be collected, I strongly feel that when we come back to do another assessment, that we can collect better information. Because when we first started the old wife assessment, the smaller size fish that were being released was never captured until one of the meetings that I attended all the meetings actually, but in one of the meetings when I realized that that was a problem for the models to run properly, I went and I collected some of the small ones that we've been releasing, and I brought them in with Virginia Chavette and her team with Jesus Rivera. They were able to do the life history and those smaller fish, but it was a very, very small number of fish. So we noticed that going forward, we need in every assessment to somehow try to get those smaller fish. So that's one of the studies that needs to take place. That information needs to be collected. We even talked about getting a permit, doing a study where we can do a small amount of traps with like a 1 inch to really get the small queen triggers. But you're going to see it. You're going to also be able to collect a lot of the other juvenile fish and get that information also. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. So that's my explanation and the decline that you see there.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Any other? Okay, from St. Croix. George, sure.
Jose Martinez for record. This fishery in St. Croix is a market-driven fishery too. As a diver, we choose whether to catch this species or not. They are there in numbers. We see them every day, but our main catch is parrotfish. There were a good amount of restaurants in St. Croix where they only sold triggerfish. These restaurants closed down for many reasons. I cannot say which, and we lost those clients. But the fishermen in St. Croix decide whether to catch these or not when they do the bycatch. This is a bycatch for us because our main selling fish over there is the parrotfish, the lobster, and the conch. So I believe, and also I believe that it could be the lack of putting them in their commercial catch reports.
Thank you. Nelson, AB Puerto Rico.
For Puerto Rico, the queen trigger is the most of the fishermen only collect the queen trigger when they have orders. So it's not a main target around the island. I know that we have fishers that bring them to the shore, but not big quantities. Only when the restaurants, small trucks want to make turnovers, tacos, they put the orders and the fishers go for it. So it's not a big target.
Thank you very much for all the 3 chairs of the DAP. So I pass the microphone to Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Vance. Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. So let's recall that what we're looking at here are reported commercial landings. This is not population size, just so everybody's clear on that. So this is reported commercial landings. We don't do this in isolation. So we have a fishery independent index that's going up. It's very positive. We've got size composition that's very positive. So this is not a bad thing. This actually says there are more fish in the water because they're not being caught, right? So that's what's reflected in the size comps. That's what's reflected in the fishery independent index that's from that RDC, that diver survey. So this big drops, as the DAP chairs have said, because of the market, because of other factors, not because of a declining population. So just so everybody's clear on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. I pass the microphone to the chair.
Thank you. I have Mr. Sabater.
I have a question. In your data, can you determine if the effort to catch those fish at that time can be measured? Because some kind of decline is part of the effort in your data. Can you obtain that?
Yes, actually, for the CEDAR, the model, the catch, the catch per unit effort, I think was estimated by the number of vessels. In relation to the fish landing pounds in fish and the number of traps per vessel. Am I right on that, Kevin? Or Adrian?
Yes, for the record. So we did not have a fishery dependent index of abundance. We did not have a CPUE for the Virgin Islands for either island platform. And it was a topic that did receive some level of discussion because we do want to understand what's happening to effort. Why is effort declining? Is it because there's a problem with the stock, or is it because of other human social dynamics that are happening? And I'll just reflect back to, it is a topic of discussion. In this case, the stock does not seem to be unhealthy because of the additional information that we have outside of the data that comes from the fishery. And we do have, an explicit research recommendation that was put forward by the SSC is to understand that, so that we have that on the table when we're interpreting our stock assessment, so we're not confused about what's happening to the fishery. So I think to consider an economic index or other ways of understanding what's happening on the flip side of what's happening to the fishers, but not necessarily to the stock itself.
Thank you, Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. And, one of the things that was discussed heavily by a couple of the SSC members, every time I talked about the decline in the restaurants, not there anymore, big restaurants that used to just, their main fish served was old wife. The scientists were listening, but there's no actual hard evidence on a piece of paper saying that what I was saying was true. They believed what we were saying. So there was some discussion on the table, off the record, about really doing a study to go back 20 years to present, and let's look at all the restaurants that were there, that was actually selling fish at high numbers, and to where we are today. And I think that study is very important to have, because it will close the gap of uncertainty. Uncertainty is what drives a lot of these models in a good way or in a bad way. Most of the time, it's on a reduction side. And I think if we have the evidence to show that this is actually occurring, then when the scientists sit down and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center run their models, it would make the process easier to run. So I know that was one of the research recommendations, and I would really love to see that project as one of our top priority projects to get completed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Well, your comments are on record. So when we review the verbatims of the April 9, April 11 meeting, we can bring that up. These were my recommendations, and we believe that we should follow up on them. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Andy Webb.
Thanks, Carlos. So I was going to say something similar to Kevin, and I just want to reemphasize this point, because when I see graphics like this, it would give me pause that are we setting our new catch levels going forward too high relative to what's being landed. Obviously, the fishers have explained, obviously, this market driven, and what Kevin talked about is there's a lot more data and information that tells the story here, right? Looking at the CPUE indices, looking at the link information, obviously those trends are either increasing or remaining stable, which is a good thing, which allows us then to specify the catch limits the way they have been, and potentially, if the market allows, obviously, to increase capacity in this fishery to harvest more clean triggerfish sustainably going forward. one question I guess I did have, and I think I know the answer, but it was emphasized that we need to know more about discards, right? So from a commercial standpoint, are the fish being primarily discarded because of the market and the need for this plate size fish? And so large fish may be discarded, or even small fish that don't meet those plate size standards. Is that correct?
Thank you, Andy.
I think-
Vance?
No, regarding the effort, I took this from the CEDAR report, and it says that the cash per unit effort, compute cash per unit effort, CPUE for each trip as pounds of queen trigger fish landed per trip divided by the effort reported, where effort for the commercial trap fleet was the number of traps hauled per trip. So, Ariana, can you answer on that?
Early in the CEDAR process for CEDAR 80, St. Thomas Queen Triggerfish Assessment, a index of abundance was developed, and Vance is reading a portion from a earlier report. That index was reviewed, and we did have a lot of input from the fishers about that market-driven behavior. So the catch per unit effort coming from the trap fishery is very remarkably consistent because they are consistently able to catch the amount of fish that they seek to catch. And without further ways of treating the effort aspect of this index, it's not useful as a indicator of population trends of, pulses in the stock, because the pulses that we see in that catch per unit effort from the fishers is what we're calling market driven. The amount that they go out to catch on a trip is driven by the sales. And so for that reason, the index that was developed was not recommended for use and was not used in the models used for the management advice presented in the summaries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vance, when you spoke about ciguatoxin fish workshop, are you specific to Rainbow Runner, or are you talking about just fish in general?
Basically, which where?
You're talking about ciguatoxin workshop.
Oh, I didn't want to bring any ciguatoxin topic at this point. It was just suggested by somebody here. And I say, well, that's not the forum right now. That should be looked at. I believe in a different meeting where all the fishers participate and experts on ciguatera. I don't know what is there. I'm sure there's some recent data, but it has not been recollected and analyzed. But we know of isolated cases here and there, but I think that's at least my opinion. This not as a chair, but as an individual. I think this topic should be dealt with in a different forum.
Okay, thank you. Also, I know that there's no recreational data on Queen Trigger, but I believe, and I'm gonna speak for the St. Croix district only, that you're gonna find that there's very little Queen Trigger harvest recreationally on the island of St. Croix. But that's yet to be determined. Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. Just one more comment since the Rainbow Runner is up. During this discussion, what we realized, especially the SSC members and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, there are a group of species that the information are not being collected at all for management purposes. And setting an annual catch limit for these species is difficult. And I know one of the discussions was, and I'm throwing it out there, I don't know if I'm out of place throwing it out there, was to have a discussion with all the species that information needs to be collected for, to talk to the agencies to get it added to the catch report forms so that information can be collected. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Andy?
Yeah, in response to that, I think that's a great idea and should be a comprehensive list of species that would need to be added to the reporting form. I did want to go back to Rainbow Runner and had a question about one of the SSC recommendations. Item 3 on the list says have a long ACL for the Rainbow Runner. Can you explain what that means?
Adrian,
I think that refers to the tier 4 approach of obtaining the ABC, using the time period of data. However, that needs consideration for what scalar and buffer get used.
But the question is, what do you mean by long ACL? Do we have a short ACL? Or
Yeah, I think it just refers to time. Graciela, do you recall? This came.
One of the issues with Rainbow Runner, and I think that we're going to talk about that. No, not at this meeting, because we are having issues with Rainbow Runner. Because it's not in the form right now. There is not much that anyone can do about it right now. The topic of adding species to the forms, it's one that it's, to say the least, contentious, because, you know, right now it's a write-in. If you keep adding forms, you have to request from the local government that they do change the forms of the fishers to fill in all the information. So that's the main issue. Second thing is that if we're going to do this for Rainbow Runner, then we should consider all the other species that are in the same boat. No pun intended. So you know, it's a topic that we really need to move forward with.
yeah, thank you. I don't think we voted on any of this as very specifically. Regarding the Rainbow Runner, me as an individual, again, not as chair, my recommendation has been consistent in that we do not know enough about the biology to establish any ABC or ACL at all, because we don't have that biological information as we do have for the runner in other areas, like in the Gulf of Mexico. But we don't know L infinity. We don't have any of the biological information necessary to use the von Bertalanffy growth equations. So we don't know enough. So my position is that just get the information the best way that we can before establishing any regulations. That's me, Vance Vicente.
Okay, thank you, Vance. Miguel?
so in other words, we're saying is we don't have enough information about the Rainbow Runner to do any analysis that the SSC will have to look at. So at this time, probably, Mr. Chairman, we just table it, any possible action, and then ask what the next step. The other thing is you have to be mindful whenever you have a species in the management unit, you need to have an ACO or something. And this is not the first time that we have a lot of species in the management unit. We don't know things about it, but then we have somebody else that looks at it, and then, or another species that is similar, like the key species that we have, and that goes through for anybody who is in that group. So we have to be mindful of those two. So Graciela, with the discussion and Vance, what will be the next step? Shall we wait for the collection of data during some other time? Or between here and whenever we are ready?
See, Graciela, let me answer that, because what we discussed in the meeting, the last SSC meeting, is I recommended to hold one of the topics for the next SSC meeting to recollect all the existing information to see how much we little know or how much we know in order to come up with some recommendation. But then the argument came up, well, that species is not important, or other species are more important. How are you going to allocate the resources based on importance when this species is not important? But again, if it's not important, why does the topic continues popping up in the last 183rd meeting of the CFMC. It came up in the SSC meeting. The topic came up and it keeps on.
We love the name, we love the name Rainbow Runner. That's what we discussed.
Rainbow
Graciela?
Runner. So, yeah.
So one of the things could be to task the SSC and based on what the Science Center has in their matrix to actually look at the prioritization of stocks that we need to look at and actually make a big effort to go after those that are, high up in the top priorities for the council. Having said that, because we are moving Rainbow Runner from being a reef fish species into a pelagic species, then I was going to ask, is Sarah online? To ask Sarah to tell us where we are at with the information that we have on the Rainbow Runner. So Sarah, if you can hear us.
Good morning, this is Sarah. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay. So yes, at the SSC meeting, we presented all the information that the Southeast Regional Office had for this Rainbow Runner in light of the question of, is there enough information to re-specify the ACLs? And so that's what the SSC decided. For the amendment that we're working on, which is moving the Rainbow Runner from a reef fish species to a pelagic fish species, we have all the information that we need to do that because we've already asked the SSC, is that appropriate? Is this a true pelagic species as opposed to reef fish? And they made a motion that yes, it is, and they recommended to the council that yes, it should be moved to a reef fish. And so the council discussed it and also agreed. And so that's where we are. So in terms of the amendment, we can continue to move forward with that. We were just, wanted to make sure that if another action was going to be added, say to modify the ACLs, that we wanted to do that all in one package. But this sounds like a bigger issue for the ACLs than just the Rainbow Runner. So we might want to do an amendment down the road that changes ACLs for more than this one species, based on what the SSC and the Science Center kind of come up with as far as options for that. So does that answer your question, Graciela?
Yes, so the next question is, what's next? Can we wait? And I was just looking at Kate to see if we can do that or just follow what we have in the document of the island-based FMP and do a tier 4 and come up with an ABC and an ACL.
Yeah, Graciela, if I may, Sarah, thank you. I do remember that you presented the data, which we did. Sorry.
I'm happy to have Vance finish what he's saying, and then I can. Okay, Kate Zamboni for the record. Yeah, these are not necessarily two things that have to go in the same amendment. If the council feels like it is a priority to reclassify Rainbow Runner as a pelagic species, that can be accomplished through a full-blown amendment. I think the sensitivity is that there is currently an ACL set for Rainbow Runner, and that will get carried over as the ACL in that amendment now that it's classified as a pelagic species. And maybe you don't feel good about that ACL as pelagic, so that's, I don't know. But if there is a need to revisit that ACL, that certainly can be done at a later time. And you can make recommendations on what sort of data you feel like would be helpful to inform that decision. But yeah, the short answer to the question is these two things do not have to occur at the same time. But the current ACL will get carried over as the default unless it is changed.
Yeah. Yes, sir. One more comment because we talked about this quite a bit of times before. Yeah, we heard your data, we saw your data, and we review it and we discuss it, and the data the landing data we have is extremely poor. I mean, I remember 50% of the time there was no information, or it was confidential, no landing. The few landing one was 5 pounds, and then 2,000 pounds. I mean, the whole range, which leads me to the point again that we do not know enough about this species to establish any regulation at this point. And that's why I requested to the SSC members that we have a discussion in the next SSC meeting, not only to rediscuss the data that you provided, but also we need data from the fishers. And I remember Nelson said, "Hey, I know fishers that are fishing for the rainbow runner," and he said, "I can get you that information." And that's what I mean. There's a lot of fragmented information distributed among such a wide spectrum that we need to recollect what we have. Thank you.
Okay, I have Andy. And then someone online.
Yeah, so a lot to weave together here, but I agree with Kate, right? I think we can continue to stay the course in terms of reclassifying it from reef fish to pelagic, could maintain the current catch limit. Keep in mind that with the accountability measures, that they don't just automatically get triggered if your landings exceed the catch limit. We have to review the landings. If there has been improvements in data reporting that have occurred, right, then accountability measures don't go into effect. And we've had this challenge for a number of species, and rainbow runner certainly, I think, falls into that category as well, where we need to improve the data forms, we need to improve the reporting, and ultimately that leads to then modifications to catch limits that the SSC could consider going forward. But we don't have that for rainbow runner at this time. So I think the best course of action would be to reclassify it as pelagic based on the scientific advice we've gotten, keep the current catch limit, and then see if we could make some reporting improvements, and over the course of a period of time could make some adjustments to the catch limit based on those reporting improvements. So I do want to look to maybe Ricardo and Jean-Pierre. So in terms of the reporting forms themselves, right, one of the things we've talked about would be to share a letter, whether it's coming from the council, from the fisheries service, a joint letter to your agencies. I just wanted to look to you to see what would be the best approach for that. We'd like to work with you in terms of ensuring that the adjustments or potential adjustments would be something that you're willing to consider in terms of making modifications to reporting forms.
Okay. Graciela.
So if I may, in addition to that, Graciela, for the record, is that we also need the recreational take. So Marine Recreational Information Program is not actually working in Puerto Rico, collecting data. So that would be really needed because it is the majority of the sector ACL. So, it goes, it needs the two components. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, so yes, move this forward. If we follow what Andy just mentioned, it's the way to go. Because the rationale you have to have an ACL with the rainbow runner was in reef fish is the same you have now. We didn't know things about it, but you still have an ACL for the darn thing. The only thing that we're doing now is changing it from reef fish to pelagic, because the fishers told us that the reality of life with this species is that it's more pelagic than reef fish. So, Kate, I think we need a motion to do this, or just have it put the record, keep going. So in essence, we have already decided to move it to the rainbow runner to the pelagic realm of the group of species that are pelagic. And then we are saying also that we need to continue collecting information for the reef, for the rainbow runner and other species, but we need to modify.
Well, I believe the council has already given staff direction to move forward on an amendment to reclassify rainbow runner as a pelagic species. So unless the council is inclined to change that direction, you do not need a motion to do that. That amendment right now does not contemplate adjusting the ACL. It would simply carry over what is currently there. So again, if that's what the council continues to want to do, you don't need a motion to change that. If there is a desire of the council to set forth, to adopt some of these recommendations regarding data collection and wanting to look more forward about future adjustments to the ACL, yes, you should do that. I think the key thing there is making adjustments to the reporting form and setting up that process. And again, that might include additional species beyond rainbow runner. But at this time, it would be appropriate for any of the recommendations that the SSC has made, for the council to move to adopt which of those recommendations it wants to adopt.
Because, if we get out of the Rainbow Runner, we have a lot of stuff to cover. So in essence, what we are saying or we are hearing is that you don't have to do anything different from you did before. So the Rainbow Runner will be in the pelagic species component. Then the staff is also instructed, and we discussed it, that we need to talk to Virgin Islands government and Puerto Rico government to see if they can modify the ticket system that they have to include this species and other species that are of interest, of importance. And I believe that Graciela can do that and coordinate with Ricardo, Daniel, Dr. Angeli, and Chennai, and see what is needed to be done. In addition, if you have a need for, let's say, Rainbow Run and get information as Vance was saying, we can even hire a graduate student that can compile that information, and then once we have that, we can present it to the SSC, the DAPs, and at least you have a baseline to modify or not what you have in terms of the Rainbow Runner. That goes through also for all the species of interest that the SSC discussed. So once we have that list that Graciela can compile, Mr. Chairman, we can then discuss it with the appropriate people in Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, as well as the Southern Fisheries Science Center, to make sure that we collect the data as needed.
Graciela.
So Sarah had already started working on that list, comparing what we have in management versus what we have in the forms. So that's already in the works, because it's going to be needed for other species. So we'll maintain the SSC and you inform of the progress.
Yeah, I never agree with writings on CCRs, but that's old news.
What is the timeline for the efforts that Sarah and the group are doing?
Bueno, for the Rainbow Runner per se, so that's
No, the list of the group of species. When can we tell the council next meeting or the December about the list?
for the next council meeting. We should know. We will provide the information to the local governments and see, basically what they think can be done, and if we need to hire someone to do that kind of thing, that we can do over the summer. We won't have a complete list of everything during the summer if we're hiring someone to do that, but we'll get moving on those priority species. Now, also remember that because the council is also working with EBFM, so some of the species might be important in that realm rather than on the single species basis. So to keep that in mind.
Okay, what are we gonna do about, in the beginning of this report about the ABCs for Queen Trigger? Can you bring that up? I think that requires a motion. Not that. Where it says ABC equals to ABC equal buffer at point less than. That's not it either.
The ABC is what the SSC gives you. So that this is what the recommendation that is given the council, but that the council has to basically by law abide by the ABC. You then put the buffer in terms of the management uncertainty and come up with the ACL.
So we're gonna do that as a Ariane.
Sorry, just to clarify as well, the SSC recommended a static constant value moving forward in time, as opposed to a value that would change over time. And so this says 2024, but I believe it's meant to say starting in 2024.
So,
Kevin?
the council has to be reminded this jargon that we're talking about. The law says that the ABC is set, as mentioned before, by the SSC. There's very little you can do about it. Okay. The SSC takes in consideration all the information that the center compile and send you, and also the modification. That's what we have it here, and that's what the end is here. But then, once you do that, you have to decide what buffer you would like to have on the ABC. ABC could be equal to ACL, a lot more than, but cannot be less. The ACL cannot be above the ABC. So once you have the ABC, then the council had to decide what percentage of that ABC you can call it a buffer and what your ACL will be for that particular species. If the ABC is 100 and you want a buffer of 5%, you have 95% of your ACL, but you cannot have 105. So that's where we are with this.
Kevin?
Thanks, Kevin McCarthy. So just to add on a little bit to what Adrian said, and this is the ABC for 24 to 27. And if there's not new information, not a new stock assessment or an update or something like that, that level would continue until there is one, until there is new information. And so the SSC elected for that constant ABC, the OFL, the overfishing limit, which is above the ABC and which you cannot cross without getting into all kinds of problems, varies over time. That's an output from the model. So the assessment model has an OFL that bounces around over time. It's always above ABC, but the SSC elected to have a constant ABC. So the buffer, the scientific uncertainty, which is OFL to ABC, varies over time because of the desire to have a constant ABC. But it's always there. So the OFL is always higher. It bounces around. This sets a constant ABC. Right now, it will go on forever until there's new information. And so now it's in your court to decide how you want to proceed with following on Miguel's comments about your role to set the next level.
Maria?
Hi, this is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. And just in terms of process, I want to add a little bit more of what Miguel said. So what the council does once they make a decision as to whether they accept these recommendations for ABCs for each one of the islands, then this is something that then the council will decide to move forward if they accept these recommendations, move forward with an amendment framework action to each one of the St. Croix and St. Thomas FMPs, so that those values that came from the assessment and can be implemented, so what we currently have can be modified, and then also the council will set a new ACL based on those new recommendations of ABC recommendations. So that would be the process that will come after, naturally after this process that we're doing right here. And I just wanted to clarify that for everybody, because then that will be the role of the council after, the SSC, after this assessment results.
Okay. So, yeah. So what are we gonna do about the SSC's recommendations? This is gonna be required a motion, right? A motion by the council? Am I right? All right.
Yeah, I can make a motion. So the motion is to develop a framework action. You want on the screen, Carlos? Okay.
I need a screen for a motion.
So we are going to put it up on the screen. Teamwork.
Perfect. So I'll just read it. Develop a framework action to adjust the ACLs and other management reference points for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix Queen Triggerfish based on the CDAR 80 stock assessments and the ABC recommendations from the SSC.
There's a motion by Andy. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, James Craiglow.
Seconded by James Craiglow. Discussion.
Cristina, ¿puedes poner la grafiquita a ver si se ve? La que te mandé ahora por email. Just to refresh the memory of people, because sometimes we get involved in this alphabet soup. And mira si vuelve otra vez. ¿Le puedes poner grande? Sorry, Cristina. Anyway, the reason I asked Cristina for this favor is that sometimes we keep forgetting that we discuss these issues over and over again, but we have new people around the table. And Kevin explained it very well, but I just wanted to let you know, the overfishing limit, these are the concept that we have by law. All council have to abide by the same thing, same as the action agency. So the overfishing limit is that limit that corresponds to the maximum yield in a fishery. If you look at any fishery, that's a limit you will never go over. Because if you go over, then the fishery is in jeopardy. You may be able to extinct the fishery commercially or do more damage. Acceptable biological catch is what the scientists tell us based on the information, life history, what you have heard today, all the components that you need to make a decision, statistically speaking, to provide the council with a number that you can use then as a reference point. It's acceptable biological catch. In other words, based on the biology of the species, this is the level that the scientists tell us you cannot go over. You still have a time, a range between the acceptable biological catch and overfishing limit, but usually we do not want to go over the ABC. Then you have the annual catch level, or the annual catch limit. That's the action you have to take in order for you to decide, okay, based on the information that we have, based on the SSC recommendations, this is the level that we can accept. That level is based on the commercial, recreational sector, the movement of that industry, and those two areas. You may have a buffer, you can call it equal, that's how you said, OFL equal or to ABC, ABC equal or better than ACL. Usually you don't want to be equal or have those levels same equal because you have all the fluctuations that may cause you a problem that you won't be able to solve in the long run. If we were able to look at the fish and tell exactly how much fish we can, all this level could be the same. So anyway, I just want to refresh the memory for everybody of this alphabet soup. We also have another the annual target. That's the level that you shoot at when you want to manage a particular species, but we are not discussing it at this time. So the motion that we have here is for the staff to prepare a document that will allow you to look at the whole thing. And then you have a document that will modify or amend what you have regarding this species. And please don't be shy. If you have a question for Andy or the staff or anybody, this is the time. Because sometimes it's difficult to grab all this. So what we're with this motion, you have a framework. And the framework is nothing but a list of things that you could do to manage the species if A and B happens. So you have this framework that will adjust the ACLs and other management reference points for this species in St. Thomas and John and St. Croix. That's where we are. The information comes from the CEDAR 88. You remember CEDAR, the Southeast, the 80, excuse me. 88 is way up there. The Southeast program that encompasses the Gulf Council, the South Atlantic Council, and the Caribbean Council worked with Southeast Fisheries Science Center to have these numbers, to examine the fishery using the numbers that we have. So the triggerfish is ready with CEDAR 80, and ready to provide the information that the scientists need and the people who are going to write this document need, then to recommend to the council based on the recommendation received from the SSC today.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? So yeah. Ready to vote? Okay. So I'm gonna do the vote by roll call. I'll start with James Craiglow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll return. James Craiglow, yes.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Ricardo Lopez in favor.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Andy Strelchak, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Vercetti, yes. Motion carries. No abstentions, no nays. Okay. Graciela?
So you still have to make the appointments for the CEDAR 91 and the National SSC.
Thanks for the reminder. So for the National SSC, we have a list somewhere in there.
Graciela, explícanos lo que le encontramos, de dónde sale esa lista y por qué.
So the CCC, the Council Coordination Committee, has a subcommittee on where all the SSCs or delegates from the SSCs of all the 8 councils get together every year, every 2 years, depending on what the topics are. And this would be the 8th meeting of all of the SSCs. It will be in Boston in August. And the topic is ABC in a changing environment. So everything that we've been talking about, changes in the fisheries, etc., due to climate variability, etc. The Caribbean will be presenting on the use of local ecological knowledge and what we've done with the conceptual models for ABFM. And this year they would require 4 delegates. They have to be SSC members and 1 staff that travels with them to prepare the report that is provided then to the CCC and published for the general public. So usually we request that the SSC members volunteer for this, and depending on their expertise and their interest in participation, then the council appoints them to represent the SSC at these meetings. So in this case, you have Vance Vicente will be attending as the chair if the council so appoints. JJ Cruz, who will be presenting on behalf of the Caribbean Council. Todd Gedamke and Jason Cope. Jason is a NOAA employee, so hopefully he will have the funding to travel to this meeting because he's been quite involved in the efforts of the SSC to move forward with stock assessments, and he is very knowledgeable of the climate change scenarios. So we do have 2 vacancies in the SSC right now that you will be discussing during the closed session today. Arcila Ciara just presented her resignation due to a change in her employment and not being able to participate as part of the SSC anymore. So that's the 2nd vacancy that you have. And because there are 4 delegates, I mean, I was hoping that the chair would have the power to make changes to the appointees depending on how this moves along. So you may move forward with these 4 SSC members that you have, but knowing that you might have a change in terms of Jason, for example, if he cannot attend, then appoint someone else. We are going to have a hybrid meeting during the national SSC. So that's also a possibility that he might attend virtually and not have to incur in a funding issue. So these are the 4 volunteers that you have right now. And if you so please to appoint them, that would be.
No, the chair had the authority to appoint this member, so it doesn't matter of informing the council that these are our delegates. And then if something happened, the fans get the lotto, then we have to appoint somebody else. But we wanted to inform the council that the chair will be able then to appoint the SSC members. This event is very important. It started a long time ago in Hawaii, and it proved to be a good way of exchange best practices, scientific information, scientific methodology. All this is discussed at this level. So if nobody disagree, then the chair can appoint these members that you mentioned. So for the record, is Van Vicente. Can you read the other people just for the record?
So for the record, the SSC members to be appointed to the national SSC in 2024, Vance Vicente, JJ Cruz Mota, Todd Gedamke, and Jason Cope.
Okay. So if we don't need a motion, I'll go ahead and appoint those members to the national SSC. So we still
Wait,
have.
Graciela wanted to say something on the record.
Yeah.
So the reason for the appointments to be officially done is for the compensation to the SSC members, and the same for anyone who's representing the council at these meetings. So just to make sure that they are appointed, duly appointed for their compensation to be paid. The travel and arrangements are being made by the New England Council that usually come through specific allocated funds for these meetings. So that's not a budget issue for the council.
So now about the CR 91. Next screen.
So for CDR 91, usually there are 3 members of the SSC, and there are additional members from the general public, including commercial fishers, recreational fishers, or for people who have data on the species that is being assessed. And in this case, the appointment needs to be made specifically for the SSC members. They do participate in 2 of the 3 assessments. The review workshop has to be represented by the SSC, by those members who have not participated in any of the other workshops, because they do have to review all the data and the assessment process that the species goes through. And we do have and then the chair will be appointing other participants. We've received information from Julian already regarding the people that will participate, that he wants to participate in the CDR process, because they are very knowledgeable of the spiny lobster. So the council will be receiving those names accordingly and making the appointments for those other participants. So specifically for the SSC, you have for the data workshop, Michelle Shatter, Jorge Garcia, and JJ Cruz. For the assessment workshop, it will be Todd Gedamke. There is a question mark here because he is a consultant that travels to the Pacific, etc. So that one appointment might change. But Eric Williams and Jason Cope, most of these are all virtual workshops, so there is no conflict with the funding. And for the review workshop, Vance Vicente will be attending as the chair, Walter Keithley as one of the reviewers, and we're waiting on Richard Applener because he was on travel to be appointed for the review workshop.
Okay, so the same process, right? Don't need no motion. I can just go ahead and appoint those. Okay, so I bless them. So next on the, can I have this on the, oh my gosh. Yeah, ecosystem-based fishery management technical advisory panel report.
Nice job, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'll be brief. Christina, if you want to put up the couple of slides I have. We are in kind of the writing and development phase right now, so there's a lot of reviews, drafts, and meetings, so there aren't a huge amount of updates to give you. So I won't take up too much of your time, but I will let you know where we are and what things we still have left to do. Next slide. So just a brief overview again, we are providing scientific advice on ecosystems-based fisheries management for decisions that the council needs to make. What this looks like currently is the development of a fisheries ecosystem plan. It is a framework by which the councils can maintain marine ecosystems and the fisheries resources dependent upon those ecosystems. And it is essentially an infrastructure for the council to implement decisions based on ecosystems-based fisheries management in the US Caribbean. Next slide. So where are we? As you know, we have 4 working groups, one on conceptual models, one for ecosystem indicators, one for risk assessments, and one for data repositories. As I mentioned in my last update in December, we had an initial contractor that we had gotten funding from Pew Charitable Trusts to develop a first draft of the fisheries ecosystem plan. That draft included all aspects except for work for the data repository and the risk assessment working groups, as that required more information than was readily available for her to draft into the framework that was being developed. So that draft is currently out with all the working group chairs and myself for revisions and to identify strategic frameworks that need to be included and to compile the information from the many different partners and reports that are working on this, as it is not simply done through the EBFN TAP, as I've mentioned before many times, because we do not actually have funding. We do it through outside groups and collaborators to develop it through grants that we can then use for drafting the FEP. At present, the conceptual model working group has completed a summary report, including the objectives and framework to put into the FEP that is currently being added into the draft that was previously developed. The ecosystem indicators has a draft framework that's currently under review, and we're working with our contractor technical writer, which I'll get to in a second, to include that information from both the NOAA Ecosystem Status Report, or the ESR, that was developed through a corollary project, to include that into the FEP that we're drafting, as well as that contractor is looking at evaluating, along with Tarsila, evaluating a new ecosystems traits index, along with the indicators that were developed for the ecosystem status report, to summarize and include that in the FEP. As I mentioned, Tana Rankin, along with council staff, had gotten additional funding to hire a contractor that is Lee Fletcher from BioImpact. She is here. Lee, if you want to wave your hand for everyone to see. So if you have questions about the work that she's developing on the risk assessment and the writing that she's doing to help us draft a risk assessment framework for the FEP, she is here. She's learning from us. If you have questions on the areas that we're going and the type of risk assessment frameworks that we're developing, now is a good time to chat with Lee and to explain things that you're interested in seeing and things that stakeholders you feel would be interested in having in the risk assessment framework that we're going to be using. The data repository, that's on me. I've developed the initial objectives and needs, and we are working through other projects that are ongoing, such as the Caribbean branch strategic planning, as well as CMAPC's reorganization to try and merge all of the data needs that are currently in the US Caribbean into a single draft strategy that can be used through what we're doing with EBFM to show the framework for data repository or fisheries information network, whatever you want to call it, that is a huge need for the US Caribbean. Last, we've had a couple presentations, or sorry, one presentation that was done by Tarsila Sierra, who is now with the NOAA Northeast Fisheries Science Center on operationalizing ecosystem-based fisheries management through inclusive research, engagement, and partnerships. And that presentation documented a lot of the work that she's done over the last 3 years here in the Caribbean as part of the LENFEST group to incorporate a lot of the socioeconomic indicators that are necessary in EBFM going forward. All right, next slide. So our activities so far, we have the draft FEP developed, the goals and objectives have been completed. We've taken the work from all of the other corollary projects that are in development into reports that are now being drafted and pulled into the FEP. We're still waiting for a little bit on some of the ESR indicators, but we have access to some of that information. So I believe that we have a path forward to merge all of those into a draft FEP framework for the SSC and eventually the council to review. We've finished melding all the modules, all the models, and we've taken that information and developed it into a strategic framework for a draft FEP. Next slide. We've also, in our last EBFM TAP meeting, which was in March of last year, we developed strategic objectives that we could put into each of the group of the chapters that will be in the FEP, and have developed operational objectives for each of the working groups to move forward. What do we have left to do? We have to develop the performance measures and the management strategy. Part of that is being done under the risk assessment process. And we also need to develop a feedback mechanism for adaptive management that we will present in the FEP. And that we plan to do at the next EBFM TAP meeting, which I hope to schedule for either the summer or the fall of this year in conjunction with council staff as soon as I get a moment to brief. So that's where we're at. Happy to take any questions or hear any comments. This is always a good time for the council to inform me on directions that they want us to take, things I may be missing, or things that you want us to consider when the EBFM TAP working groups start meeting again. Thank you.
Thanks, Chennai. Miguel?
Dr. Aptes, thank you for the presentation. In your professional view, do you think that what are the needs of the TAP that you see the council can, let's say, bless, like he said, that you need to move forward?
Thank you, Miguel. I think that's a great question. There are two huge areas that I think we really need. The first is staff, right? Leah High has been phenomenal in aiding, but other councils really dedicate a full-time person to managing this, right? The Gulf is now hiring someone to be their ecosystems working group lead to develop a, how they have an FEP, but they're, developing ecosystems, management. And I think if we want to be serious about adopting this, we really need to have a full-time person because it's more, I have a full-time job. Everyone on it has a full-time job, and it's hard to really dedicate the amount of time that's needed to really develop this new type of management effectively for the council. The second area is I really think we need to focus on building the data infrastructure that's necessary for this type of management. And
That's what I had first. That was what I had first.
online's very much in agreement with that, right? So, so I think we really need to focus on building that data infrastructure because EBFM requires a host of different data streams. And to be able to use that effectively in a management strategy, it has to be organized and efficiently produced so that it can go into our management processes like CDAR. Right now, every time we have our data workshops, we're pulling data from so many different places. It takes a lot of time. I mean, I really think just developing that sort of infrastructure for the Caribbean and finding a way to centralize it where all of the managing partners can contribute to developing that would help not only development of EBFM, but the rest of our management process in the Caribbean. I think those two areas really need to be the priorities that we focus on. And I think we're building frameworks for how to do that in the FEP. And there's a lot of people on our working group that have information and are consistently working with all of our partners to build that kind of strategy. But we don't want to redouble efforts, right? Like if this stuff is getting done and there is time, funding, and interest in building it, we need to jump on it and just push to develop it for this region.
Miguel?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't want to spend too much time, your time on this, but I believe that what Dr. Hapton mentioned are key to move forward if we are really serious about this effort. So I propose that Graciela, Dr. Haptes, Carlos and I meet as soon as we can and look at this possibility because we need to develop also the time frame. Let's say that we need to hire a contractor to work on this, so we can move forward with these recommendations.
Graciela, for the record, we would also need someone from the Science Center because if we're speaking about centralizing data, since they do host the commercial landings and recreational landings, tip data, etc. Part of what the council has been doing is working on a portal where that information can be accessible. So we also need to include the Science Center in these conversations. They have been working on that database for all of the work that has been done in the area. We had been talking about, so we have the reports, but we would like to have the data because it can be analyzed in a different way, etc. But then that requires, not only the structure and how we're going to do it, but also the storage facilities for these data. Although they are not huge sets of data, they do require a little bit of management. And we have already started working on that with the CMAP data that we are hosting at the council with the new server that we have in place now. So, and these are data that can be accessed, through VPN and stuff like that, so that students and other scientists can actually use it and look at other ways of analyzing the information.
Can we use the ERA funding for that?
See, we actually have one of the proposals to finalize, that effort that has been taking place, and it's been done over bits and pieces and people and contractors and things because it hasn't been a dedicated effort. So with this case, that was the idea.
But Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe that this is important probably between here and the next meeting. We should meet with Dr. Haptes, Graciela, and the two representatives from the local government. So they could be involved to see how we can move forward with this as a council.
JP, Kevin?
Well, you're on the council, so I yield my time.
No, Jean-Pierre Oriol, USVI. So I guess this question is more for central NOAA staff. I guess I might date myself here a little bit too, but this question about data and data repository, specifically for NOAA, back in 2008 or 2009, when NOAA in the Caribbean was formed, one of the principal efforts was the discussion on centralizing database because of the fact that NOAA not only conducts so much of the research and getting the data, but then they also fund so much of it. I mean, from a NOAA in the Caribbean standpoint, I haven't been on that working group for a while now, but it was again one of the things that was identified very early on is how, particularly within NOAA and within NOAA funded projects, to create exactly what Sinai is talking about so that it's not a heavy lift to go and pull all of this data from number of different sources, but rather because NOAA was the one developing or funding a lot of the data that was being generated for the Caribbean region, that all of that was been there. Does anybody know if any of that is actually moving forward at all? I mean, I remember they were supposed to bring in services from Digital Coast to be able to build that out or anything like that. I mean, has anything, any piece of that move forward at all? Does anybody sit on NOAA in the Caribbean anymore?
Kevin? So I'm sort of the second chair for the Science Center on NOAA in the Caribbean. But I haven't heard any talk about that in the short time that I've been involved. However, do you know, is there documentation of those kinds of discussions, or should I just start doing some digging?
Yeah, I'd have to do some digging myself, Kevin. I mean, this is Miguel, you were there, or this is when the group was very first formed, and then because NOAA and the Carolinas had taken off and they had created what their sort of suite was to the NOAA upper levels, and so there was a group within the Caribbean working with Jeff Payne wanted to replicate what was being done in NOAA and the Carolinas to do that, and that's what was one of the things. You had your the Southeast Fisheries Science Center doing a lot of research here. You have NOAA BioGeo doing a lot of research here. The universities getting funding. So it was one of those things that we were talking about very early on, was creating this. And I mean, I think particularly now, if there is a way to use any of the BIL funding that's out there or something to finally sit down and say, okay, here's our one opportunity to pull all of this effort together, like with the different funding streams that aren't going strictly into programs, but rather are project based. This is the time for us to actually figure that piece out. So,
Kevin,
Thanks. This is Kevin. So a couple things. So I think that what we need to do is some homework and start digging and see what was proposed, what might have been done. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. I would also suggest that, into one of Sinai's points, what I've found with our strategic planning work is we've got somebody hired, Rachel, who many of you have met and know. That's her job, right, to run that. And it's made a huge difference when you've got some dedicated staff to doing that. So I suggest, and Miguel's point of maybe getting a contractor in, somebody that can be focused on that and keep everybody else on task, because as Sinai said, everybody else has other jobs. But that's made a huge difference for that project. I suspect it would make a huge difference in this case. You could also put that person on keeping folks on task, figuring out what has been done in that NOAA and the Caribbean initiative, if it got anywhere. I would also say that for any science center involvement in these things, I would ask that the council send a memo to NOAA or to the Science Center requesting that, because it turns out that the people that might be best suited to do some of this are not in my group. They may be in fisheries statistics, because those are the folks that deal with databases. So we may be involved to help with that work, but you also need the folks that this is really, what they do, the database side of things, because it's a whole, as we all know, it's a whole body of work that I'm not an expert in. But they are. So it could be that there are multiple people that might be involved in this kind of work from the Science Center. So just a couple of thoughts that, and Clay could then direct everybody to assign the right people. Thanks.
I believe that we should put our house in order. So if we follow Dr. Haps's recommendation from the group, we can meet and not discuss it anymore here. So we can meet and then decide, number one, the objective of what we need to do, why, etc. And then we can put together maybe a 2-page document that we can share with the council and the center. Because going back to what the commissioner was saying, yeah, we did that a long time ago, and we have all grandiose ideas. But the thing is, when you don't have the money or the person attached to it, it's very difficult to continue it. So that's what we're saying here. So I believe between here and the August meeting, again, we can meet with Graciela, Carlos, myself, Dr. Senai, and representatives from the local government to go over this. Then we can inform at the August meeting place that we need. And what Kevin mentioned is very important. We need to know, especially now that you have this person, who to talk to about this possibility.
Andy, and then Graciela and Sinai.
Yeah, I mean, John Pierre brings up a fantastic point, right? That the opportunity is really now because we have this historical amount of funding from the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law. So one of the things I'll follow up on is the NOAA Fisheries received $349 million. Of that, about $145 million is going to essential data acquisition and modernizing stock assessments, right? So this is beyond obviously stock assessments, but I don't know at this point how much of that's been kind of decided and allocated across the entire fishery service enterprise. How much may be available still to be decided, and whether or not some of that could be carved out for specific work in the Caribbean, but it seems like a huge opportunity.
Graciela? Or let me in the meantime, okay, go ahead.
So one thing, so when we have been contacting other agencies that doesn't have anything to do with NOAA, with the USGS, for example, and trying to retrieve some of the data, most of the data is in paper format and maps are in paper format and things like that. So we have over the years have acquired some of that and made it into the digital era, brought all that into the more than anything else in terms of EBFM, trying to figure out habitat and species distribution, etc. So there are a number of efforts that are parallel to what we're doing, but they are all looking at us, the council, to provide some information. The Puerto Rico Climate Change Council, the Caribbean Regional Ocean Partnership, CARICUS, BioGeo mappers that NOAA have provided. So it all comes back to what we're trying to do. So it really has to do to make it Caribbean centric in this case. That's the real focus of this data infrastructure work.
Yeah, if I may, this is precisely, we don't want to, let's say, Graciela, you don't have to go to the details here, but that's precisely what we need to do when we meet Dr. Sinai and the group, identify all these issues. By the way, the reason that these people ask the council to do that, we don't need to. The council is not paid to provide information for everybody and his brother. Everybody has his own task to do, but what we're trying to do here, actually, one of the proposals that we have with the IRA Fund is to have this hub that would allow us to have all that information in one place and contribute it. We also have a hub for responding aggregations. And we have now until Graciela, until May the 1st, we have to modify the proposal. So we will make a stronger point and add more language into the proposal that we be using NERA funding, if approved, to try to connect all this into one thing. The other thing is that I had the authority to hire people if we had the money. So me and the chair, once we had the recommendation from you, from the group, just as I mentioned, we can structure it in a way that we can then react to in a positive way to your recommendations. So
tonight.
Yeah, thanks. Just two things. One, I want us to realize that like we say that the data infrastructure that we need is not very big. And I think that that's not going to be true going forward. We have some of the largest numbers of managed species in the US, and like the data that's necessary to build the type of management we want to see is going to be very big. Just a good example is the habitat data we collect alone from CMAP in terms of video data is almost 16 terabytes a year, right? And if we are going to be archiving that, right now we're doing it through a patchwork of online cloud servers and like external hard drives. And, if you expand that out to the number of species that we need to do this for, rather than just conch lobster and a generalized reef fish video, that data growth is exponential. And we are not currently thinking about these needs in our management. And that is a mistake. And it's going to lead us to a point where we are now, which is that we don't have the information on the species we want to make the management decisions we need. So I just wanted to make that point. The second thing is, Miguel, I believe I sent you guys in December kind of a draft structure for how we could use EBFM infrastructure towards climate vulnerability assessments. Please feel free to use any of that information towards what you're drafting for May for the IRA funds. If you guys have questions on how to incorporate that or need more specifics, just let me know. I'm always happy to develop that again. And then I wanted to address Commissioner Oriol's point about Digital Coast. A lot of that work went towards habitat satellite data through the National Ocean Service. Unfortunately, they tap into a larger structure of data sets and models that are nationally used. And they don't often fit well for the resolution that we need here in the US Caribbean because we are smaller islands. And so unfortunately, it hasn't worked to fit into a lot of the data that we use for fisheries assessments here. And we haven't done a great job of like connecting those two things. And so I do think we would need help from our federal counterparts to connect that data service to the type of data that we're collecting here and build better bridges for utilizing that kind of data structure in our fisheries management needs. But generally what we've done historically, particularly from an oceanography and a marine science standpoint, is we've developed our own models, our own habitat information, and that doesn't make it onto, that service platform. And so to kind of backtrack to get it into it, I think would be much more difficult than developing a parallel system for the US Caribbean. Because I think as we've seen and we know, things are done, needs are a little bit different to the federal management needs here in the US Caribbean. And if we're not taking that into account in developing a structure that works for us, 10 years from now, we're going to be in the same place where we're saying, why didn't we do this 15 years ago? And I don't want this council, I don't want the US Caribbean to be there with fisheries management.
Thanks, Renee. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Oh, sorry.
Sorry to be so insistent.
That's all right.
So in the beginning of my presentation, there's a short section about queen conch, which I'm sure everybody's going to be interested to see. However, the speaker she has to get on another call. So she's only got right now to do it. If we can take 5 minutes or so, and then we can break, and then I'll come back and do the rest. I need a break as well as anybody, but if we could just have 5 minutes, that'd be great.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, we all set? Okay, so as I said, I'm gonna shift this over to Jennifer Dorr, who's at the Science Center. She's on remotely, and so Jen, please take it away. Thank you. Next slide.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kevin. And sorry that I have to jump in so quickly and then depart so quickly. But I did want to join you for a few minutes this morning, just to give you a brief overview of what we're doing in our U.S. Caribbean for the Queen Conch survey project that we're running. It's an MSA funded survey project that's scheduled to extend for about 3 years, for the next 3 years. And for this project, we're focused on standardizing our survey approaches, with the overall goal of conducting island-wide surveys to generate density and size structured population estimates, of course, that would be suitable for revisiting and revising some of the traditional stock assessment models that have been used, and really moving us toward a successful stock assessment process. So I don't know if you can go to the next slide. Okay. So given that it's a 3-year project, we are doing and surveying 1 island group per year. We started with St. Thomas and St. John last year in 2023. We're moving on to St. Croix this year, and we'll be there in July conducting surveys. And then we'll follow that up and end with Puerto Rico in 2025. The basis of the design is a randomly stratified approach, and we're incorporating the benthic habitat categories from the published habitat maps. And then we're binning by water depths in 5-meter bins, and we're surveying the 0 to 30-meter depth range, with the intent of incorporating deeper surveys later on in the project once we get that aspect set up. At each random survey location, we're conducting a 10-meter radial survey where divers swim around in a circle and essentially count and measure all of the conch that we find within that circle. And then a second component that we're incorporating is to spend time focused on mapping the spatial extents of known aggregation areas around these island groups and conducting some targeted radial surveys within those boundaries to really compile and get at age composition information and estimate some within aggregation densities of reproductively active adults. The images that we put here on the slide of St. Thomas and St. John just are showing the sites that we surveyed around each island, as I said last year. Next slide, please. So these are just some brief results from what we did last year. We did complete a total of 133 radial surveys around the islands. And then we were able to add in additional 4 surveys that targeted those known aggregation areas. The overall mean densities across both islands were 64 conch per hectare. And we broke this out by age class overall. And the means for those were approximately 24 juveniles per hectare and 40 adults per hectare. These numbers could be considered a little low and possibly concerning given the threshold levels that have been talked about at length of that 100 conch per hectare level, which would ensure reproductive activity and contribute to population recovery in the area. And I will pause here just to say that our juvenile and adult age class categories are more reflective of what the current fishing regulations are and not the typical morphological observations that are used in a lot of surveys. So when we split these out into juveniles, those are any individual that are less than that 9-inch or 23 centimeter shell length, and also that lip thickness that's less than 3/8 of an inch or 9.5 millimeters. And then adults, of course, are anything greater than those minimum size regulations, and thus would be considered part of the exploitable population. I threw some size frequency graphs up here. We look at these, you can see that there is a peak in that 11 to approximately 14 centimeter shell length category, approximately the year 2 age class for these conch. That can be indicative of a positive recruitment event, but that also could be an artifact of just the survey approach and not really being able to locate those year 1 individuals, since they can be considered infaunal at some of the smaller sizes. We're moving forward with the investigating these data further to look at the relationship between these shell lengths, and then integrate the lip thickness for the adults shown here to determine if the adult population is composed of newly maturing or potential young adults, or if these might be older adults with thicker lips. And then on the right side of the slide, looking at the within aggregation surveys, we did do 4 radial surveys within a spatial extent of this aggregation, which was an approximately 1 hectare area. This aggregation was located in fairly shallow water on the north coast of St. John. And you can see the differences here in density between the surveys within an aggregation versus the broad scale approach. So for these within aggregation surveys, we estimated a density of 1,695 conch per hectare. And again, this is broken down into densities of 621 juveniles per hectare and 1,074 adults per hectare. The size frequencies, again, within this aggregation show a mix of maturing individuals, as indicated by the high numbers of subadults and newly mature adults here. And again, similar to the previous size frequency, we're working on integrating the lip thickness information into these frequencies to further inform the age class structure and the age composition within this aggregation. And I'll wrap this up by saying that, of course, the information gathered from these surveys will be used to extrapolate island-wide population and standing stock estimates, but also that the survey results shown here highlight the need for standardization of survey approaches and careful consideration when it comes to site selection, especially, and temporal replication of regional surveys. And this is a point of further discussion. We're continuing conversations with the CMAPC program coordinators and some of the territorial agencies to combine our approaches and further the utility of the information gathered from our respective survey efforts. And thank you. That is all I have.
Miguel and then Julia.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you envision that at the end of the project, you will be able to know the density of viable reproductive animals per hectare? As you know, in the literature, when you go to the literature, when we have been working with this, some of them are healthy when you have 60 or 75 per hectare. In the countries of Central America, you're talking about 100 to 200. In some cases, well, that's the question.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. We do know that those threshold levels vary regionally, and that we need to look carefully at each region to determine what the appropriate threshold levels are. These broad scale surveys will inform those reproductive centers and also give us an idea of potential areas to focus our surveys in future years, so that we can estimate these densities of reproductive adults and abundances, and also capture a frequency of reproduction, egg mating and egg laying, and those sorts of activities that are occurring within the adult population.
Thank you.
Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. Can we go back a slide, please? The one with the areas that were surveyed, yes. So I have 3 questions. And I'm going to start off with the first question is, how were these sites chosen to be looked at? The sites that were done. Let's start with that first question.
Okay. So as I mentioned, they were they were randomly selected from the benthic habitat maps that were developed by NOS. So we tried to have equivalent effort across vegetated habitats, hard bottom habitats, and then organize those into 5-meter depth bins. And they were randomly selected from those categories. And then as we were in the field, we obviously had a much higher number of sites on the list to visit, but due to some inherent difficulties while we were in the field, these are the only sites that we were able to visit in roughly about a 12-day period.
Okay, thanks for that answer. Because the reason why I asked that question, I'm here looking at the areas for the St. Thomas sites that were done. There are a lot of areas there where that's not where the conch is, because conch is not fished in the St. Thomas St. John district. Very little is fished. I think more recreational than commercial. Commercial is very, very low on the fishing side in the St. Thomas district. What was the deepest that area that was dived?
So if you look off the sort of southeast coastline of St. Thomas, that was an area that we surveyed that was right at 30 meters. And we did find fairly high numbers of reproductively active adults in that area. So potentially an aggregation spot that we'd hope to revisit later. And then we also did some in the approximately 25 meter depth right on the northeast coast of St. Thomas, where again we found evidence of reproductive activity of adults.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that, as a fisher, we know where the conch beds are in St. Thomas, St. John district, and a lot of them lie within 100 to 140 feet of water. There's so many conch in those areas that we catch them inside the fish traps. So if you're catching conch in the fish trap, just think how many conch are in that area, and this becomes very alarming for us when it's said that the numbers seem to be low and it could be a potential problem. And this is why we always say this is where the fishers come in to being part of these projects, because a lot of the areas there that are surveyed are not really where our conch beds are. So I'm just throwing it out there. I know you said that there's going to be more work done, but I'm throwing it out there that we need to include the fishers when doing these projects, because the outcome of the report, what it's saying to us right now, is there's not enough conch to sustain our fishery here in St. Thomas. And that's very alarming when we know there are a lot more conch because we don't fish them. So I just want to put that on the record for right now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment. And I should add that Dr. Juan Agar, we are putting together some workshops, some local workshops to definitely involve the fishing community and to point out to us these areas that you know of, so that we can incorporate those into our survey design.
Kevin?
Yeah, just one follow up to Julian's comments. Can we go forward one slide? So if you look at the overall densities, it says 64 conch per hectare. So that includes the zeros, right? So that doesn't mean there aren't very many conch out there, because when you look at the next column of overall density within an aggregation, it's almost 1,700. That's a lot of conch per hectare, no matter where you go. So because she's got this two-stage design, right? Let's look across the shelf, see where the conch are. And then when we find them, we go within the aggregation. And this is data that's often been lacking, to do that second stage, to go within the aggregation. And that's where, do you have enough conch for reproduction? Do you not? Really comes into play. And there's a whole bunch of adult conch. There's almost 1,100 conch per hectare. So that's a lot of conch. So this isn't showing there aren't many conch out there. This is showing quite the opposite, that within an aggregation, when you find an aggregation, there's a lot of conch. So that's an important takeaway, I think.
Thank you for clarifying that. It just becomes alarming that first where it says 6. So I just wanted to be on the record, and now it's on the record. So pulling it so everyone now can hear that, there will be areas where you won't see the conch, but there are going to be the areas where you have the reproduction taking place and the quantities are there. That's very important to be clarified. Thank you.
Tonight.
So I also want to make a point. Thanks, Jen, for your presentation. Good to see you again. The purpose for random sampling is to show this exact type of path. If you go to places that only have the conch, you're losing a lot of information. And like we go back and forth a lot of that conversation in meetings at the SSC and the council. But I really want to point out, like, that's why we develop sampling through survey, statistical survey sampling the way we do, so that you can pull out more than just what is the absolute number of the conch. And that's why we do designs this way.
Malta.
Thank you. And thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. It is great. Excuse me. I'm Marta Prada, for the record, from the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. Continuing. Thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. It's very enlightening to see this kind of work being presented in this forum. I am the coordinator of the scientific, statistical, scientific, and SST, technological advisory group for the species at the regional level. So the issue of discussing and analyzing the densities of the queen conch on the population over the entire shelf is a very well discussed topic, and we all recognize the importance of understanding really what is going on with the reproduction of the species, what is happening within the aggregation and outside the aggregation. And so the development of your proposal and your work, Jennifer, is very great to see it. And now we are trying to get the message across the region, the entire Caribbean region. So we continue these conversations and hopefully expecting to integrate this concept into the more broader scales and management perspective that can evaluate it in the non-determined findings that are required for exporting the species. And so this kind of concepts based on the scientific basis are very well received and recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Andy.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Maybe don't have this readily available. I'm curious, with the 130 radial surveys that you completed, kind of what proportion of them had conch numbers of 100 conch per hectare or greater? Because Kevin obviously mentioned the distribution includes zeros up to obviously some of your highest quantity estimates of conch. So I'm just curious how that average looks relative to all the sites sampled.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy. That's a good question. I'm actually looking at the data right now. We actually had a fairly low proportion of surveys without any conch, which was good to see. And that we did have some very high densities aside from the aggregation areas that we surveyed. And one of those that I mentioned was the deep 30-meter surveys off of the southeast coast of St. Thomas, where we had, for example, the density in those areas was over 1,000 adults per hectare. it would take some time to tease that all apart and get into that and particularly combine that with again the lip thickness information to look at the age structure in those aggregations, and also record the incidence of reproductive activity within those areas, as well as link that to the benthic habitats that we surveyed. That is all in the works, and I hope to have that available for another discussion.
Yeah, Julie McGrath for the record. One more question. Is there any plan in the future of using RVs to do deeper dives that the humans can go down and stay down for a long period so we can see what the densities are? And then just to piggyback on what you said earlier, yes, I'll be more than happy to provide information on areas to look at. But I know if we can get the RVs to do some deeper dives, I think it would be also great to add the information to the quantities of conch that are all over in the deeper waters. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And actually, Kevin and I have talked quite a bit about utilizing remote vehicles to do those deep water surveys, and he can fill you in more on those plans. We are trying to access a small underwater vehicle for surveys in July in St. Croix, because I know in particular we'd be interested in the deeper areas off of Lang Bank, and looking at the conch populations that are around that area. So that is something that we hope to do as a pilot this year, and then move forward with that on a more regular basis to look at some of the deeper, what are being called refuge populations or refuge areas for these islands, so that we can look at densities within those deep water areas.
Vance and then Graciela.
Yes, thanks again, Jennifer, for your presentation. One quick question. I want to take more time. Do you happen to take notes or observations on the milk conch? Because once Strombus gigas or Alliger gigas becomes restricted in certain areas, I mean, and if there is a demand, species are going to go after the milk conch. So are we collecting any site information on other species of conchs? Relative abundance, egg masses? That's my question.
Okay, yes, good question. We actually do just note if there are other conch species in the area, although we did not count them. That could be something that we can incorporate into future surveys. But one biological aspect I'll note of that is that typically the extent of queen conch and milk conch don't overlap all that often due to the sediment characteristics. We typically find that milk conch are in slightly more soft sediments or slightly more silty sediments than queen conch are able to tolerate. So they have different geographical separation. But we did run across one of our circles, I'm looking for it right now, that was a milk conch aggregation, and we did observe reproductive activity. And I'm also aware from previous surveys around Puerto Rico of very high densities of milk conch in certain areas. And as I said, that could be something that we could incorporate in future surveys and take notes so that they would be available later on.
Thank you.
Graciela. And then we got
Graciela here. Quickly, we are going to send you a link to some of the reports from the mesophotic reefs, because queen conch has been in our fishery surveys through the Coral Reef Conservation Program. And right now we have an ROV diving up to 130 meters through Reni Garcia. So we do take notes on the conch and try to make sure we can the ROV can manipulate the conch and stuff, so we know if it's alive or not. So that information should be coming online pretty soon. And that includes surveys in Puerto Rico, in the Virgin Islands also. So to 130 meters.
Okay, great. Thank you, Graciela.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks, Kevin.
Bye, thanks.
Bye.
We're gonna get going again. Where is Kevin? All right. Okay, ready? Okay, so Kevin, okay, thanks. So she's all yours, Kevin.
Thank you. This is Kevin from the Science Center. If we can start up the same presentation and go forward one slide. All right, I know you've all been waiting. Your favorite presentation of the meeting. Here it starts. I'm going to talk about the work that the folks in the Caribbean Fisheries Branch have been doing. We put together this slide as sort of a broad overview. I'm not going to talk about all of these topics, but I'm going to hit on a few of them in upcoming slides. The stuff in different colors, like the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, that sort of thing, and then all the species on the right. The different colors don't really mean anything in the original document. Those were links to other sites. But I am going to talk about a few of these things. And so we're involved, as many of you know, and are also involved in our strategic planning work. We do a lot of data collection. We also rely on many other folks to collect data that we then use in our data analysis and data provisioning. And of course, we do stock assessments as well. So next slide. So first, I'd like to introduce our newest Caribbean Fishery Branch staff member, Matt Damiano. He has been well traveled in his educational career. He got his bachelor's at Oregon State University, followed by a master's at the University of Maryland, and then finally a PhD at North Carolina State. Most recently, before joining the Caribbean Fisheries Branch, he was a postdoctoral associate. And in that role, he was the lead analyst for dolphin fish management strategy evaluation and also was a stock assessment scientist for the Atlantic Red Snapper Research Program. So he was actually doing this postdoc at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center lab in Beaufort, North Carolina. So we're very happy to have Matt joining us. He brings a lot of skills that we're going to make use of. In particular is that management strategy evaluation expertise that's going to give us a really useful tool in our toolbox of analyses. Next slide. Yesterday at the Science Center, Cisco Werner, who many of you have met in the past, was visiting. And so my boss, Shannon Calais, asked all of her branch chiefs to put together your 3 biggest successes in each of the branches. And so I asked the Caribbean branch to give me their list. And so we boiled that down to our 3 that we gave to Shannon. And these are the first 2. And I've slightly rewritten them from what we provided to Shannon. But basically, what I think one of our biggest successes has been to have more Science Center staff time and resources and leveraging other staff and resources to doing work in the region. I think we're really starting to have a meaningful impact and building capacity with collaborators. We've got better communication, better interaction with stakeholders. I think we can all agree that the atmosphere we're working in today is much, much different than, say, 5 years ago. So I consider that a huge success. The next success, I think we can chalk up to our collaboration between the Science Center and everyone down here working in the region, living in the region, is some real success with getting stock assessments through. Recall that it was not so long ago that it was a real struggle to get stock assessments that although the work was done well, the result was not found useful for management advice for a variety of reasons, some of them having to do with the way the laws are written. But in any case, we're now at a place where we've got CDAR 80 that you all just talked about. That was successfully completed and provides management advice. It also was an opportunity for the assessment staff to work in collaboration with the SSC to develop a better product. I think that is also a big change in from what we've seen some years ago, is we've got a much more collaborative association with the SSC. I think that's been for the best for all concerned. CDAR 84, we just completed a data workshop back in, I think it was January, might have been February. Everything's starting to run together for me. But in any case, it was a couple of months ago, and I've been involved in CDARs since either CDAR 4 or 7. So I've done a lot of these things. And when I left the CDAR 84 data workshop, I felt as good about that data workshop and how it progressed and what we got out of that as anyone I've ever been involved in. So that is primarily due to the people who were involved. Many of you are here in this room, and it was a really good data workshop. We got a lot of things done. We figured out how to do a lot of data provisioning and analyses better than we had been doing them. So the number of collaborators was terrific. So I felt really good about that one. So I would call that a huge success as well. Next slide. And then I would also point out that the strategic planning project, which has been going on for 3 years now. We started it a little bit sooner, but most of that was planning to plan. And anyway, we've got a strategic planning project. Again, many of you were involved. We've completed 12 projects. 20 more are in progress. I think that's helped to strengthen these collaborations that I talked about. We've increased communication, not only within the Science Center, but with all of the stakeholders, all of the collaborators in the region. And you'll see at the bottom there a whole bunch of acronyms. All of those folks were involved. And even just in the Science Center, there were people from 4 different divisions, 11 different branches, and the directorate, which is people above my pay grade. So I think it was it was and continues to be a really informative, collaborative, and useful process for getting some things done. Next slide. So a couple of things I want to talk about. We received at the Science Center some of the Inflation Reduction Act funding. And I'm going to talk about a couple of ways we're going to spend those funds. So we've had funded through other means some fishery independent survey work, which we do in collaboration with Puerto Rico fishers. We just yesterday had a meeting here in this very room, and trust me, it was even colder then. So things are improving. But we had the meeting with the fishers yesterday to plan for year 2 of a study. But we want to take what we've learned in Puerto Rico and not only extend the work in Puerto Rico, but move it over to the Virgin Islands and begin some of these fishery independent surveys there in collaboration with commercial fishers and other stakeholders. So there's a deep water reef fish survey that's happening in Puerto Rico. It began on the west coast of Puerto Rico. It's now throughout island wide. And we want to move that into the Virgin Islands. That is done in cooperation with fishers. We also want to move that, the existing survey in Puerto Rico, excuse me, into shallower water. You're all familiar, I think, at this point with the NCRIMP diver survey. That is a survey that right now gives us our best and longest time series of fishery independent data we can use for an index of abundance. So we want to overlap those 2 surveys so that we have essentially a survey from 450 meters. I think that's the deepest part of the deepest depth of that deep water survey, all the way up into shallow water where the divers are operating. And so if those overlap, now we're covering a much greater depth range. And we want to do the same thing in the Virgin Islands. So when we move that deep water survey over into the Virgin Islands, we'll go from these deep depths all the way up to overlap with where the existing NCRIMP diver survey is happening. So we're using Cooperative Research Program dollars as well as the Inflation Reduction Act dollars. And this was important work that was recognized in our strategic planning workshop. So we're not going off script here. This is something that folks recognize as important. Next slide. Oh, back one. There we go. So the second fishery independent survey is a lobster trap survey. This is actually the one that we were meeting with Puerto Rico fishers to get set up yesterday. So we're going to do a second year in Puerto Rico. And again, this is a survey we want to move to the Virgin Islands, and we'll do that with Inflation Reduction Act funding. It is cooperative research with the fishers. And again, we've got cooperative research program funding that we're also putting into this. Again, this came out of Caribbean Strategic Planning Workshop. So we want to get that happening this year. I'm trying to get all of the contract things set up so that people can bid on the contract. And I know that there are folks here that, or I certainly hope there are folks here in the Virgin Islands that will be interested in being part of that work. Next slide. So we've got a couple of additional things that we're doing in 2024. There's been a lot of talk today and in other meetings about some of the pelagics, the HMS fisheries. Also, I think we're going to see a talk later about sharks. Well, that's something we've been thinking about at the Science Center. So we want to start a project that I'm just calling Characterize the Shark and HMS Fisheries here in the U.S. Caribbean. That's going to start initially looking at some of the existing data that we have and also trying to get people on the ground in the Virgin Islands. We'll start with because we have fewer data from the Virgin Islands than we have from Puerto Rico at this point with the HMS fisheries and sharks. So we want to get that going this year. We will continue to support data entry for DRNA. We take some of the funds and add some additional funding to the Cooperative Statistics Program. We do something similar with port sampler support in the Virgin Islands. And we also want to work with stakeholders and better understand sort of their management expectations and requirements. And by stakeholders, I'm talking about everybody, not just necessarily the people in this room, but what do other folks who don't normally participate in this process, what would they like to see come out of management? And how do we make management or the management expectations, how do we use that to better inform the way we provide information for management? And one thing that I didn't put on here, but since it came up in Jennifer's talk a few moments ago, and I'll bring up now, is some of the Inflation Reduction Act money we're going to spend is to come up with hopefully a better way to conduct some of these conch surveys. And by that, I mean, we're going to build a camera system that we can tow behind a boat with the idea that we'll cover a lot of territory across the shelf so that you don't have to use a lot of expensive diver time to do these broad level surveys. You can cover a lot of ground. And we also want to build in using artificial intelligence, machine learning kinds of software, what's a conch and what's a rock, and have this camera system help locate those aggregations. You can then either better assign your divers to various areas to go do the survey, or you can utilize some other autonomous vehicle, or perhaps just change your search pattern with this towed array that we're going to build. Eventually we'll get it so it's engineered to go deeper. Right now, we just want to make sure we can get it to work. And we also want to train the software, because the whole idea is, how do we do more with less funds? People are expensive. So how do we do this in a way that we don't have to pay for lots of people time when they're better spent focused on, very specific dives, very specific kinds of tasks, not going through, sitting there going through hours and hours and hours of video, or doing a whole bunch of surveys when their expensive diver time might be better utilized. So we're going to try and do more with some technology. So that's part of how we're going to spend some of that IRA money, that Inflation Reduction Act money. Next slide. So that's it for my part. We've got a second part coming up, but I'm going to pause here for any questions. Great. You picked it. You learned it all.
Not letting you out of here that easy, Kevin. So I think thanks for the presentation. You've done a really great job in highlighting how it meets both, I think territorial needs as well as like the CFMC priorities. The one question I have is where are we on, I think, determining a structure that these things aren't simply one-offs, right? Because that's something we don't generally talk about is every 5 or 10 years, we come up with a new set of, ways to improve our fisheries independent data collections in the US Caribbean. But for some reason, that doesn't last for like 4 or 5 years after we've done it. And I think we all can point to a host of different reasons as to why that happens. But my question is, how are we developing better structures to make sure that the work that we're doing on this data collection from both the NOAA and the federal side, as well as the DRNA and DPNR side, is a structure that will last in perpetuity so that we don't have to keep reinventing the wheel every 15 years?
Right. Thanks, Sinai. That's a great question and something that, I think we've all, or many of us anyway, have struggled with. So I think there are a couple of things. One difference now versus even 4 years ago is there's now a Caribbean branch, right? So there's now somebody to champion that cause. And that has led to additional funding, for example, for the Deepwater Snapper survey. That had been something that was run through grant money, and now it's, funding is always elusive, but now it's in a much better, more longer term funding situation. So that's one. We're now able to better work with folks that have done like the RVC work, the NCRIMP diver survey, where we're now working with them to better integrate their results into stock assessments. And that's always a good argument to continue funding. But I think the other thing is coming out of the strategic planning, there are a couple of groups that are working specifically on what are the various funding options and how do we better tap into them. And then there's the whole governance group that, okay, even if we have money, it can sometimes, as you know as well as I do, it can sometimes be a real challenge to get that funding into place, even if we've received it. So I think that we're coming at it from a number of directions. I also think that success breeds success. So when we can demonstrate, so this IRA money isn't going to last forever. I think we've got 4 years of it or something like that. If we can demonstrate that we've built programs that are providing information that is useful and actionable, we can make a pretty strong case for continuing it. So I don't have a, yes, here's exactly how we're going to do it, but I think we're coming at it from a lot of directions now that maybe, and I think because we've got a number of branches at the Science Center, not just the one I'm in, but there are several others that have Caribbean in their name. That really changes the game, because now we've got champions for getting and keeping funding. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, Kevin, thanks for your presentation. One question, there's a lot of sources of information that are fisheries independent, which do not become incorporated. And to give you an example, are those research scientific studies that are performed for the private sector. And I will give you an example. For example, Rainy Garcia, he's been doing collection of zooplankton and fish larvae. He did it for me for 10 years in the same location in the south coast in Puerto Rico. He continues to do so on the north coast of Puerto Rico. And apart from that, there are other sources of information that were generated by scientists, and using scientific method. And I never see that being incorporated into any of the plans or anything. It's just as if are non-existent. And these are always published in reports. Okay. Some of in journals, sometimes whenever we have time, but very rarely. And I think that's a lot of information that the Caribbean section that you are directing should, at some level, at some time, should be incorporated. Just a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vance. Yeah, and I agree with you. And some of it, we have tried to tackle with the large database that Rachel Banton has put together as part of the strategic planning work. So a lot of those things, as we become aware of them, are put into that database that's searchable, and within that, and she's done a number of presentations, but briefly, the years that the study happened, who was involved, who do we talk to get the data. So it's not a repository of the data themselves, but it is contacts and the kinds of data, the kinds of information that were collected. And then the other thing is trying to this is a continuing, ongoing process to better get the word out, to better communicate, because we have to know that it exists in order to use it. So the first step is finding out that it exists. So, we're always looking for better ways to put those data requests or the requests for data out there. And there's a process within CDAR, and we've got to do better. We can always do better about asking more people, what we're going to do a stock assessment next year on species X, who's got data. So that's part of the process, but we do need to build those communication channels to better get at it, at finding those data. Because any scrap of information we can include, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Kevin.
Any more questions for Kevin? I had one about lobster traps, but I'm just gonna let that go for now.
Well, you feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer.
Well, I'm always harping about lobster traps. If are you talking about a 3x2 Florida style, or are you talking a trap that's baited for lobster?
So, the meeting we had yesterday, we had a number of fishermen in this very room, at these very tables, and we worked with them to come up with a consensus design. As a wire trap. It's not the Florida trap. The consensus design, because in the survey, we've got to have a standard trap, and it doesn't have to be the best trap. It can't be the worst one, right? It's got to be able to catch stuff. But and over the course of many hours, they came up with a consensus design. This is the one we think we want to use. And so we would do the same thing in the Virgin Islands, because what's consensus over in Puerto Rico may not be consensus in St. Thomas, may not be consensus in St. Croix. So we'd want to do the same kind of process, have the fishers involved. This is our expertise. Here's what we know. Now, Fisher 1 and Fisher 2 might not agree, but they got to come to some kind of consensus. And so we went through that process. And I don't have other than coming up with a standard approach, it's really the fishers that are coming up with that consensus design. And that's the one we use, because we can't have everybody doing something different, or we can't interpret the results, right? So you get that consensus design, and that's what's being used. And that's what's being used in Puerto Rico. And like I said, when we do this in the Virgin Islands, it could be a whole different design.
Sure. One sec. Yeah. That's fine, because I know our FAC, we have a draft lobster management plan, and design is one of the things we're trying to come up. So whenever that consistent design is finalized for the Virgin Islands, I'd like to maybe follow that.
No, this is not what we're imposing on anybody else. This is just for the study.
Right.
This is just for the survey. The rules of the Virgin Islands and trap design is outside of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, but I'm imposing. For our FAC anyways, yeah. Gosh,
So just a question, so the fishers involved in this design, do you think that they will also consider being participants of the CDR 91 that's coming up? Some of them, because the council needs to appoint fishers that are involved in the fishery.
I'm happy for you all to consider them. Yeah, it'd be great if they want to be involved. So I can get you the names.
okay, so we got to break for lunch. The hotel saying the food is ready and we got to go.
So
1:30 return.
So Matt, when we get back, Matt will be on.
Yes.
Okay.
So nice.
Thanks, Matt.
Carlos, just one quick thing before you break. We have Nicole, did you?
Hold on.
Just, Nicole's gonna mention, we have a Go Fish Gold Wild, which is our new newsletter. And Nicole's gonna talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, so thanks. Christina is holding up and has a stack of these magazines. We do as well. This is the second issue of our Division of Fish and Wildlife magazine. It details all types of activities we do, but of special importance this month are profiles on both of our port samplers. And so we encourage you to take this, learn more about what the Division of Fish and Wildlife does outside of these meetings, outside of fisheries and within the fisheries and on the ground. So Go Fish, Go Wild is going to be published twice a year. And if you have any projects that you are working on in the Virgin Islands that you would like featured, our Assistant Director, Aisha Morris, generally interviews folks and puts their kind of verbatim work right into our magazine. So it's a really nice way to get out that general story, the story around the data that's getting collected, the story around the press releases that are going out. So please feel free to take one of these. We have plenty for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. I did see something about that, and I was wondering what it was about. So I'll definitely grab one. Thanks. Okay, lunchtime.
Hola, Heather. Good afternoon, Heather. Do you hear us? Voy a escribir, a ver. Hi, Heather. Do you hear us?
Okay, we're gonna get going again. You all can take a seat. So now, estamos listos. So I think now we're gonna hear from Matt. See,
Can everyone see my screen?
yes.
Great. Are we ready to go or are we waiting for folks to get situated?
No, you can go ahead. They'll, most of us are here.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Matt Damiano, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. I'm going to give you a short talk today called Harvest Control Rules in a Changing Environment, Lessons for Confronting Non-Stationarity in the U.S. Caribbean. This is predominantly a presentation on work that was done by my colleague Kyle Schertzer with some additional work provided by myself. So without further ado, let's talk about non-stationarity. So statistically, stationarity is the idea that you have a process that is random and sort of unchanging over time. That's what I have here in this top figure. So imagine this is some kind of process like the temperature of sea surface water. It's random in a way that is predictable, and it's random around this average here, which is marked on the hard black line around 0. One of the challenges that we face in stock assessment is what happens when the effects of non-stationarity start to influence some of the biological quantities that we're trying to measure. And so non-stationarity can occur when there is a trend in a process over time, something like this where it's steadily increasing, or we can see a shift in the average. So in this case, we see an average over these first 100 years that is predictable around this average, but then it shifts up to this 5 mark. Or we can have non-stationarity in the form of increased variability. So now instead of having this relatively predictable range around the average, we have this much wider range. And so again, keep in mind something like an example of sea surface temperature in water, because that is one of the kinds of environmental non-stationarity that we see in the South Atlantic. So up in the top left, we have sea surface temperature. And what we see is that during these years, we would consider this a stationary process because it's centered around an average and the variability is pretty random and predictable. But then from here up until the present, we see something like a shift in the average. So now the average, instead of being down here, is up here. And so we start to see much warmer than usual temperatures. Similarly, if we look at this index of upwelling in the ocean, again, we have a stationary process during this period around one average with relatively predictable variability. But then we see that variability now start to shift downward. So we see less upwelling. And similarly, here we have bottom temperature, where normally we would observe variability around this mean, but even starting in the early 2000s, we see some lower than normal bottom temperature, and then more recently, some much higher than usual bottom temperature. So these are essentially some examples of environmental non-stationarity. So meaning environmental processes that are in some way changing over time. And so as you can imagine, this kind of environmental non-stationarity can have effects on fish populations. Maybe most typical is the expectation that things like increasing water temperature are going to change the distribution of fish over space and time. One of the popular theories being that fish are going to move either further north or to deeper water so that they can stay in water that is within the temperature they prefer. But it can also have other effects like on growth rates. Some fish aren't going to be able to grow as quickly in warmer water. There may be effects on the survival of fish. Fish may not thrive as well in colder or warmer water. And then most relevant to this presentation, environmental non-stationarity may be having an effect on recruitment. And so in the South Atlantic, what we've seen from recent stock assessments of mostly grouper species, black sea bass, gag grouper, scamp, red grouper, red porgy, and snowy grouper, suggest that recruitment is declining. For species that we don't have stock assessments for, some of the trend reports for these other species have suggested something similar. Abundance is decreasing, possibly due to poor recruitment. And here's just a list of some peer-reviewed publications that you can look up if you want to learn more about some of these more species-specific instances of poor recruitment. I do want to emphasize that this paper by Caitlin Wade et al. That came out last year was one of the biggest revelations as far as the trends that we saw across multiple species. And so I highly recommend reading that paper if you're interested. So from those assessments in which we estimated recruitment, these are the patterns that we got. What we see is that starting after around 2005 to 2010, there have been these very stark declines observed across multiple species. I'll give everybody a moment to sort of take in this slide. So just as a reminder, we don't actually observe recruitment. We don't go out and count small fish like that. We always estimate it within the model. So that's what these are. These aren't observations so much as estimated quantities from each of these stock assessments. Okay, now that the shock value has probably worn off, I will go to the implications of recruitment non-stationarity. So we provide a lot of the catch advice from these stock assessments based on benchmarks that are measured in terms of biomass. Now, because non-stationarity can have a large effect on recruitment, this has a ripple effect in terms of the amount of biomass that is estimated in the model. Where this becomes especially tricky is if one or more of these stocks enters into an overfished status. Now, because biomass is being affected in ways that we can't predict, the goalpost moves, the goalpost as far as rebuilding time is going to move, and it becomes really unclear when exactly we can rebuild to a target level of biomass. So that's the bad news. The good news is that a few simulation studies that we've done suggest that fishing mortality-based benchmarks like F40% or proxies of F40% like FSPR40 are robust to recruitment non-stationarity. And so in the South Atlantic, the Scientific and Statistical Committee takes the approach of using recent recruitment to set short-term catch advice. So this is consistent. And even if we don't know exactly what level of biomass we have, the nice thing is that this kind of catch advice, this management procedure of using F40 or a proxy, should just drive the stock level down toward its target level. So in this case, if we're fishing at F40, it should drive biomass down to 40% of its size. And so I have a couple of examples from these simulation studies, the first of which was done by Kyle Schertzer on South Atlantic scamp, and the second I did for South Atlantic black sea bass using a management strategy evaluation. So the scamp simulation took the estimated recruitment from the stock assessment and projected 4 different levels of recruitment over 80 years. And so up here in the right, what happens is every 20 years, the average of recruitment shifts to a new level, but we fish at F40% during the entire 80-year time frame. And so we start with this low recruitment, then it goes to an average, a mid-level between, and then a high level of recruitment. And so if we fish at F40 and then measure the resulting spawning stock biomass, we see that it has a very predictable effect on spawning stock biomass. So if you were to take your thumb and put it over that y-axis that says the amount of SSB and pretend that you have no idea what this SSB level is, if you fish at F40 or some proxy of that, you know it's going to reduce the spawning stock biomass to that target size. And so that's really heartening to know, because if non-stationarity is making biomass sort of unknowable, we can set a sufficiently precautionary level of fishing that absorbs that uncertainty. And so from my own work using management strategy evaluation, I projected the population forward under F40 and 75% of F40 and looked at 3 different levels of recruitment. In black, the average from the historic period to the left, and then these 2 lower levels corresponding to averages taken over this decreasing period of time. And we see the same thing. Fishing at F40 over the course of, I believe, 50 years into the future has a predictable effect on spawning stock biomass. It reduces it to the target level. Now, yes, the level of spawning stock biomass is lower when you have lower recruitment, but you are fishing down to a target where you can avoid overfishing. So this demonstrates the same take-home message, which again is just that this particular strategy is robust to non-stationarity in recruitment. And so bringing this back to the SSC's ABC recommendation for CDAR 80, they recommended catch at FSPR 40. So this was a precautionary approach given all of the sources of uncertainty in the Queen Triggerfish assessment that should at least be robust to any kind of non-stationarity in recruitment. Now, of course, there is a strong need for further research because, as we've seen in the South Atlantic, we're not really seeing the kinds of distribution shifts that most people would expect. Our reef fishes in the South Atlantic aren't moving further north, and they're not really moving to deeper water. What we're seeing instead is this recruitment failure for all of these grouper species. And so, given that environmental non-stationarity may have effects on fish populations in ways that we don't expect, we may want to conduct other analyses. One of which I think would be useful is looking at correlations between ecosystem indicators, which can include fishery-dependent catch per unit effort, as well as indices of relative abundance from fishery-independent data, and look at the correlations between those and large-scale oceanographic process indices, like the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current or other indices related to the Gulf Stream. And then I would also recommend management strategy evaluation and simulation studies so that we can actually test the kinds of harvest control rules used in the Caribbean and see if they're going to be robust to non-stationarity in fish population dynamics, not just recruitment, but also growth and survival. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions from Matt?
Yes.
Vance.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, Vance.
Yeah. Hope that your health has come back after your COVID experience.
Thanks. Yes, feeling much better. Hopefully you can hear it in my voice.
No, my question is similar to the one that I asked you during the last SSC meeting, and it's when you saw this drop in recruitment, particularly the scamp, despite that we knew that there was a lower recruitment, it was a few years after that the scamp was declared as overfished, and the catch was limited by about 40% in order for this species to recover. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I've been able to talk about this a little bit with some other folks from the Atlantic branch of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center since we had our meeting a few weeks ago. And the thinking was that, I'm going to go back to that slide with all of those plots. The thinking was that once we first saw this low recruitment for a lot of these species, it wasn't clear whether this was outside of the realm of general variability around the mean. And so I think among those scientists who were more involved with this, they thought perhaps the recruitment would return and that we weren't seeing something like a regime shift. It was just a momentary, it was a few bad years in a row that could be followed by good years in the future. And it was really only recently that it became evident that this was happening for a lot of different stocks at once and could be part of a process having an impact on multiple stocks, not just scamp.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Any more questions from Matt? A quick question on the no distribution shift. Is that like none at all or just minimal?
So the study I'm referring to by Jay Chow and some others found that among about 20 species of reef fishes in the Southeast US, only black sea bass appeared to have a distribution shift. And it wasn't likely one where the black sea bass moved so much as productivity of black sea bass decreased a great deal off of eastern and southern Florida and maybe increased a little bit off of North Carolina. But for those other species, which I believe include all of the stocks in that recruitment graph, there were no distribution shifts.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any further questions, comments for Matt? Graciela?
Hola, Matt, Graciela here. So remind me, please, the increased temperature, is that related to extratropical areas rather than fully tropical areas?
Yes, I think we're talking about the extra or subtropical regions when I'm showing you those graphs.
Thanks. And the reason why I'm asking is because, we are a really tropical area down here, and it's completely different from even Florida or Colombia and Venezuela. So, we're smack in the middle of really not knowing how things are going to change, at least in terms of the EEC and what the council is concerned with, more than anything else, the deep water species of groupers and snappers. So, in terms of that, I think that we need to do a little bit of search for what we know about the spatial distribution or redistribution of those species in this area.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from Matt? Hearing none. Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, next is the Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan. Brent?
Thank you. I was just waiting to see if Heather was able to join through.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm Heather Blau with NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office, and I'm going to co-present today with Dr. Brent Stoffel from our Southeast Fisheries Science Center. You all have heard several presentations on this effort over the last several years. First on the national equity environmental strategy that we released last spring. You were okay on the second slide there. First, on the national strategy we released last spring, and then we briefed you on the focus group work that we conducted last summer and fall in Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and throughout the Southeast to get stakeholder feedback on ways that we could advance those 6 national objectives that were in the national strategy. And then most recently, we briefed the Joint District Advisory Panels last February on the comprehensive list of suggested action items that came out of all of that public engagement work that we did last year. And since that time, we have looked through all of the suggestions that we received and considered the priorities that the district advisory panels highlighted for us, along with input that we received from the Gulf and South Atlantic councils. And we put all that information together and drafted our regional implementation plan, which was due to headquarters early this month. And so it's currently with headquarters under review. It's intended to be a living document, which will review and update at least at 5-year intervals, if not more frequently. And really, this is the first time that we've ever undertaken an effort to advance a common set of objectives around equity and environmental justice within the agency. We're learning as we go, and definitely expect both the information that we're putting into the plan and the results and outcome of the plan to continue to improve as we learn more information and continue to work with you all and our other fishery management councils and partners really on this effort. Next slide, please. So today we're going to focus on giving you really a preview of the subset of suggested action items that we carried forward into our draft plan. We've separated them into 2 distinct categories. One is we're calling the immediate or near-term action items, about 2/3 of the items we've put in that category. And those are things that we intend to accomplish during the first life cycle of the plan with existing resources that we have on hand. And then the remaining items that we carried over, they're identified as longer term action items that will pursue additional resources to support, because we really believe they're important to achieving the objectives of the national plan, but we don't have the resources to undertake those at this time. And then most of the priorities that the district advisory panels outlined for us, they don't perfectly align with the action items that came out of the focus group work or the objectives of the plan themselves. But we do believe that we have been able to largely, or at least partially, address the full list of priorities that we received in some form in the plan. And so as we walk through this with you, we will sort of note those areas of overlap that we identified. And then at the end of this, maybe we can have some discussion or respond to questions around that. So that's kind of the format of today. Does anyone have any questions about that before we get started? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Brent to start with our research and monitoring objectives.
Next slide. Thank you, Heather. Our research and monitoring actions aim to improve and expand the social science needed to fully identify and understand our underserved communities and their EEJ-related concerns, needs, and interests. The DAP priorities that overlap with these actions emphasize the importance of collecting both fishery-dependent and independent data, including fishers and cooperative research, and engaging youth in the fisheries. Our immediate or near-term actions would have us conduct research and analysis to identify underserved communities and understand the issues and challenges, and understand their issues and challenges, including barriers to entry, and partner with the councils, communities, and others on tools to accomplish that work, to involve underserved communities in participatory research and citizen science, and to evaluate how some key factors like allocation decisions and seafood imports impacts local communities. Next slide. We also intend to pursue funding to conduct a situational analysis of marine aquaculture development in the U.S. Caribbean to identify forms of aquaculture that are best suited to regional conditions and explore opportunities for more accessible pathways for authorizing small-scale or experimental projects. We plan to examine spatial analysis of offshore wind development in connection to marine and terrestrial with connection to marine and terrestrial natural and cultural resources. We want to identify challenges and lessons learned from disaster events to help improve and monitor disaster response efforts. For example, I would like to just sort of sidetrack here to bring up that in June, SNK has a newly opened funding opportunity for infrastructure redevelopments. So to prepare for climate issues, things like how do we prepare for climate change? Well, one of the things that they can do is look to improve the conditions of the infrastructure in relation to things like storm surge and those kinds of conditions. And so I would encourage you to look at that announcement. And if we can assist you in navigating that process, please let us know. The reason why I know about this is because I reviewed an actual proposal last year, and for $500,000, a shrimp dock in Florida was able to be refurbished to be able to withstand some of the increasing climate-related issues. So I think that would be a good opportunity for folks in the Caribbean to take advantage of. We want to evaluate equity issues throughout commercial and recreational fisheries. We want to examine the importance of diversifying operations in fisheries. We want to analyze the impacts of our services and management decisions on communities, including the expected versus actual impacts of fishery management actions. And we want to conduct research to illuminate specific underserved populations and issues, including themes such as consumptive or subsistence use of fisheries and the role of women in the local fisheries. Next slide. Looking at our policies and plans, actions aim to address various institutional barriers based on access and complexity. And these were identified during our stakeholder engagement work. Several of these actions also overlap with or address the DAP's cooperative research priorities in different ways. Our immediate or near-term actions aim to ensure equitable access to offshore aquaculture grant and research opportunities and climate-related benefits and services, establish best practices for how we develop and deploy fisher surveys, collaborate with the council and headquarters on ways to address trade and other market barriers through our national seafood strategy, and possibly by adopting strategies employed by the Culebra Fishing Association pilot initiatives or proposed in FAO's voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries. We want to pursue a safe fishing zone designation for Lang Bank from the International Maritime Organization, which I believe, Carlos, you're probably going to talk about later today or this week. We want to work with the council to identify and address any unintentional procedural barriers to engagement and to proactively eliminate or minimize any barriers associated with the design of new limited access programs. For example, the council and NOAA Fisheries are currently working together to explore the development of permits for certain fisheries, which may or may not be limited in access based upon what the council intends to accomplish. And finally, we want to work with our attorneys and headquarters to develop policy guidance addressing use of various forms of financial assistance to support our underserved community engagement objective. Next slide. Our longer term items are focused on simplifying our fishery permit application and renewal processes, which at this time is applicable in the Gulf and South Atlantic, but however, it can be applicable in the Caribbean region if they pursue federal fishing permits. And next, developing a policy framework to support more routine and consistent efforts to gather, consider, include, and apply local and traditional ecological knowledge in our data collection, science, and management process. Next slide. Our benefits actions focus on leveling the playing field with respect to the opportunities and services we provide so that all stakeholders have equal access. These actions overlap with the DAP priorities related to educating fishers on the importance of sustainability, collecting both fishery dependent and independent data to inform our management decisions, and getting young people involved in the fisheries. Our immediate or near-term actions would have us track the percentage of opportunities that accrue to underserved communities where we were able to do so that we can get an understanding of what that looks like. The types of opportunities we're thinking about in this context would include things like contracts and grants, experimental fishing and research permits, educational training, and internship opportunities. We've included several items focused on reducing barriers to accessing grants, careers in mission-related jobs, and the capital needed to successfully compete for fishery and aquaculture opportunities and maintain profitability. We want to promote the consideration of underserved community needs and federal fishery disaster assistance allocations in collaboration with headquarters, states, and territories, and other partners. Other items would have us collaborate at all levels of government to explore and pursue opportunities for preserving or creating new infrastructure and working waterfronts. This is a critical need in all three regions, and there are a number of opportunities we could explore and take advantage of if we allocate time to do so. And we've included a couple of items that try to address requests to use our authorities to help communities mitigate the threats that they are facing from large-scale infrastructure and energy projects and related natural resource injuries. Next slide, please. We also identified a couple of longer-term actions we believe are needed to effectively support this objective, but would require additional resources. Those include advancing and improving science management in the U.S. Caribbean by increasing funding for data collection, processing, and analysis, and prioritizing enforcement in the region. And second, collaborating with underserved communities, the aquaculture industry, and the fishing industry to develop or support high school technical courses and other vocational training and technical assistance programs in fishing and marine aquaculture with a focus on underserved community members. I'll turn it back over to Heather. Go to the next slide.
Next slide, please. Thanks. So our outreach and engagement actions are focused on further diversifying the way we communicate to address some of the barriers that we had identified through our public engagement efforts so that we aren't unintentionally limiting or impeding underserved community engagement in the work that we do. And the district advisory panel priorities that most closely aligned with these actions focus on supporting the St. Thomas Fishermen Association's interest in conducting outreach at EcoFest, increasing education and outreach to recreational fishers on a broader scale, and also improving efforts to address identified language and communication barriers just generally. The immediate or near-term actions that we included here are to organize a workshop with our regional Sea Grant staff that's focused on exploring ways we can better partner to advance this outreach and engagement objective. You know, the focus group work that we had conducted throughout the region last year really demonstrated how beneficial Sea Grant can be to this cause in places like Puerto Rico, where we have a really strong and well-functioning working relationship. So we want to talk about like where that's working well and where we could make some improvements and get more support in that area. We also intend to develop guidance and options for meeting identified translation needs in a more consistent way with the funds that we do have on hand. Headquarters recently established and loaded a new contract with the State Department that they've invited us to use to support some of our Spanish translation needs. And they also gave us a small amount of direct funding that we can use to conduct or contract regional services for those products in situations where, you know, the local dialect and terminology are of highest priority. So this type of guidance would really focus on helping us to prioritize how we use those funds and also possibly take better use of other tools like Google and services like Google Translate, things like that, to fill in the gaps. We also want to develop more tailored topic-specific strategies to communicate with constituents about our perspective and current regulatory changes versus grants and other opportunities that we have available, the status and schedule of our federal fishery disaster declarations and assistance, and also the fisher surveys that we're conducting, why we're collecting those data, how we're protecting and using the data in science and management decision making. Brent has already started to share some information about opportunities that are available with your council liaisons so they can help us get the word out on those. And we could also consider here in these tailored strategies ways that we can work with the STFA and other fishing associations on achieving some of our collective outreach objectives. We'll establish new strategies to better support our plain language mandates and objectives here. And we also want to work with our regional collaboration teams and other NOAA partners to explore the possibility of creating what we're calling virtual meeting hubs in some communities that could help us to increase access to virtual meeting opportunities within communities that are having technological or other barriers to accessing participation in those. Next slide, please. So the other longer term items we included here would have us pursue funding to further increase our ability to meet translation needs by really allocating more resources to that and integrating that capability into our annual budgeting and planning initiatives. So really normalizing the process of translating the products and services that we're producing. Another would identify or create one or more multilingual stakeholder liaisons at CIRO and at the Science Center with the goal of providing really one-stop shop service to stakeholders that call with questions about a range of issues. We want to continue and expand the work that we initiated through the Sea Grant workshop that we're organizing this year towards really institutionalizing a network of community liaisons throughout the region that will help us to achieve our outreach and engagement objectives in the most strategic and cost-effective way that we can. And then we also want to develop or support new strategies to facilitate the more frequent and meaningful outreach and interaction with our female stakeholders. Next slide. So this inclusive governance action is really those that touch on the work that you do most directly because they're largely focused on helping us to enable underserved community engagement in the decision processes related to our mission work, right? And so a lot of these overlap with the work that the council is doing. And the district advisory panel priorities that most closely aligned with these actions focus on cooperative research, education, and communication. The immediate or near-term actions that we included here would have us work with the councils on strategies to increase underserved community participation in public meetings and input processes, and also on council and other advisory bodies that we are setting up. This would include exploring options to help ensure that all stakeholders feel secure to voice their perspectives, even when it differs from popular opinion. And also amplifying messaging that's being put out from our headquarters offices about the status, schedule, and process for nominating and appointing council members to help people get a better idea about the real pathways to council appointments. We've included an action here that encourages the councils to consider engaging existing committees and advisory panels or establishing new advisory bodies to advise on equity and environmental justice issues related to the fishery issues they're addressing, and also support implementation of our common regional equity and environmental justice objectives. We'd like to collaborate on the development or distribution of materials to address identified educational barriers, and also hope to work with our Marine Resources Educational Program Steering Committee to ensure those training opportunities are accessible to underserved community members. Then we want to work with the council's SSCs and APs to collaboratively identify research priorities together, and also to consider ways that we can better enable fishers to contribute to or participate in the research priorities that we're able to fund through competitive grants, exempted fishing permits, and other mechanisms where possible. Finally, we've included an action here that would increase stakeholder engagement prior to our ESA listings and the development of recovery plans and critical habitat designations by hosting accessible informational meetings and public hearings or other mechanisms. Next slide, please. The longer term actions we've included here would have us explore opportunities to leverage the support of community liaisons to gather and report input from rural and other underserved communities with limited capabilities to participate in our decision processes. And that could really be maybe an offshoot of the work that comes out of this year's Sea Grant workshop. We want to develop more targeted competitive grants and pilot projects to support greater participation in regional research and monitoring activities. Next slide, please. Okay, our last objective is to create an empowering environment, and the actions that we included here are really more internal facing, so they don't have direct overlap with the district advisory panel priorities, but they're really intended to provide the support structure for them, as well as all of the items really in our entire implementation plan. And the immediate or near-term actions that we've included here include commitments to integrate our immediate or near-term action items into our organizational priorities through strategic planning processes, and also develop a strategy for pursuing funding needed to address the longer-term action items that we've included in the plan. We want to establish teams to support implementation of the regional plan, and we're envisioning those would look similar to those that we used to develop the plan, but maybe more expansive on our end. So we did work with Graciela and others with your council liaisons when we were putting the focus group together, and Graciela in really looking through and exploring the suggested action items that came out of those. We'd like to develop partnerships and support scholarship, internship, and mentorship programs to support underserved community access to careers within our organizations. And we also want to organize and participate in interagency workshops to leverage resources and address some of the more complex cross-jurisdictional issues and challenges that we identify throughout this process. Next slide. So the longer term unfunded actions we believe are really critical to increasing our capacity for this work include hiring additional social scientists, EEJ coordinators at both CIRO and the center, and biologists at CIRO that would be Caribbean specific, providing more routine plain language training for all of our staff, as well as specialized training for grant reviewers, port agents, and others who interact directly with the public. And then finally, identifying points of contact who can provide technical assistance with grants and other funding opportunities. That was identified as a barrier to underserved community access to some of those benefits that we're offering. Next slide.
So as we finish up here, as we noted earlier in this presentation, the draft plan is currently undergoing review at headquarters and tentatively scheduled for a final June rollout. We'll take into account the additional input that you provide today when it comes back to us to address headquarters review comments later this month. Once finalized, we will begin working with you on the implementation planning. To get a sense of some of the things that are happening at both the national and regional level already, we've already begun to hear that a position is being created for a national EEJ representative position out of headquarters. We've secured funding for translation services through FY25. We've developed a webinar platform for trilingual real-time translation and two-way communication. We've secured funding to train and engage local liaisons in upcoming data collection efforts. We are in the process of developing a quote unquote train the trainers on EEJ workshop. This workshop will be This will be a workshop to train those who will go out and educate stakeholders about EEJ and how to get involved. We will return to Puerto Rico and the USVI to share the final implementation plan with stakeholders and answer any questions. We will begin to conduct oral histories to document EEJ issues related to changes in the fisheries. We will begin to address the blue economy specifically related to offshore wind and spatial planning. We will update information to ensure that fisheries management has the best information available about the fisheries in order to mitigate negative impacts. We will have regularly distributed information about grant, research, and educational opportunities with liaisons, and we'll formalize this process, also having it translated. And in May, I will work at MREP. I'll be in a workshop at MREP in St. Croix, where I'll have the opportunity to talk to fishermen and other stakeholders regarding the utility of social science and EEJ in fisheries management. And while we're currently discussing this as being on a 5-year time schedule, we can see that edits, changes, and those things can be made in the real time. So we don't have to wait 5 years if we figure out a new thing or if we can address something in the immediate present. So while we see this not as a 5-year update, but more as a living document. So other than that, Heather, I think we pretty much covered it.
Unless anybody has questions.
We'll just open it up for any comments or questions that any of you may have. I realize it's a lot to digest. Imagine doing 29 focus groups and having over, how many was it? Over 370 actionable items that had to be binned and boiled down into 6 categories, and then addressing 3 different regions with the diversity that we have. It's quite a lot to digest. I imagine for you, it must seem overwhelming. For us, there were days that felt very overwhelming too, but I think that we're on the right path.
We did include the full text of the action items that we carried forward, along with the district advisory panel priorities and handouts that hopefully you all have.
Question for Commissioner?
Afternoon, everyone. Jean-Pierre Oriol. So this is really just, I'm trying to frame my thoughts. It looked like 2 things stood out to me in terms of just going through the presentation where some of the long-term projects. So me personally, and this is kind of my hat that represents not just the Virgin Islands, but all islands. And so I serve as the chair for the All Islands Committee for the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force. And one of the things that we talk about when we talk about the environmental justice is really the empowerment within the islands for people. And so one of the comments that I just wanted to make is, first and foremost, where we had opportunities, whether it be scholarship, fellowship, anything like that, that might be something that's longer term funded. And I think that needs to be near term funded, because the ability to build our own, to remain in the region, remains a top priority of every single territory under the US flag. So we have a really good example of how under the Coral Reef Conservation Program, we have the Coral Reef Management Fellowship that's been around for some 22 years, I think now. And if you go through and you look at the success rate as to where the placement of these fellows are, every single one of them is working in a coral reef jurisdiction. And most of them, I can speak for the Virgin Islands right now, where we've had 4 or 5 after their fellowships, they're all still within the territory. And so again, we're trying to promote and build our own, use our local universities to help us recruit, but then finding ways that we place them and keep them in the territory to continue to do our natural resource management work. The second comment that I had, and again, it's a bigger funding item, but it ties back together what we were talking about this morning. And it goes back to the data that belongs to the region in terms of fully us understanding what's going on with our fisheries and our fisheries resource management. Those bigger ticket items seem to be longer funded, but I think that the more we've discussed our data management, it's like a priority that needs to be addressed now, currently, and not future. But I mean, if we can find, where that large source of funding that can put that structure together is, then that's information that stays within the regions, for the people to have access to. And then it's the data that we use to build the next fisheries management cohorts out of our territories. So just wanted to put those two comments.
Sabater.
Roberto Sabater. Do you provide any funds for the implementation of obtaining data from the recreational sector of fishers? Do you have we can fund this system, since we have one in Puerto Rico here for the commercial, but none that I know of for the recreational fishermen? Thank you.
Can you, I lost the question there. Could somebody repeat the question?
Do you provide funds or something, or so that we can implement in Puerto Rico data collection from the recreational fishermen?
Okay, let's be clear what our level of involvement in this process is. That is something that would have to happen further up the scale than where we're at. Right now, we're identifying those issues, like what that would be a great issue for us to approach someone with, to say, people would like to know if there is this funding opportunity. We don't provide funds, but what we're hoping to do is, if we have access to information that they do exist, or that these programs do exist, that these things will be made shareable with you so that you can participate in the process of getting those funds, that you would have access to that opportunity. But we're not at the level where we have a line item budget where we can say we're going to take 30% of our budget to look at recreational issues in the Caribbean. That's not where we're at in this process.
We have, though, identified additional data collection research in the Caribbean, right, as a priority here that is unfunded, but we do intend to put together a funding strategy for all of the unfunded items that we've included, so that we're actively pursuing funding, right, to address those needs, because we simply don't have the money, right, in some cases. And I'm not sure who spoke first. We do have some of the internship, mentorship, those kinds of things under the funded short-term actions too. I think we're already doing some of that work and want to definitely continue supporting those opportunities where we have the funds to do so. But we've also identified some other ones, which might be more of the ones you were talking about under the longer term, to support internships too within the islands, where the people can stay in the islands, right, and give back. And so that's another area where we want to put together funding strategy and pursue additional resources for that, right? It's hard to get the resources if we haven't identified the need and really put together a strategy for pursuing resources to address the need. So I guess we're seeing that as part of the first step here, right?
Kevin?
Thanks. Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. So my question to Heather and Brent are, one, I think the scholarships and the internships and all that stuff, I think that's fabulous. So I hope that proceeds well. As far as the data collection side of things and trying to work on funding and all of that stuff, how are you tying that in with some of the other priorities and work that people are moving forward in the region. So, for example, the council has a strategic plan, and Zero and the Science Center have strategic plans, and the SSC has put forward a bunch of research priorities. And we've got a whole bunch of people, as I showed earlier, that are working on strategic plans that have prioritized various data collection programs, and many of those are moving forward. So how do we integrate and coordinate all of these efforts? Because you all are moving forward with this, which I think is fabulous. It would be, given we live in a world of limited resources, we don't want to reinvent the wheel all the time, right? So how do we better coordinate, or how do we ensure that we coordinate all of these different efforts to bring funding to various priorities?
So our intent is to totally synchronize all of those, Kevin. Like right now, we've just identified the need, right, for more and better data. And really, this came out of the focus group work that we conducted. Once we have our final plan cleared, right, and rolled out by headquarters, the next step would be to start implementation planning, right? And that would totally involve all of the divisions, right? The people who are actually going to be doing the work, the council, looking at what the council priorities are, working with the outreach and education panels, the whole thing. So I think our intent is that all of implementation of all of these actions would be collaborative, right? And super strategic. So we're making best use of the funds that we have available.
Great, thank you.
We have a chat, Christina.
Yes, Grisel Rodriguez wrote in the chat, DNR does run a recreational statistics program with wildlife and sport fish restoration funds, and we are working with the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to build up the program. Grisel Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. And
Yeah, if there's not any more questions, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Brent and Heather and the EEJ team, but also to the Caribbean Council. When we went to all three of the fishery management councils in the Southeast, we were met with skepticism, with the exception of the Caribbean Council. We were met with energy from the Caribbean Council and excitement, and we were greatly appreciative of that energy and input, and thankful especially for the input from the council members, the council staff, as well as the DAPs that have greatly benefited the plan. And so as we finalize the plan and ultimately move forward with implementation, do encourage you to take a really hard look at it and see how we have integrated all of this great feedback and input from the Caribbean into the plan. As I've talked to my team and the Science Center as well, we want this to be a cultural shift for NOAA Fisheries as a whole, that this is how we do business, right? And the Caribbean is no more or less important than any other region that we are managing. And we want to make sure that we're working hand in hand with all of you. And I think the greater challenge, which Roberto kind of drew upon, is funding, right? And so that's where I think we are all facing the challenges of short-term versus long-term funding, what we can do within the capacity and resources we have. But I think what will be really important moving forward is how do we implement this, and talking to you further about where you see our priorities, where do we see our priorities collectively, collaborating with the council. So thank you for all your input.
thank you, Miguel.
I also like to thank Brent and the group, because this is the first time that we put all this together. It makes sense, a lot of sense. But following on this question, I believe that the chair and I will discuss it afterward with Graciela and see how can we move forward with some priorities that we can identify and follow up. And those priorities will be discussed with the chair of the DAPs and the groups. And hopefully we will do it this year. Because this year is the end of the 5-year cycle, as you all know. And probably we'll have we could identify once we get the money, because right now we have a promise, no money in the bank. There's some issues with the ERA funding and stuff. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, just to put in the record that Graciela and I will work with you, see we can move this forward with Heather and Dr. Brent. And I hope that we can do that by the summer. So in August, at the August meeting, we can say, okay, 1, 2, 3, this is things that are achievable and that we can do. And now I'm talking, the other regions are preparing these EHA plans. And this is part of what we are going to discuss at the CCC meeting in May. All the councils get together to discuss it. And I believe that the regional office, Southeast regional office, is ahead of others in terms of this presentation. For the council member that doesn't know much about the whole process, it took a lot of time to realize that we need to put together a plan like this. So we move forward. We have, in this plan, we have scientists, Dr. Brent, Heather, and others. And I believe this is a step in the right direction. The plan called for billions of dollars. And I remember one time, Graciela and I were asked, how much money you need to manage the fishery council? And I said, well, tell them billions and billions, because that's what Carl Sagan used to say, there's billions and billions of stuff. I never said that again because they put it in the report. So I told Graciela, we never make a joke, those people in Washington, they don't have the sense of humor. So we need to then commit ourselves, Mr. Chairman and Graciela, to present to the council at the next meeting in August those priorities that we can achieve. And we will be able to discuss it with the DAPs, the chairs, and the people that are the players. Thank you very much.
Okay, Brent?
Thank you. I'd like to say thanks to both you and Andy for your kind words and your collaboration. I mean, 20 years, we've come a long way for how we do business. And imagine where we can be 20 years from now, you know, with this kind of effort. I would like to encourage you as you think of priorities, not to lay one into your mindset, but offshore wind is coming, and it's coming very fast. And so if this can have potentially really fantastic impacts, and it can also cause issues of displacement for the fisheries. And so I think that, again, not to put anything into your priorities list, but I would seriously consider that as a major concern for something coming down the pike. So anyway, thanks again. And again, there's so many more people to thank, but especially people like Janet and Alita and Wilson and Leandri and Nicole for all of their efforts to help us get this thing off the ground and working. And of course, Maria and Sarah, who were integral in the data collection, analysis, and data sharing. So there's a big group. Takes a village.
And Graciela.
And Graciela, of course.
Okay, thank you, Brent. Thank you, Heather. Good to see you again.
You too. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Okay. And Andy, thank you for those kind words for the Caribbean. Woohoo for the Caribbean. So next on the agenda is Maria with the FMP's amendments and action updates.
Good afternoon. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries, Sustainable Fisheries Division, Caribbean Operations Branch. And this is the part where we're going to start talking about the actions and amendments that the Council and NOAA Fisheries have been working on for your consideration. So can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so these are the this is the status of the current actions as of April 2024. We have the framework amendment 1 to the island, to all the all the FMPs, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, spiny lobster reference point. This is the first one of the amendment that came from the CEDAR 57 spiny lobster assessment. Those regulations have been in effect since April 15, 2023. Next, we have the Amendment 1 to each one of the island-based FMPs, buoy gear definition and use. Those regulations have been effective on since August 21, 2023. And as a reminder, this is the one that prohibits the use of buoy gear for the recreational sector and allows up to 25 hooks on buoy gear for commercial fishers. The next action is Framework Action 2 to the island-based FMP. This is an update to the overfishing limit, the ABC and the ACL for spiny lobsters. And this is based on the 2022 update assessment to the CEDAR 57 spiny lobster assessment. And this one will set new ACLs for spiny lobster under each FMP. So basically, this is an update to Framework Amendment 2 to the regulations that are effective right now since April 15. So this action, the SSC recommended OFLs and ABCs for 2024 to 2026 for spiny lobster for each FMP. And right now, the status is that the final rule is being reviewed in headquarters, and we're expecting this to be published soon. The next action is Amendment 2 to each one of the FMPs, trawl, net gear, and descending devices. This is an amendment that will prohibit the use of all trawl gear, trammel nets, and purse seines in the exclusive economic zone, and limit the use of gill nets to surface gill nets with specifications for non-managed species, and require the use of descending devices when fishing. Requiring that descending devices are available and ready for use when fishing for reef fish in the EECs. So as you recall, the council took final action in December 2023. The council submitted the amendment to NOAA Fisheries in March 2024. And right now, NOAA Fisheries is developing the notice of availability of the amendment, and there will be a comment period open for 60 days. So we're going to be taking comments on the amendment, and the proposed rule is also going to be published, and these are currently under development. So we typically have fishery bulletins that will announce these comment opportunities. So the next action is Framework Action 3 under the Puerto Rico FMP, modification of triggerfish reference points. This is based on the Queen Triggerfish Assessment, or CEDAR 80, for Puerto Rico that was completed in 2022. So at the December 2023 meeting, the council tasked staff to develop the action. So right now that amendment is being reviewed by the Science Center, and it already completed the review at 0. So during this meeting, the council will review the amendment, the draft amendment, and they are going to select the preferred alternative, and the council can take final action if they wanted to do that. The next amendment is Amendment 3 to the each of Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and St. John FMPs, management measures for dolphin and wahoo. This is the amendment that will establish recreational back limits and size limits for all fishing for dolphin and wahoo stocks. The amendment has been already reviewed by Zero and the Science Center, and this amendment was also brought to these meetings for your review. And as you recall, this amendment, you already chose preferred alternatives. Of course, you can always adjust if you wanted to do that, but the amendment is ready to take final action and submit to the Secretary of Commerce if you wanted to do that. So those two amendments, the Queen Triggerfish and the Dolphin and Wahoo, are the two amendments that we're going to be discussing today after this presentation. Next slide. Okay, so these are other actions that are on the works as well. So Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP reclassification of the rainbow runner as a pelagic fish. We were talking about this earlier today. Rainbow runner is currently classified as reef fish in the Puerto Rico FMP, but is mostly caught as a pelagic species. The stock would be reclassified as a pelagic fish under the Puerto Rico FMP as recommended by the Council, SSC, and the Puerto Rico District Advisory Panel. So during the last meeting, the council discussed a plan to develop the amendment. The council tasked the SSC with addressing concerns about the commercial ACL, which is what we heard earlier today. The SSC made some statements regarding this task that they had from the council. And based on the discussions that we have today, unless there are any additional discussions, which I think we already talked about that earlier, but we can certainly go back if we need to, the IPT then would resume development of this amendment. Any questions for now, until now? Okay, moving on. The next action that we have is modification of Red Hind seasonal closure in the St. Croix EEC to address pelagic fishing. This is an action that would evaluate modifying the Land Bank Red Hind area closure to allow fishing for pelagic species during the closure. So during the December meeting, the council discussed a white paper that was brought by staff. We had a presentation. The council also provided guidance on what type of actions and alternatives they wanted to address. For example, the ones that deal with gear types, fishing methods, and species that could be fished for during the seasonal closure in Land Bank in the east of St. Croix in federal waters. So the discussion led to a tasking the staff to develop the action for further discussion. And the plan would be to bring this to for further discussion at the August 2024 meeting. So for this action, we still have to form an interdisciplinary planning team to work on the action, develop purpose, need, alternatives based on all the guidance that was provided by the council during the December meeting, and then bring it for discussion. There was one request for the St. Croix District Advisory Panel to have a meeting, schedule a meeting for information gathering for that. So this is one task that the council may want to take care of, so we can prepare and bring this information to the IPT so they can work on developing this action. Any questions on this one? Okay, moving on. The next action, and this is another one that we discussed earlier today, triggerfish reference points based on Cedar 80 for St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John. So this is based on the results of the Queen Triggerfish Assessment or Cedar 80 for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Their SSC made recommendations today based on their April 2024 meeting. And those recommendations led to the council making a motion accepting the ABC recommendations and moving forward with development of the action. So now staff will take that guidance and we'll start developing a framework action to update reference point for each one of St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John. So let me see here real quick. Okay, so these are the actions that we have right now that are more the actions that we have like sort of a plan already to move forward. And I think this will be a good time for the council to set the priorities of what they would like to staff to start working on. For example, can we go back to the previous slide real quick? Christina. Okay, from the actions that we have in here, so we have two actions that are already under NOAA Fisheries is working on the rules, on the proposed rule. And then we have the Queen Triggerfish that we're gonna be, hopefully making decisions today. And we also have the Dolphin and Wahoo making decisions today. So once the council makes a decision to submit this to the Secretary of Commerce for approval, then now NOAA Fisheries takes over and start working with the proposed rule, final rule, etc. So that council process, at least, in terms of development, ends there. Now there's a comment period, which is, open comment period for everybody. So can you go to the next slide, please? then this leaves us here with 3 actions, which is one is the Rainbow Runner that we talked about this morning. And then we have the land bank, the evaluation of the opening the water column for fishing for pelagic fish during the seasonal closure, and then the Cedar 80. So we are anticipating that based on that we could work staff, and I'm talking for everybody here that work with us, but we're anticipating that we could at least work with 2 amendments for the rest of the year. So so it will be good to set some priorities. So we have 3 in here, and if you have any preference of what we need to be moving forward, that will be good guidance to have right now.
Miguel.
Yeah, Maria, based on the workload that you have and the work that needs to be done, what are the 2 priorities that you will consider if you were the start of this, that the council could move forward with this year, connecting with 2025?
Well, I think I would like to hear from council members to see what would be we can work with 2 of the amendments, I believe, at this time. So I would like to hear what you all
No,
have
we need to
say.
hear you first. And I'm serious about it because we can ask for the sun and the moon here, but then the stuff it's time.
Absolutely.
It's precious.
Okay, so, but I will speak not in terms of our workload, but instead just speak in the sense of what I would think is a priority for the council. We'll work with the Cedar 80 because these are the resource from the assessment, so we can put that in place. And then the other one, because we already have some guidance, would be the St. Croix, the land bank, to start that evaluation, because to me that that is an action that is gonna take some time. It's gonna involve a lot of input from different areas and a lot of creativity too. So we already discussed that the Rainbow Runner, it's lower priority. So that's how I see it, but we still want to get it done.
Andy.
The reason I mentioned this is because Maria and the staff, they have a lot of work and excellent work that they do. And they can guide us and Andy. And then the council can decide, okay, out of those priorities, we agree with this one, we may add this other one. And that's what we move forward in 2024 and 2035.
Andy.
Yeah, and I'm going to phrase this a little bit different than Maria. So first, I think one suggestion would be if we move forward with the red hind seasonal closure and pelagic fishing, that we maybe combine the Rainbow Runner action into that one, right? So it's just one pelagic action, especially given our conversation that that's not necessarily an urgent priority, but something that could be worked into another amendment. But what I think would be beneficial to hear from the council members is really what is going to be most important and impactful from a conservation and management standpoint, right? What are the urgent issues in the region? We have obviously a lot of ideas and things that have emerged. We've talked some today, for example, about updating catch limits and accountability measures based on improved data, right? I don't know if we're quite there yet in having all the improvements, right? We're still waiting on Puerto Rico, but that's certainly been on my priority list, knowing that we've been having some updates to the data over time. The permit system for deep water grouper, right? That's another one that we'll be talking tomorrow, and maybe can't decide quite yet, but hearing from Ricardo in terms of what Puerto Rico is doing with deep water snapper, not grouper, and understanding what may be needed from the council perspective. So I would kind of pose it from the standpoint of less about workload, more about what's most important to the council, and then we can figure out how to position it within our workload.
So I'm sorry, Graciela, just wanted to mention this last slide that I have in here, those 3 actions. We have the development of the federal permit system and other discussions that we have. But then can you go one more? And so in here, I mean, this is what Andy was mentioning. These are the items that we need to addressed in 2024 that we're asking the council to address. You all have seen this before. So we have the 2023 AM discussion, which is also including revisiting ACLs. We talked about that this morning, that we have species that will benefit from a revision to the ACLs. There's also the actions to be taken when pelagics ACTs is exceeded, because as you know, the pelagics species do not have, if they go over the ACT, there's not an action set as to, for example, like the reef fish to close the fishery, etc. Another issue that we have right now, at least in Puerto Rico, is that we don't have recreational landings. And by not having recreational landings, it means that the monitoring of the ACL are done with the commercial ACLs. So what that means is that a commercial ACL goes over, then the accountability measure applies to, it's going to apply to all sectors. So those are things that are, I think, are very, they should be prioritized, because it's something that we are going to see continuously. There's other things in here that, for example, management on coral, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers are not necessarily super priority, but it's something that we have to deal with. And this is, the council will may want to reclassify this species as ecosystem component species, because we have an ACL of 0 for this species and the status is unknown. So we don't have any information to determine the status of this species right now. But that's something that perhaps is not as a priority as some other things. One thing that is very important that we already talked about some this morning is the Quincon rebuilding plan. And this needs coordination between CIRO, the Science Center, and the council's SSC, so we can start working on that.
Graciela.
So I'll start from the last point. So hot off the press, I mean, there is a vessel collecting sponges of the west and southwest coast of Puerto Rico right now. We don't have an ACL for sponges. They're on the ecosystem species. So, we had talked about reclassification these, but if there is an interest in harvesting from the deep waters for natural products and ecological activity, etc., then we might want to, bring in sponges with an ACL of 0. So those are the things that are happening right now. You can go to the internet and you look at things, the falcor that it's fishing of the area, which it's extremely interesting because it's bringing species that might be colonizing the shallower water or vice versa. So we have to know what's there. But then on the other hand, the collection of specimens needs to be monitored somehow. So that's FYI right now, because it's just happening and it's just coming up in conversations. So regarding the ones that are already started, the Rainbow Runner, just let's get it over with and done. There are other issues with pelagics, but I think that we heard this morning from Kate and the conversation that we had, that we can complete what we have right now and then start dealing with the other pelagics. The land bank and the red hind seasonal closure, if we get the funding for the 3rd year from the Coral Reef Conservation Program, the same monitoring that took place these past 2 years in Abril La Sierra of the west coast of Puerto Rico will be moving to land bank. So there is already ongoing collaboration with Harrison specifically in identifying the places for actually assessing the spawning aggregations of land bank. The issue of opening the water column still remains because it has been discussed many times at the council, but there are issues with the fishing gear that it's used, and that can be detrimental to the high coral formations of the land bank, which is a very high rugosity area in some parts. So we have to deal with that. The planers that are used for trolling and things like that we can continue to discuss. That I was just talking to Miguel about might be a requirement for doing maybe virtual hybrid scoping meetings, because it's going to impact both the demersal fishery and the water column. And not only that, but it will impact both the commercial and the recreational harvest of species within an area that has been seasonally closed for a long period of time. What am I missing? Can I go back?
Yeah,
The one before?
Graciela.
Sorry.
But the thing is, how can we harmonize what you're all saying with what Andy just mentioned before? He's a council member, he has his priority, but we like to hear, and this is what I agree with Maria, want to hear from the other council members. But it's very difficult to make decisions like this unless you are from the beginning working on all this stuff. And that's what I usually guide at. But going back to what Andy mentioned, for Maria and Graciela, how can you translate that into actions that we can take today?
So I believe the recommendation that, this is Maria, the recommendation that Andy was mentioning was to address the Rainbow Runner and the, what was the other thing that you said? The pelagics in one amendment, that action. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, somebody.
No, that's correct. Just we can combine the two actions. You can't do the St. Croix action in a framework, but you can do it the other way where you can include Rainbow Runner in an amendment, right? So I was just thinking rather than produce two documents, produce one document. And since we don't need to rush into management of, changing Rainbow Runner, that we can combine it with that Red Hind action.
Yeah, that's fine. They're both amendments, so that's.
I got a quick question on that. Is the USVI managing Rainbow Runner or is just Puerto
No,
Rico?
so that will be an amendment that it will be a document that would include an amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP to deal with the Rainbow Runner, and it will include, we can do it all in one document, and it will be an amendment to the St. Croix FMP to deal with the pelagic issues. So we can, that way we can do all at once.
Can we do it? Does the council agree?
Council member?
Not all at the same time, but at least tell us what you think.
I mean, I will look to staff, right? If they think it's simpler to just do the Rainbow Runner action, we could certainly do it that way, separate. I'm just looking for economies of scale, trying to put them together. I don't view the Rainbow Runner action as a high priority, right? So I'm just trying to integrate it with something that may be a higher priority. I think what's on the screen here certainly is, the priorities for the next couple of council meetings. But I think we do need to have discussion then about, what's next as well and what's waiting in the wing.
So, Graciela or Maria?
Can we go back to, go to the next slide, this one. So I want everybody to keep in mind that we also are going to be discussing federal permits for Puerto Rico, because that was the interest that the council showed last time. Although we are not ready to take any actions and draft any documents at this time, this is something that the Southeast Regional Office is going to be bringing to the August meeting, if possible, an example of a limited access permit on deepwater snappers, because that was what the council showed most interest. And it doesn't mean that that's the way it's going to be. It's just an example so you can see how something like that would look like under the current infrastructure that we have in NOAA fisheries, because this would be a federal permit. The other two discussions that are listed in there, the Gramanic Hindbank discussion, that I added it in there because this was something that was discussed during the December meeting. We saw a presentation by Dr. Nemeth, but however, there were no specific actions discussed or tasks, so I don't envision that is something that we will be dealing with during this year, and the council certainly can decide to take action on that if they wanted to, and then we can readjust if needed. And then the other thing that was discussed during that meeting as well is looking into issues and address questions regarding to management in Bajo de Seco for the NASA grouper recovery. So this is something that it was determined to be addressed at a future meeting. So just wanted to bring a couple more things for your consideration. So I apologize. Usually I go through the whole list and then go back, but this time I just wanted to bring some effort, given that we are already like 3 or 4 months into the year, trying to set our priorities straight.
So, but because otherwise we won't be able to come. Can we just ask the council if you agree with Andy's suggestion and then work with the rainbow runner and put it in with the other document that we're discussing, with the 2 documents? I agree. Okay. So we agree on something. And the next one?
I mean, I think this is something that perhaps I can bring it back to the office and then with an IPT and discuss if it's feasible to do them together in terms of, because we're trying to be efficient, right? But at the end of the day, once we go through the actions, if we determine that it's better to do it separate, then that will be the way that we would go. Because looking at it, and being very honest, it looks like the land bank, it may be a little bit more complex and it will need more time for evaluation. And there's so many different factors in here. So, I mean, I think at this point, maybe what we need is like, okay, move forward with those 3 actions, Queen Triggerfish, Rainbow Runner, and the land bank. And then maybe in the August meeting, we can report as to what would be our recommendation as an IPT as to what would be best to do, but we can certainly start working on that. Unless there, for the Queen Triggerfish, if there is not urgency to deal with that right now, and we can wait a little bit longer, then we can do that as well. But I want to hear what you guys have to say.
But I have a question for Kate, because the SSC has provided an ABC for the Queen Trigger from the Virgin Islands. What's the urgency in moving forward with that change?
Kate Zamboni for the record. I think the urgency is how old the data is at this time, right? And it just seems like the longer you wait, the more old that data becomes, and there might be questions about its reliability.
So Graciela, for the record, so that's one issue that we have. Then on the other hand, the Queen Trigger necessitates additional information that it came out of the SSC and the CDAR process, etc. So at some point we will have to move into the research priority that we need to fill in the missing information that we have to really bring up to date that. But we talked about priority species earlier on, so I think that probably a task for the SSC and the DAPs would be to actually go through the prioritization of stocks alongside with the Southeast Fisheries Science Center and the regional office, so that we can all be on the same page and use the matrix that has been developed by the Science Center that provides, look at all the data that are available for these stocks. And that way we'll move forward in terms of species that we already have information for, rather than be back into, this position of not having new data, not having data that is up to date, etc. But we do have to comply with, you've received an ABC, you need to move forward with that.
But the point is that we are not going to make all this in one day, but at least we have a roadmap to follow. So if we follow what Maria is talking about, then we should allow them to figure this out, follow what Andy mentioned before, and they can come back and report to us at the August meeting. In between, Graciela will be looking at, with Maria and others, we're looking at this list of priorities. And when we discussed land bank a long time ago, the issue why we didn't allow fishing in the water column was because that will present an opportunity for people to do the wrong thing on top of that, like, and use the wrong gear. And that's the reason why the water column was closed. So it's not an idea, oh, we like to open the water column because people innocently will go by. Nope. It takes, you have to consider that. So it's not something that you can do without really thinking, because you will need to go back to the report. So, Mr. Chairman, if the council agree, then the staff will work between here and the August meeting and report back to us on what is needed to be done to continue the work, especially looking at these three species, the queen trigger rainbow and the red hind and the landback. And of course, we'll be mindful that whatever we do, we need to look at the other species that we have that will need to be followed with information.
Andy?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So, Maria, in addition to those two actions for August, you said the permit discussion would also be in August. Is there anything else that staff was planning on bringing back in August?
For August, I think that will be it. For example, if we do queen triggerfish, we can bring something in August because I mean it's pretty straightforward. It will be just like the queen triggerfish in Puerto Rico that you will hear us talking about it and after this presentation. And then the other action, I'm sorry, what did you say we are going to do?
Rainbow runner,
Okay. Yeah, we're not planning to do anything else from that. One thing that will take some time and some effort, and it's working with the Queen Kong with the rebuilding plan. We're gonna start that process in our office, start coordinating what needs to be done. So we're gonna be working on that. I don't know that this is something that we can bring for the August meeting, but we can certainly start the discussion with that, and that will involve at some point some SSC involvement as well.
And
yeah, and that sounds like a good plan for the August meeting. One of the thoughts that's kind of crossed my mind during this conversation is we have a comprehensive list that you put together, Maria, of everything that kind of we've talked about in recent years that is on the back burner. We're trying to decide priorities that maybe not at this meeting, but a future meeting, we could actually go through and say high, medium, low, or 3, 2, 1, kind of characterize that so that staff kind of knows what are our priorities, what would be next to work on. The other thing that both the South Atlantic and Gulf Council do, which I really like, is they try to map out, at least for about a year, kind of the actions so they know what's coming when final action is taken, what the new action would be. And so we're really trying to get at that from a priority setting here so we can maybe come up with some ideas and bring that back in August as well.
Yeah, we used to do that, and certainly we would like to bring it back. Bill Arnold used to do all that horse blanket and the planning, and the beauty of that is you at all times know where you are and where you're going, and also what you need to move forward. So Graciela and Maria can take a look and report back to us at the meeting. But I want to also mention that the DAP Puerto Rico is going to meet to discuss permit, not a close the permit that we're going to discuss, but that will take place probably in July, and we are going to invite Julian and Gerson to come to that meeting because they probably will have they can come to the meeting with some ideas, and they can learn the idea we have an exchange, so we will follow. But what they are going to be discussing is the permit system they have in Puerto Rico and the permit system they may have in the Virgin Islands, and what can be harmonized with the federal permit if we ever have a federal permit. For example, in the case of Puerto Rico, they ask for a residency of 1 year for the permit, and that is not compatible with the requirement for the federal permit. That will be in July, so Nelson can report to the council at the August meeting, as well as Julian and Gerson on this topic that they're discussing. They're not talking about the closing the fishery. They're talking about just the way to harmonize the permits in a way that will make sense to the fishers and the managers.
I think it's important that like what Maria mentioned, the Senko DAP input on this land bank, fishing, trolling. We need to get that input from them because I think there's a misconception of the water column thing because they're not fishing over the hind bank closed area. You know, they're out in the deep, but if they hook a tuna and they're drifting, fishing, fighting the fish into the area, that's one thing. But I think you need the DAP's input on this. St. Croix for land bank. Yeah. So go ahead, Maria.
This is Maria. So let me see if I hear this right. So going back to Puerto Rico for the permit, Miguel, what you were saying is you would like to have the Puerto Rico DAP meet to discuss federal permits, what they would like to see in a federal permit.
No, it's not me. They asked me to have a meeting in the summer.
Right.
And the main point they have is that Puerto Rico Department of Natural Resources have a set of permits. And as you know, remember that they said they want to hear the latest on that one. And also they want to hear about possibilities of federal permits. They already did that. They have the presentation by the people that came here. And they have that in terms of the information. You know, if we want to have a federal permit, this is the process, as explained to them. But they also would like to see, invite Puerto Rico Department of Natural Resources to that meeting so they can present to them, this is the permit system that we have so far. These are the species that are covered by the permits. And the other thing that they want to clarify, people confuse commercial fishing license with permit. And we all know it's two different things. You can have a commercial fishing license, but you need to have a permit for this species in particular because whatever reasons. So that's what they all want to do. They want to meet and come better prepared for the next meeting of the council, and also for the possibility of discussing the example of a federal permit to implement in the deep water fishing for a limited entry scheme.
So I would like to add one more point to that, and that would be if there is some kind of permit or licensing, whatever, from the EEC, federal permit, would that be usable in the state and territorial waters? So instead of having the what Miguel mentioned about the residency requirement, etc., going from the state to the federal waters, do it the other way around from the federal permit.
That's precisely what they want to discuss. Because if you don't know the reach of the federal government, these permits, and the local governments, then you are not prepared to discuss it at the levels that you need to discuss it. That's what Nelson, Gerson, and Julian, we talked to a little bit yesterday in the afternoon. And the point is that Fisher recognized that we need to regulate this for the future, but we need to know the rules of the game before we jump into any, recommendations.
Maria.
Okay, so the reason I was asking about the purpose of the DAP meeting is because during the past DAP meeting where we have staff from Zero explaining the federal permits and how it works, we had those questions. How would it work? If we can we do it compatible with state? What would happen if a person has, residency in Puerto Rico? And we don't have answers to those questions yet. And so that's why staff wanted to develop an example of a permit. So all of those questions are going to be included in that example. So my recommendation would be to wait until after staff presents the example, because we would have gone through that exercise of trying to answer all of that questions before the meeting, right? And bring something to the council. And then after that is presented, I would think that the DAP would have a better idea of how something would look like. Like if we have a meeting, if the DAP meets right now, they're going to be asking the same questions. And unfortunately, we're not going to have answers for that because we're still not there, because this is a little bit more complicated, right? There's many parts and we can get there. But we thought, and here I'm Dr. Stevens from Zero. She had that recommendation. Let's put something together Let's answer all of these questions. Let's bring it to the council so we can have all a better idea of how something like this would look. So that will be my recommendation for in terms of the meeting of the DAPs.
To tell you very bluntly, they don't care about the federal permit this time. What they're really worried is the Puerto Rico permit system. And that's why they want to have the meeting, because the season starts now, not next year. So I will talk to Nelson and see what I can do it. And now that we can have real-time meetings, we can have both. We can have the meeting in Puerto Rico, they want an impressions because they want to talk to the Department of Natural Resources in Puerto Rico. The reason that we invite in Gerson and Julian is because they will be able to take a look at the dynamics of this discussion. The federal permit, they understand that we have to wait for those answers to come, and we can have this meeting that they want now, and then a follow-up meeting later on. But I will let Nelson. Can you join in and tell us what it is that we think? Because it's a little bit more the discussion than just this. And I want to give an opportunity to Nelson to explain it.
Uh, Miguel, makes sense what you says. It's better to meet in the summer, July, and let the DAP members to bring their concerns, because there's a bunch of confusion between them, and let them express, and then wait what Maria got for us, and then maybe we can meet after the August meeting and, and to have a better view of everything. I think that's a good idea.
Julian.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. Just to chime in a little bit and what Nelson said, throw a little discussion that we had yesterday afternoon. I think it's important when you bring a group of officials together with such an important issue face to face, instead of having a virtual meeting, that they can bring their concerns. I think some of the issues, they're concerned about the permitting system sounds good, but is it going to be available for the future generation? How would the transferability and all of that be involved in the entire process? So I'm glad to hear what Maria and them are putting together from when we actually had the meeting, and then they met, I think, with the Puerto Rico DAP. When these guys meet together, we'll be there, support, give some suggestions also. And I think once that document is produced out of that meeting, and the document that Maria and them are putting together, you can compile the two of them and then come up with a nice permit that everybody would be pleased to work with. So I think it's a great idea. They got my full support.
Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I think the struggle I'm having is what's the goal and objective of the permit, right? And I think people have different things in mind in terms of what that permit may or may not accomplish. And so I am concerned about putting the cart before the horse, so to speak, and not waiting for at least a broader presentation with regard to the federal permit system, how it operates, some of the functionality, some of the things that could be considered, almost like a broad scoping conversation, like to show you what tools are available, and then going to the fishermen. I hear your concerns from a fisherman's standpoint, but I feel like we are at the start of a process that's going to involve the fishermen and input that will then help frame those goals and objectives better in terms of what would be built out of that permit system going forward. But you need to know first and foremost what tools are available, what it could look like, and then we start designing it around that from there.
Yeah, and when it comes to St. Croix, with compatibility with that federal permit, you know that in St. Croix, a mile and a half from shore, you're fishing for deep water snapper. So that's gonna be a kind of a tricky thing if we decide to go along with something like that. Maria?
Yeah, and that was a discussion that we had, the council had during December. There was really no interest from the U.S. Virgin Islands at this time to pursue a federal permit, and there was interest from Puerto Rico to look to see how that would look, right? So the example of the limited access permit is because the conversation was going that way, right? But that doesn't mean that is the permit that will work for what they want. It's just an example. And the reason we're doing this is because we have had this discussion several times, and it has been kind of difficult to pinpoint exactly what is it that the council would like to do with a permit, right? Everybody understands that there may be a need to have a permit, but how that permit would look like and for what it's difficult to, and I don't blame you, there's so many different parts moving in here. So that's why we wanted to bring something to see, hey, this is a possibility of something you could do. And maybe when you see how it would look like, or depending, or something has changed or whatever, you mean like, well, we don't want that. How about if we explore something else, right? We just need we just want to use examples so that the council can narrow the scope of what they would like to do.
So before I get lost in this for St. Croix with Lang Bank again, what would be a good time for the DAP to meet? I think a one-day meeting would work, but there is a person at DAP for St. Croix that is co-founder of the Golden Hook Fishing Club. That's, his input is going to be very important. So I'd like to know about when that meeting can be held to get that data or that input. Yeah.
Yeah, we're jumping from one area to another. We were in Puerto Rico having fun with the permit, and this other one, the St. Croix, is important. I offered the chair and the group, we can have a virtual meeting anytime you want. We can publish it. You have the 30 days, and then what Maria mentioned before is that they need their input to go over this. So just let me know when you want to have that DAP meeting, and we can put it together, a virtual meeting. In the case of Puerto Rico, they're talking about an in-person meeting to go over the Puerto Rico permitting system, not the federal permitting system. So what we're saying is, because we are working with the council and the council works with the AEC, that's what Maria is saying, we still need to answer the question that they were asked before, previously, by the Puerto Rico, the Department District Advisory Panel. So we have we have a promise of the funds, as I said, but once we get the funds, we can have the two meetings in Puerto Rico. The one addressing with Ricardo and the group of natural resources, the situation of the permit system. After Ricardo is going to present at this meeting, or Danielle, they start to do those permits, and then we can discuss it. And then we can have the information that Maria was mentioning before, and we can have that meeting could be virtual, so we have more information. The other thing is, remember, we are going to prepare an outreach and education paper, fact sheet. What is the permit? That's something that the fishermen are asking us, so we can do it. It will be done in 2024, but not necessarily has to be done between here and August. So sometime if we are not hit with another hurricane, we are going to have, at least for the December meeting, concrete document. Here are the examples of the permits. Here are the things that we can do, and we can move forward with it. In the case of the St. Croix point, then it will be better talking to Maria and you, and Gerson, of course. What is the timing for that meeting, DAP? And then can we do it virtually, or you have to be in person?
Okay, so May 8th, I have an FAC meeting, and all the members on there are DAP members, so I can let them know what we're looking for. And if you want, we can have a virtual May 9th. But I mean, this is up to time availability here. I was gonna say we can just switch the FAC May 8th to a DAP at night because we meet at 6:30. But I forgot I have Brent on the agenda for May 8th, so that's out.
The other thing is that we do not need to receive all the information from the fisher, from the DAP. We can have the information from your group meeting, the recommendation. Many of the DAP members in St. Croix are members of the advisory group. And then whenever you think it's appropriate, we can have the meeting of the actual DAP of the council. So yeah, both. The important thing is that we need to send the information to Maria, as she mentioned before, the kind of answer that to the question that she may have.
Okay, I can make that happen.
Okay. We bless you this time. Okay. Where are we? ¿Ya terminamos, María?
Okay, as a recap. All right. Thank you for having this discussion. This helps a lot to kind of like figure out what we're going to be doing the rest of the year. So what I will say is that for the August meeting, we're going to work with staff to bring the Rainbow Runner action and the Queen Triggerfish for the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're going to, of course, we have to bring this to the IPT and check, obviously in workloads, etc. But that would be the plan. And then for try to have that first permits conversation, bringing that example of the federal permit so that we can start discussing that during that meeting. So in terms of development of actions, that's my understanding. And then for the Lang Band, that we were going to wait until the St. Croix DAP meet so we can get more information about, so we can work on a purpose and a need for that and ensure that this is what the council wants to do. And then based on that, if we're going to wait until the St. Croix DAP meeting, then that will be something that will have to be worked on for the other meeting possible. That will be in December.
And also, Maria and Graciela, if you please send us the key question that you would like the DAP St. Croix to address. So we will guide the discussion with them in a better way, more positive and effective.
I mean, for those who are not aware, I mean, the interdisciplinary planning teams that go into each one of these documents that need to be prepared include social scientists, economists, legal aspects of what we're putting forth, biology, essential fish habitat, stock assessments if they're available, etc. So it's planning to get everyone on the same page to write up and to talk about everything that needs to go into the document. So that's why, that idea of making a timeline of the different actions and when the IPTs can meet, etc. Because in addition to that, there is all the other things like the CDAR that, we're coming up on workshop for the spiny lobster. We're doing yellowtail snapper and parrotfish for St. Croix. So all those things are happening at the same time. So I think that probably putting a timeline, like Andy suggested, on things that need to be done will probably make more sense and give everyone an idea of when to
Graciela, can you
finish.
prepare a draft of that roadmap? I'm kidding. Actually, I'm not. We can talk it later and see if we can do it. Yeah. Because I'm serious about it. When Vilano used to prepare that with the regional office and the Southeast Asia Center, makes a lot of sense. And people, we all know. When we started the council, we call it a horse blanket. And it was required by law to have the darn horse blanket on my office and Mark's office so people can see it. So, Maria, do we finish that part of the discussion?
Yeah, thank you.
Do we need a quick break here? Because, yeah, okay. How about 7 minutes or 5 minutes? Yeah, run out, run back in. We can solve everything now. Okay. Okay, let's finish up here. We still got some more work to do. Okay, so we're gonna move on to framework action 3, the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan. Maria.
Hi, this
Lopez.
is Maria Lopez. Thank you, Carlos. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. So this is Framework Action 3 under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, and this is the action that I spoke about earlier that would modify the status determination criteria and the reference points for the triggerfish complex based on the outcomes from the CEDAR 80 assessment for Puerto Rico that was completed in 2022. This is something I'm not going to spend a lot of time on details. Why? Because during the December meeting, we had a very thorough presentation on what were the what does the amendment would include. and also what were the outcomes of the CEDAR 80. So in here, you have a document that was included in the briefing book that was prepared by the IPT. This is the draft document that includes an environmental analysis of the effects of the alternatives that were considered. Okay, next slide. The triggerfish complex, it's included in the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, and queen triggerfish, it's managed with the ocean and the great triggerfish. The queen triggerfish was selected in the Puerto Rico FMP as the indicator stock for the complex. So that means that management measures and the monitoring of annual catch limits are based on landings of the queen triggerfish only, but would apply to the entire complex. Under the Puerto Rico FMP, the triggerfish stock complex was classified in Tier 4A of the Council as Council's Acceptable Biological Catch or ABC Control Rule. Tier 4A means that it's for data, the stock is data limited. There's no accepted assessment available, and the stock has a relatively low vulnerability to fishing pressure. Next slide. Providing some background here before we move on to the actions. The CEDAR 80 for the Puerto Rico queen triggerfish was completed in 2022. The assessment determined that the Puerto Rico queen triggerfish is not undergoing overfishing and the stock is not in an overfished state. The Council's SSC reviewed the results from CEDAR 80 at its November and December 2022 meetings and supported the stock assessment as provided the best scientific information available and determined that the stock assessment was suitable for short-term management advice, which means less than 5 years. Next. Continuing with the background, and again, this is everything that, this is a summary of what you heard in December. The SSC, in consultation with NOAA Fisheries Southeast Fisheries Science Center, supported that queen triggerfish, or in this case, the triggerfish stock complex, be reclassified from a Tier 4A stock complex to a Tier 3 stock complex, which is data limited and has an accepted assessment available under the ABC control rule that it's included in the Puerto Rico FMP. The SSC coordinated with the Science Center to provide values for the OFL and ABCs for the triggerfish stock complex for years 2024 to 2026. During the December 2022 council meeting, the SSC presented its recommendations to the council. There were values for both variable and constant catch OFLs and ABCs, with the ABCs across a range of probabilities of overfishing to the council. Next slide. So these were the council decisions. During the December 2022 council meeting, the council selected the approach that uses a constant OFL. What's going on? Okay, we have some technical issues. Give us a moment. Okay, this is the slide. Yep, number 5. Thank you. Okay, so during the August 2023 meeting, the council directed staff to move forward with the framework action under the Puerto Rico FMP. Now, through this framework action and the document that you have in your briefing books that was prepared by the IPT and reviewed, the council will then derive the ACL for each sector from the total ABC, reduced by the council's management uncertainty buffer. So when we were at the December council meeting, the council discussed the action with different options to derive the ACL. And those, it would include a 0%, a 5%, or a 10% reduction from the SSC recommended ABC. And based on the discussions that were done, there were preliminary indicating a preference for a 5% reduction from the SSC to get to the total ACL. So during this meeting, as I mentioned earlier today, the council will review the document, select the preferred alternative, and can approve the action for submission to the Secretary of Commerce. Okay, so next slide, please. These are the purpose and need statements for the action that are included in the document. The purpose is to update management reference points for the triggerfish a stock complex. And I apologize, this may be the way that I prepared the presentation. It's running by itself, right? So I apologize for that. So I will read the purpose and need, okay? So bear with me. The purpose of this action is to update management reference points for the triggerfish stock complex under the Puerto Rico FMP to account for the Cedar 80 Puerto Rico Queen Triggerfish stock assessment and application of the Council's ABC control rule. The need for this action is to update management measures for the Puerto Rico triggerfish stock complex based on best scientific information available to prevent overfishing and achieve optimum yield consistent with the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Acts. I'm going to go to slide number 7. Okay. So the action that it's included in the document, the framework action, would update the maximum sustainable yield or proxy, the maximum fishing mortality threshold, and minimum size threshold. And these are things that came from the assessment, from the models. Then would update the OFL and the ABC for the triggerfish stock complex and set ACLs for the triggerfish stock complex from the recommended ABC. So in this slide, I included 2 tables from the document. One table is the reference points, the values for the reference points that came from the Cedar 80 Queen Triggerfish stock assessment. And this is something that was already discussed by the SSC and and by the Science Center when they were discussing outcomes from the Cedar 80. So this action would update those values, right? There are not different decisions to make in here because these are values that were given by the assessment. Then we have the second table that are included is the OFLs and ABC, and they're going to be in pounds of whole weight for the complex for fishing years 2024 and 2026, and for the 3-year average. And that 3-year average is what the council decided that wanted to use for the ABC and the OFL, accepting those recommendations from the SSC. Next slide. These are the actions that are included included in the amendment. So we have 4 alternatives. Update reference points for the triggerfish stock complex under Puerto Rico. And as a refresher from the December 23 presentation, there were 3 alternatives that included different types of uncertainty. For example, zero uncertainty, which is equating the ABC to the ACL. It's basically that reported catch represents true harvest, that the catch is unlikely to exceed the ACL. We have 5% of certainty. That means that the ACL is equal to 95% of the ABC. So that would assume a thorough but not complete understanding of the factors influencing management decisions and the ability to apply those decisions in a timely and effective manner. And then the 10% uncertainty, which is alternative 4, which is basically more conservative in saying the ACL is equal to 90% of the ABC. So those are the 4 alternatives that are proposed. The first alternative is the no action alternative, which means that the triggerfish stock complex will remain as specified under the Puerto Rico FMP, which means that there will be no changes. However, we know that this is something that would not be counting on the best available science, because the current best available science came from the stock assessment. So let's go to so we can talk a little bit about these alternatives. Let's go to the next slide. So this is what the numbers would look like from under each one of the alternatives. We have an ABC, a total ABC. We have commercial ACL and recreational ACL. This is for Puerto Rico. We have sector ACLs. The numbers for the recreational and the commercial ACLs are going to be using the same percentages in terms of allocation that were used during the Puerto Rico FMP process to set the commercial and recreational ACLs, because, as you know, we don't have recreational information currently available that the council could use to make new estimates of what would that allocation will be for the recreational. So it's impossible for now to change those numbers right now. So we will be using the same percentages that were used before. So the commercial ACL currently is 91.77% of that total ACL, and the recreational ACL is 8.23% of the total ACL, and this is going to be applicable to all of the alternatives. So alternative one, as I mentioned, is the status quo, which means this is the values that we have right now. We have an ABC of 95,318, and from that, there was a 5% applied to that ABC to get to a total ACL of 90,552. So alternative two, a 0% reduction means that the ABC will equal the ACL. So that ABC that was recommended by the SSC that we're going to be implementing in this action is 91,810. So that alternative two will be the same number. Alternative three proposes a 5% reduction, and this is what you discussed last time as indicated some preference to choose last time, and that will be a 5% reduction from the ABC is 87,220. And then lastly, alternative four, which is more conservative, will be a 10% reduction to 82,629. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. It's a little bit dense, but this is basically a summary of what you have in your document. And one of the things that we do is for purposes of doing an evaluation of the environmental effects of the alternatives within the action, we compare the alternatives among themselves, right? So we make comparisons among the alternatives in terms of the effects, the biological, ecological effects, social, economic effects. I'm sorry, I should have said economic in there. Also administrative and physical effects. So in this case, I'm focusing on biological, ecological, and socioeconomic effects. So as we talked about earlier, alternative one is not based on the best scientific information, right? Because it's not based on the most current assessment. And what it will mean, right, is there will be no changes to current harvest levels. So the biological effects would be expected to be long-term negative effects because there will be a from an expected lack of sustainability because, of course, I mentioned, the stock assessment, we're trying to manage to a sustainable level with those new values. So the socioeconomic, there will be for alternative one, no additional short-term effects because there are no changes to current levels. However, long-term negative effects could be from decreased income and fishing opportunities for the species from lack of sustainability. And this is assuming, right, that fishermen would take advantage of will be harvesting to their total ACL. Alternative two, alternative three, and alternative four will all be based on the best scientific information. Alternative two, as you saw from the table before, has an increase in ACL, increases the current ACL. Alternatives 3 and 4 has a slight decrease in the ACL. So for alternative two, assuming that fishermen take advantage of the increased fishing opportunities and harvest the total ACL, right? Because that's what we want. We want fishers to harvest, what is available for them to harvest. You could expect some short-term negative effects from the increased removals under those assumptions, but long-term positive effects from managing to the maximum sustainable yield. Socioeconomic short-term positive effects from increased revenues and fishing opportunities, and long-term positive effect from sustainable managing the stock, but more potential for negative effects in alternatives 3 and 4 on the long term. Remember, this is a comparison among alternatives. And then alternative 3 and alternative 4, there are short-term positive effects from decreased removals, right? Assuming again that that fishers are fishing to the ACL, and long-term positive effects from managing to the maximum sustainable yield. Lastly, socioeconomic effects for these two alternatives, short-term negative effects from reduced revenues and fishing opportunities, right? But long-term positive effects from sustainably managing the stocks. Okay, so this is what we have. These are the alternatives that were included in the document. Let's go to the last slide. So in this, this is where we are in this action. The council can select their preferred alternative based on what the management uncertainty that they want to add. The council reviews the final draft amendment, and depending on the alternative, they can review draft codified text at this time. The council will approve the action for submission to the Secretary of Commerce, if allowing staff to make editorial edits. Is that where you want to go? And then May 2024, staff can make editorial edits and send to the council chair for review. And then the council submits the action to the Secretary of Commerce. That part in May 24 is when, the NIMS process starts. And then June and July, after May of 2024, and then June, July 2024 in the summer, we can begin the rulemaking process and request for public comments on the proposed rule. Okay, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah. Yeah, so do we need a motion to approve the, I guess, preferred?
Sure. Nicole Angeli for the record. I would like to make a motion for the council to approve alternative 3 as an update reference point for the triggerfish stock complex under the Puerto Rico FMP.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, Andy.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the preferred. Couple of points that I like to emphasize in looking at new reference points. One, there's a buffer between the overfishing limit and the ABC that was specified by the SSC. But in reducing the catch limit by 5%, although that's small uncertainty, the landings are still well below kind of where we're setting the catch limit to begin with, right? So to me, it's appropriate, given the buffer between the OFL and ABC as well as where the landings stand, that 5% is a reasonable estimate for setting the catch level.
Thank you, Andy. That's a good point. Graciela. Oh, somebody on.
No, just wait for the motion to come up on the screen.
Oh, okay, okay.
Dr. Angeli, do you agree with the language?
Yes, that language looks correct on the screen.
Okay, so if you want to vote, we are going to show you the codified text after this.
Mr. Chair, just one thing on the motion. I think the word selected after alternative 3 is not needed. Yeah. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a vote by roll call, starting with Craiglo.
James Craiglo, yes.
Nicole Angeli, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Andy Strelchak, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Fischetti, yes. Motion carries unanimous, no nays and no abstentions. So the motion reads: the council moves to select alternative 3 as the preferred alternative under Framework Amendment 3 under the Puerto Rico Fisheries Management Plan. Alternative 3, update reference points for the triggerfish stock complex based on CEDAR 80 and set the total ACL, which equals optimum yield equal to 95% of ABC recommended by the council SSC. Is that? Alrighty. So next is the Dolphin Wahoo.
No, before you do that, there are two more motions that you need to go through. One is to approve for the edits that allows staff to do edits, and the second one has to do with deem the document
I got
ready
you.
for submittal to the secretary.
Okay.
But you do have the codified text, which includes the information that you just saw.
Point of information, Nicole Angeli, point of information, are we able to, so could we make both of those two motions that you just mentioned in one motion?
Yes.
Can we make, okay, so could we make a motion that the staff,
Graciela.
okay, go ahead. I'll wait until you're ready.
Ready, Cristina. A ver. Me te va a dictar ella.
Okay,
Todavía.
so can we make a motion, and it would be helpful if you could assist a little bit with the specifics of what you need in these motions. So we're going to make one motion that the staff go ahead and make the edits. Can you put that back up so we know what we need to say?
Could you give us a second, because we do
Yeah.
have people online working on the same document, so hold on a second. For some reason, we cannot see there we go. So this is the other motion that you
Perfect. Okay.
need.
And this, just for clarification, okay, so I'm going to read this, and then if there's anything else we need to add.
Before you go forward, this is Kate Zamboni. Maybe there should be a motion first that, because you've only identified your preferred alternative. You haven't actually approved this framework action or amendment yet. So if you want to combine that, but I would kind of lead with approve the framework amendment 3.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we move to approve framework amendment 3. And we ask the staff to make editorial non-substantive changes to framework amendment 3 and deem the regulations presented by staff as necessary and appropriate for implementing framework amendment 3. This will give the council chair authority to deem any modifications made to the proposed rules as necessary and appropriate for implementing framework amendment 3.
Está completo, Graciela. Nicole? Is that?
Yeah.
Is that complete or?
Think of the council chair. Yeah, that looks correct.
Andy?
Yes, so would recommend in the first sentence, the council moves to approve framework amendment 3 and submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for review. And
Okay, could I, so Nicole Angeli, for the record, could I reread this and make a few editorial changes as we go?
yes.
Okay, so the council moves to approve framework amendment 3 and submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for review. Stop. Period. We thereby allow staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes to the framework amendment 3. This section here, and to deem regulations by staff as necessary and appropriate. I think that needs to be modified to be made more understandable. Are we saying here is the subject of this next phrase and allow the staff to deem regulations presented as necessary and appropriate for implementing the amendment?
Can I answer that question, sir?
Yes,
So
please.
Kate Zamboni, so we should be showing you draft codified text. And basically what that language says is you would deem those regulations as necessary and appropriate. So it's not just trusting staff, like we're going to show you what the language would be. And if then part of the editorial non-substantive changes, if there's a need to make minor tweaks to the regulatory text, that would be okay too. But the substance of it will go over first before you vote on this motion. Does that answer the question in terms of what we mean by necessary and appropriate?
So is we deem the regulations presented by staff today as necessary and appropriate? Okay.
Yeah, it's the council.
So, okay, so could we, instead of having a run-on sentence, could we just have, we thereby allow staff to make editorial non-substantive changes to the Framework Amendment 3, period. We deem the regulations presented by staff today or at this council meeting as necessary and appropriate for implementing the amendment, period. We give the council chair the authority to deem any modifications made to the proposed rule as necessary and appropriate for implementing Framework Amendment 3 prior to submission to the Secretary of Commerce. Period.
If I may comment on that last part.
Please.
So usually what happens during the rulemaking process, if there's a need to make minor tweaks to that regulatory language, we discover that after this has
During
been
public comment.
Well, no, before the proposed rule is published oftentimes, but it does happen after the amendment's been submitted to the Secretary of Commerce. And so it's very useful when, if there's a need to make those minor tweaks, that staff can run them by the council chair and have him deem those changes necessary and appropriate, as opposed to bringing it back to a full council meeting.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're doing this then.
Yes.
So prior to submission to the Secretary of Commerce and so could we add at the end of that and any modifications?
Well, I would rather it just not say prior to, just put the period after Framework Amendment 3.
So and we want to keep it vague in timeline?
The thing is, once you approve it today and you see the cost, tenemos el código listo. When you see that, what you're saying is, go ahead, this is approved by the council. If there's a minor tweaking to do that doesn't change the essence of what you're saying, then they are allowed to do it and confer with the chair.
Could we go bring the Word document back up, please?
No, code, what you need is a code of the code first. Gracias, ¿tiene el código listo? Okay. The chair is, what the hell is that? Well, that's what you translate the action that you have. This is the way you translate into a draft regulation. That's what they call the code.
But
we need to go back to
language that we're editing to come back up onto the screen.
which one you need, Nico. Which one you need? The motion.
The motion.
¿Puedes poner la moción?
Okay, so we've been advised by legal counsel to not put a timeline onto this and to give authority to the chair to deem any modifications made to the proposed rule at any time after we vote today as necessary and appropriate for implementing the Framework Authority Amendment 3.
Catherine?
Yeah, I now understand your discomfort and let me give you comfort. So earlier in the motion, you're allowing staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes. So after today, that's the scope of changes that can be made and then later deemed appropriate by the council chair. If anything goes beyond non-substantive editorial changes, that will require it to come back to the full council.
Okay.
So if you are uncomfortable with the way it's worded, you're really uncomfortable with the second sentence, that in terms of allowing staff to make editorial non-substantive changes to the Framework Amendment 3. But those are the sort of changes that would then go back to the council chair and deemed appropriate and necessary.
Okay, so go ahead and you can take off that last phrase then. Starting at prior. Mm-hmm. There you go. Okay. I'm making this motion. Any other comments?
Well, should we go over, is now an appropriate time to go over the codified text? So should we get a second on the motion before we do that?
Yeah, we need to
All right,
have
we
a
need
second and
on
a
the
discussion.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, now we can go to the. Nos vamos al código primero y después votamos por la vaina. Cristina, lo pones al principio. Y ahí los asustamos bastante con eso. Y entonces, Graciela, si tienes algo, alguna, there's any question for the question, then we can go with it. You're gonna lead it, okay?
Well, I'm not going to read it. I'm going to describe it because I think just lead the discussion.
Yes.
I will do that. Yes, sir. So just as a reminder, this is only changing the ACL under the Puerto Rico FMP. And so those references to 62.440 are the regulations specific to Puerto Rico. And if you went there in the Code of Federal Regulations, you would see 3 tables for refish setting forth ACLs. One table is specific to the commercial ACL. One table is specific to the recreational ACL. And then you have the third table, which is the total ACL, combining those two. So what the codified text will do, there's some, there's this redesignation language just to basically better label the tables. So I'm going to kind of skip over that because that's not substantive. But if you scroll down to where you actually see an excerpt of the table. So the first table, again, would be the commercial ACL. Table 2 is the recreational ACL. And then finally, table 3. And these numbers correspond with the now selected preferred alternative 3. Any questions?
No more discussion? Okay. So we'll take it to a vote. Does this require a roll call vote or? Yeah, okay, roll call vote. I'll start again with Craiglo.
James Craiglo, yes.
Nicole Angela, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Andy Strelcheck, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Fischetti, yes. No abstention, no nays, motion carries. Good. Dolphin Wahoo?
Hi, this is Sarah. Is it okay if I just get started?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. This is Sarah Stevenson with the Southeast Regional Office, and I'm going to just similarly like to what Maria just did, just go through Amendment 3, the status of it, the decisions that have made, and kind of tell you the analysis that was done from the last time you saw the amendment. And if you're willing, we'll make similar kind of motion as to what you just did to submit this amendment as well. So next slide, please. There are several actions in the amendment, and that's due to the nature of this is amending all 3 FMPs. But the breakdown of what they're doing is establishing a minimum size limit for dolphin in federal waters around each island management area, a minimum size limit for wahoo in federal waters, and a recreational bag limit for dolphin in federal waters, and then a recreational bag limit for wahoo in federal waters. So that those are, and I've just chunked them here to try to not have so much duplication. Next slide, please. The purpose and need in the amendment is to establish these new management measures, the size limits and the recreational bag limits to each management plan. And the need for that is to develop conservation and management measures for these 2 species to ensure that undersized individuals have enough time to mature and reproduce, and to also take a precautionary approach to management to protect against overfishing resources that have a limited management structure. Next slide, please. Here's a high-level summary of the alternatives. For all 3 islands, you selected the same alternative for the dolphin minimum size limit, and that's 24 inches fork length. You picked the same alternative for all 3 management areas for wahoo as well, and that was a 32-inch fork length minimum. For the recreational bag limit, for Puerto Rico, you picked alternative 3, which sets a bag limit of 5 dolphin per person per day, not to exceed 15 per vessel per day. And then for both St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, you picked as the preferred alternative 2, which sets 10 dolphin per person per day, not to exceed 32 dolphin per vessel per day. And that alternative for the USVI will be compatible with the regulations that the DPNR is going to put into place or has already put into place. And then for wahoo recreational bag limit, for Puerto Rico, the preferred alternative was number 2, to establish a bag limit of 5 wahoo per person per day, not to exceed 10 wahoo, and that one is compatible with the current DNER regulations. And then for both again St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John, you selected alternative 3, which is a bag limit of 2 wahoo per person per day, not to exceed 10, and that one's a little bit more conservative, I believe, than the DPNR regulations. Next slide. So similar to what Maria did, we're going to look at the different effects that the amendment considers. We don't want to just look at one, we want to kind of compare all of them. So this is now going to be broken down slightly different, but for dolphin, for the minimum size limits, the effects analysis would be the same for Puerto Rico, for St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, because the same alternative was selected as the preferred. So you can see here alternative 1, which would be no size limit. So from a biological perspective, all sizes of fish that are caught could be kept. So you could therefore have those undersized fish that we heard about in some of the discussions previously at previous meetings, those undersized fish being removed before they've had a chance to spawn. So this alternative 2 for all 3 management areas was a slightly smaller fork length. And so that would be more protective from a biological standpoint than alternative 1, but less so than alternative 3, which is a little bit larger fork length. The flip side is that there is the potential for more discards with that alternative 3, and the amendment looked into that. From a socioeconomic effect, it's almost the inverse, where right now with no size limit, there is no kind of constriction for fishers, so that the commercial and recreational fishers can continue to fish as usual. And so there's no real impact to them. Whereas for alternative 2 and alternative 3, that's going to impose new regulations that they would have to comply with. And so you would have some level of short-term costs to the fishers. But the analysis in the amendment kind of considers that through protecting the stocks, you're going to have benefits, long-term benefits through a more sustainable population, i.e. there would be more dolphin or wahoo, or dolphin in this instance, around for future generations to catch. And then administrative effects, if you don't do anything, there are no new effects. The next 2 alternatives, the action alternatives, if we put new regulations in place, they are going to require rulemaking. So there's going to be the added time and labor that might be required for enforcement officials, and then for outreach and education. So number 2 and number 3 there would basically be the same. And so this one, as I mentioned, applies to all 3 management areas. Next slide is similar. And it's going to have a lot of the same kind of effects, because this one is looking at the wahoo minimum size limit alternatives. And it's kind of doing the same thing, where you have no regulations, or then you have regulations that are designed to kind of protect those smaller size fish. So they're very similar. The council did select a more kind of moderate, if you will, alternative 2 there, instead of the more conservative, the bigger fish. And that was in part because of the analysis that was shown at the last meeting about the impact to the commercial landings and the amount of recreational fish that we did have landings for and sizes for. So you wanted to be a little bit more kind of not as conservative from a biological standpoint, because you wanted the fishermen to still be able to catch some of the fish. And we heard that a 40-inch fish is very big, and that wahoo generally tend to swallow the whole gear whole, which is going to have therefore more discards and dead discards potentially. But otherwise it's very similar kind of effects for wahoo. Next slide for size limit. Next slide, please. For the recreational bag limits, these are kind of divided into Puerto Rico and then the 2 USVI FMPs, and that's in part because the alternatives were different, and then of course the ones that selected were different. So for the alternative 1, no bag limit, the same thing. All fish that are caught could be kept. As you move up to alternative 2, where you have a 10 per day, 30 per vessel, that would be biologically allow more fish to stay in the population. And so you'd have a greater chance of some of those spawning. But the flip side again is that you may start having discards, whereas you didn't before. And then I believe the 10 and 30 would be compatible with the current DNER regulation. But we heard at the last meeting that the DNER is maybe considering changing their regulation. And if so, they would be interested in having what would be compatible now with what's going to be in place in federal waters, which is that alternative 3, 5 per day, 15 per vessel. I'm sorry, 5 per person, 15 per vessel. And so again, as you move, that alternative is going to hopefully retain more fish in the water. You would have more discards, but hopefully due to the nature and maybe outreach, we could reduce discard mortality. Socioeconomic effects are also kind of similar to the size limits, meaning that right now the recreational fishers can continue to fish how they do, which is unlimited. And then as soon as you put regulations in place, they are going to have impacts in the form of costs. It's kind of hard to tell because we don't really have a lot of data to go on for the recreational fishery, but you're going to generally have short-term costs because they are going to have to adapt and potentially catch less. But again, long-term benefits through that more sustainable population. And then of course, alternative 3, they're going to have even more short-term costs because they can retain fewer fish than alternative 2. But again, long-term benefits through the sustainable population. For the administrative effects, alternative 1, there's no effects. Alternatives 2 and 3 are going to require regulations and rulemaking. They're going to require potentially added time or labor for the law enforcement officials and for outreach and education efforts. And then there's also that, the DNER does have current regulations for bag limit for dolphin. So that could add added complications in that this alternative that was selected is currently not the same as what Puerto Rico has in place. So there might be some kind of compliance issues there for law enforcement, as opposed to if the one that was compatible with DNER was selected. Next slide, please. For dolphin recreational bag limit for St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, it's very similar, except that alternative 2 was selected, and that is allows more fish to be taken on a daily basis compared to alternative 3, which was more conservative. But the same kind of analysis was provided. We just want to point out that alternative 2 here, as far as administratives, would potentially be easier for the law enforcement because it will be compatible with the bag limit that's put in place by DPNR. But otherwise, same impacts to the biological environment and to the fishers themselves. So and then there is that little footnote that as of right now, as far as we're aware, and so when this amendment was developed and written and what you would potentially be submitting, those regulations from the DPNR are not implemented at this time. They are selected and they're going to be, but as far as, and please, JP or Nicole, feel free to correct me if that's not correct anymore and we can update that. Next slide is very similar. We just switched to Wahoo for the bag limits. And so I'm not going to go through all of these because it's a very similar analysis, but I just want to point out that the alternative 2 was selected for Puerto Rico Wahoo, and that is going to be compatible with the current DNER limit. And then you're going to have those same kind of issues of protecting the population, but potentially having more discards, short-term impacts to recreational fishers, but hopefully long-term benefits through more sustainable populations. Next slide is the last one for the kind of individual analysis, and it's Wahoo for St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John. And you can see here that alternative 3, which was the more conservative bag limit, was selected. And the discussion at the time was kind of for some of these was, let's select the more moderate size limit, but have a more restrictive bag limit. And that's how they kind of the council chose to manage Wahoo in the USVI. So, but otherwise the effects analysis is similar to what we talked about. This one is different. They would not be, the one that was selected as a preferred would not be compatible with that DPNR bag limit, but it would be more conservative. So hopefully not too much of a challenge for law enforcement. But at least we did look at, based on testimony, that we wanted to be kind of considerate that even though they are separate FMPs and separate, fishers from St. Croix do fish in St. Thomas and kind of vice versa. So what would be more difficult, having compatible regulations with DPNR versus having incompatible regulations between, say, St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John. So the amendment did kind of consider that too. I didn't put it on this slide, but it was in there based on testimony. And next slide, we just kind of wanted to point out that these management measures kind of are additive, if you will. So for commercial fishers, you only have this new regulation for minimum size for dolphin and wahoo, but that means that fishers that may target other species such as HMS, and then land dolphin and wahoo as bycatch are now going to have to be aware of these regulations and comply with them as well. So just kind of wanted to point that out. And then for the recreational fishers, they would need to comply with both the minimum size limits and the daily bag limits for either species. So kind of we did realize, and we kind of analyzed that you know, that additive effect of these two management measures. And then next slide, I believe, is the timeline of events for this amendment, and it's very similar to what Maria just presented. You can review it. You can make changes if you like. The draft codified text for this one was also submitted. It's in the briefing book, and we can look at that. And if you approve, we can do a very similar motion to what you just did, to submit it and to allow staff to make any kind of editorial edits, those minor ones. And so the next step after that would be that we would make those edits and send back to the chair for review, and then the council would submit it to the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce, and then we would begin the rulemaking process. And this one is going to have a couple instances for the public to have comment and input on it during the amendment, the notice of availability on the amendment, and then again on the proposed rule that would implement the regulations that are outlined in the amendment. So with that, I'll stop. I'll take any questions if there are any. And then otherwise, we could do very, like I said, very similar language of an emotion, and we could also pull up those codified texts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So any questions for Sarah before we go into the motions? Andy?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a question for Sarah. I have a question for John Pierre. So the regulations that you're working on have not been implemented, and can you talk about timing of that? And I guess I'm in particular interested in wahoo, because if we're going to recommend a 2-fish bag limit, are you considering possible changes to that bag limit for territorial waters?
So I'll start and I'll ask Nicole to just supplement. So, and we did promulgate the rules and regulations. Implementation, however, I know we usually give a grace period. Nicole, I'll just ask you to supplement there.
Yeah, so the rules and regulations for recreational fishing are already promulgated. We are waiting until we have a point of sale license vendor contracted before we officially roll out those regulations to the public and enforce them. So those are currently implemented, and the compatibility is as Sarah stated on the slides.
Okay. Graciela?
So Nicole, if I may question, would you be, once the recreational fishing license is implemented, would you also be collecting data on the species that you will be, that you will be regulating?
Yes, that will be part of the program.
Okay. So we need a motion. I guess we bring up the bird.
Sorry,
Well, that's not it. When it comes to editorial changes, I guess we can use what Director Angeli had and just cut and paste when it comes to that portion, but right now we need to do the, select the.
Hi, this is Sarah real quick. Yeah, it should be motion 4 there. So it's confusing because the Queen Triggerfish one that Maria presented was framework action 3, but this pelagic amendment is actually amendment 3. So they're very similar in name. What you'll see here that's not in this one is that we're not asking to select preferreds because you've already done that. So, but this language was all of the language that you had previously for how, you just wanted to combine it into one and submit the amendment, allow staff to make changes, editorial changes. You deem the regulations. So we do kind of want to pull up the codified text and look at that and then give the council chair. So it's almost identical to what you just did, but I've changed the name of the amendment to be Amendment 3, and this one is to the 3 FMPs. So if we wanted, we could spell that out a little bit better, but this is the action that you could start wordsmithing.
Yeah, I got it. Got it now. Okay. Yeah, so we need somebody to move this motion.
James Craiglow, I move that we vote on this motion.
So go ahead and read it out. Okay.
The council moves to approve Amendment 3 to the FMPs and submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for review. We thereby allow staff to make editorial, non-substantial changes to the Amendment 3. We deem the regulations presented by the staff at this council meeting as necessary and appropriate for the implementation of the amendment. We give the council chair the authority to deem any modifications made to the proposed rule as necessary and appropriate for implementing Amendment 3.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Motion by Craiglow, seconded by Vanessa.
So you do have the codified text. So we proceed to.
So do we need any discussion on this? Oh, it's in.
Look at the codified text because you've already
Right.
included it in the.
Gotcha. Okay, so roll call motion. I'll start with Craig. What?
No, codified test, then please allow Attorney Zamboni to lead the discussion and then similar to what we did before.
Okay.
Kate Zamboni for the record. So as Sarah detailed, there's a number of actions involved in this amendment, and therefore there's quite a bit more text, but I'll walk you through to explain what we're doing. So it starts with the Puerto Rico FMP, and that section, it's in bold 622.441 are the size limits under the Puerto Rico FMP. Currently, there are no size limits identified for any pelagic species. And so what this regulatory text would do is create a, subpart B or subsection B, which is currently reserved and there's nothing there. And it would then, as shown here, have where's the size limit? Okay. Under 441, you'd have your size limit for dolphin at 24 inches and wahoo. And so this is implementing action 1A and action 2A with those size limits and corresponding with the preferred alternatives. Still in the Puerto Rico FMP, you go down to section 622.444, bag and possession limits. Again, there currently is nothing in subsection B. It was reserved. So this will now fill that in with the bag and possession limits for pelagic fish, the dolphin and wahoo. And this corresponds with action 1B and action 2B. Moving on down to the next page. So now we move into the St. Croix FMP. Starting with that section 622.481, the size limits similar to the Puerto Rico FMP. That subsection B is currently empty. It's just reserved. And so it would be filled in with the pelagic fish size limits 24 inches for dolphin, and 32 inches for wahoo. This corresponds with action 3A and 4A in the amendment, and I believe, it's alternative 2 for both. And then below that, 622.484 is the bag limits under the St. Croix FMP. Same thing, that subsection B is currently empty but reserved. And so this regulation would fill it in with those bag limits corresponding with your action 3B and 4B. Moving down, we move on to the St. Thomas St. John FMP and 622.516, that regulatory section, are the size limits. And same, that subsection B is currently not filled in. And so this regulatory text would provide the size limits for the pelagic fish, dolphin, and wahoo, corresponding with action 5A and 6A. And then finally, section 622.519 provides the bag limits for the St. Thomas St. John FMP. And it would fill in that subsection B, again, currently reserved. And this would correspond with action 5B and 6B, providing the bag and possession limits for the dolphin and wahoo. Yes, sir.
It's a minor point, but a friend of mine is a lawyer and a recreational fisherman told me to tell the council that the dolphin should be dolphin fish in all documents rather than dolphin, not to be confused with flipper. So we say pelagic fish and dolphin, we understand that it's dolphin fish, but he offered that as a.
I think that's a wonderful suggestion. I'm not really responsible for that, but I think we can take that under advisement and
Can we blame,
make sure.
we blame Maria or Graciela? So please, as much as you can, just use the dolphin fish rather than the dolphin. Thank you.
And that would fall under the types of editorial non-substantive changes that staff can make and then later approve. But we can sort of all know that we'll probably go ahead and make that change. So,
Andy?
But just to be clear, the other dolphins are protected under the marine mammal protection. And we would not authorize the bag limit or stipend.
Okay, any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote, starting with Craiglo.
James Craigler, yes.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Andy Strelchak, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Frischeri, yes. All in favor. I'm sorry, motion carries. No nays and no abstentions. Okay. Now, if only the Wicapsi region and Dominican Republic will follow suit, we'd be good. Okay, next is Queen Conch with Orion Sadiq.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am sensitive to the late hour in the freezing room. I'm sure we all want to get moving here. I'll try and make this quick. I think most of you have seen this already, so forgive me if I kind of go a little. What's happening? Okay. All right. Well, again, good afternoon. My name is Orion Sadiq from NOAA Fisheries. I'm going to talk to you guys today about the Queen Conch final listing under the Endangered Species Act and the next steps. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to start this off just with a few key messages up front. What is this presentation all about? First thing is that in February of this year, NOAA Fisheries published a final listing determination to list queen conch as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. Next point is that a threatened listing does not automatically assign protective regulations to the species, but there are federal protections that are afforded under Section 7 of the ESA. These protections are that federal agencies must ensure that activities they carry out are not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of the species. So the next steps in this process are going to be the designation of critical habitat, these Section 7 consultations, and the initiation of recovery planning. And that I'm going to go through. The recovery planning is different than, this is weird, sorry, rebuilding planning. And I'll go through what those mean at a future slide. Okay, the recovery planning itself will include stakeholder engagement and could include protective regulations under Section 4D of the Act, and I'll go through that in a minute. And importantly, a threatened species does not automatically become an endangered species over time. This is one assessment that was done that listed the species as threatened. An endangered listing would be a completely separate assessment that would require a completely different process. Next slide. All right, so how did we get here? How do species get listed under the Endangered Species Act? There are 5 factors that that could be considered threats, and if any one of these or a combination of these factors is present, then NOAA Fisheries will list a species under the Endangered Species Act. So the ESA requires that the listing determinations are based solely on the best scientific and commercial information available. So economic impacts and considerations cannot be considered in making species listing determinations. Next slide. Now, I mentioned that the species was listed as threatened versus endangered. The big difference there has to do with the timing. So an endangered species is one that is deemed to be presently at risk of extinction, whereas a threatened species is one that is not currently at risk of extinction, but is likely to become so in the foreseeable future. And again, this was the determination that was made. The species was put as threatened, and a threatened designation does not automatically become endangered over time. It's a further evaluation that would need to demonstrate that the species is presently at risk of extinction to warrant an endangered listing. Next slide. All right, so this is what the listing process looks like. On the right, you have a diagram of how these things typically go. And on the left, you have a series of events that occurred that led to the listing of queen conch in particular. So what normally happens is we will receive a petition, and then we have a 90-day review period in which we may find that the petition is either warranted or we will have a negative finding. If it's negative, then that petition gets kicked out, as we discussed, I believe, yesterday with the spotted eagle ray. That just happened. And then that is off the table. If it's positive, then we solicit public comments and we initiate something called a status review, which is a peer-reviewed document that I will go into in a minute. And we have 12 months to produce the status review. After the 12 months, we can put out a not warranted finding on the 12-month, or we can say that the 12-month finding is warranted and proceed with a proposed rule. And you guys heard me present on that roughly about a year ago, after which time we solicited more public comment. And then at that time, after considering the public comments, we have the option to either withdraw the proposed rule or turn it into a final rule. And in this case, we turned it into a final rule. So the little arrow says you are here. And what I'm here to discuss today are these next steps. The next steps that are already in action are the Section 7 consultations. As I went through before, these are consultations that federal agencies put out to based on their actions, and we want to make sure that their actions don't jeopardize species that are on the endangered species list. We're going to continue with the critical habitat determination, and we will also initiate recovery planning. And that's a big part of what I'm here to discuss today. So very briefly, the process that occurred with Queen Conch was there on the left. We received the petition in 2012 originally, and we deemed it not warranted. Determined that the petition may be warranted. And then after the 12-month, we determined that that it was a not warranted 12-month finding. After which time we got it was reinitiated. The petition was reinitiated by the plaintiffs, and the court vacated our determination, and we had to reevaluate. And in May of 2022, we put together in December of 2019, we put together a status review team, which was finalized in May of 2022. And the proposed rule was put out later in 2022. And here we are now, February 2024, with the final listing. Next slide. All right. You heard me talk a lot about the status review, and most of this listing hinges on that status review. And so the status review team was made up of 7 science and policy experts from NOAA Fisheries. And the review itself summarizes the best available scientific and commercial information on the species, and then presents an evaluation of the Queen Conch status and extinction risk. And this is published as a NOAA technical memorandum. The status review, there's a link to it there. And this review was peer reviewed. And those peer reviews are also available if anybody's interested. Now, it's important. The first bullet there is really what I want to draw your attention to, is that the status review considered information for approximately 39 jurisdictions throughout the wider Caribbean region. So this is a listing determination that was made on the entire range of the species. So while we are here today talking about things that we can do in the US Caribbean, this determination was made for the population of the species throughout its range. So in the status review, we evaluated landings data from 2 international databases, considered the best available data on reproduction, compensatory processes, and reproductive density thresholds. We looked at the population connectivity models and considered the best information, considered the best available information on existing regulatory measures and other management. Next slide. All right, the key findings from this status review were that the largest threats to the species were overutilization. This is both legal and illegal. The regulations throughout the range of the species, there are significant issues with compliance and morphometric regulations, enforcement, and IUU fishing. Compensatory processes, the majority of the jurisdictions were found to be below the minimum adult density threshold that supports mate finding. We had broken connectivity. That was the population connectivity model I had mentioned earlier. And climate change was viewed as a large threat as well. So the extinction risk analysis that was put out by our status review team said that the species is at a moderate risk of extinction if it is on a trajectory which puts it on a high level of extinction risk in the foreseeable future. The foreseeable future in this case was 30 years and out to 2100 for that last factor of climate change. Next slide. All right, so from status review to proposed rule to final rule, the key findings from the status review were used to inform the proposed rule and ultimately the final rule. The status review found that the Queen Conch was at a moderate risk of extinction throughout the range, and the public comments did not provide any new data that was outside the range of the data that was considered in the status review. So the best available science indicates that Queen Conch warrants listing as threatened species. Next slide. All right, this is a big question I've been asked quite a few times. Back one, please. So does the listing of Queen Conch under the ESA create new prohibitions? So there are prohibitions that are listed under Section 9 of the Endangered Species Act, and those are automatically applied when a species is listed as endangered, but they do not apply when a species is listed as threatened. So those prohibitions are listed here. And right, so the threatened species does not automatically receive these protective regulations, and the listing of queen conch as threatened does not therefore create any additional or more specific prohibition on queen conch trade or harvest. Next slide. Okay, so with regard specifically to the US Caribbean, we know that Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands have queen conch fisheries in territorial waters, and there's also a federal queen conch fishery in St. Croix. And the final rule does not establish any new prohibitions on conch harvest for these or other jurisdictions at this time. We do, however, intend to develop protective regulations that are deemed necessary and advisable for the conservation of threatened species under Section 4D. 4D rules allow us to customize prohibitions and regulate activities to provide for the conservation of the threatened species. These customized regulations can prohibit any or all acts that are prohibited in Section 9. So the slide we saw earlier, we can use any of those tools in Section 4, but we don't have to use any of them. And we are actively seeking input from stakeholders as to what would be effective. And that's a really important part that I want to drive home here, is that we're really looking to our constituents for this. And we want to, when we discuss recovery of this species, we want to discuss it in a way that makes sense and that people will get behind, and ultimately what is best for the species. So that stat on the bottom, between our own domestic harvest and the imports into the United States, in 2022 represented roughly 76% of the global total. We feel that the United States has a major role to play in the recovery of this species. Next slide. All right, so what's next? As I mentioned already, there are Section 7 consultations already in place. And so the queen conch will now be considered in all Section 7 consultations that are pertinent. And then important, that second bullet is recovery planning, and any protective regulations would have to be done under 4D. So in order to inform our consideration of appropriate protective regulations for the species, we are seeking information from the public on possible measures for their conservation. Now, it's important to remember, we're not just talking about the recovery of this species in the US Caribbean. The US Caribbean contains 0.36 of the estimated range-wide adult population and 3.69% of the available habitat. However, it does provide important links and connectivity between the Eastern and Western Caribbean. So when we talk about recovery, we're more interested in wider scale actions that we can take and what makes sense across the range of the species. And just by virtue of the last slide I put up, when we looked at it, we see that we have a huge impact on our imports. And so maybe that is something that I have heard from fishermen directly as something that we could do immediately to help contribute to the recovery of the species. In order to hear from more constituents, we have 8 in-person workshops planned. 4 are currently planned, 4 are in the planning process. And we will continue and operate several virtual workshops as well. And these workshops will be used to solicit stakeholder input and suggestions towards effective management and recovery actions. And again, to promote the range-wide recovery of the species. We have already, we'll put it up in a second, but we do have 2 workshops already planned in Puerto Rico on May 7th and May 9th. We have a 3rd one coming into form in Florida later in May. And we've been in conversations in the back of the room. Hopefully St. Croix, we're looking at May 30th to get that workshop together. And that's a real opportunity for stakeholders to sit down with us and for us to all kind of get on the same page. We want to be very transparent in this whole process, and we want to be working together, and we want to be trying to move towards actions that we feel make the most sense. And then there's critical habitat, which we're also soliciting information on any physical or biological features that may support the designation of critical habitat within US jurisdictions. I also have listed here the science projects that are currently underway. As we mentioned earlier today, we are very interested to get a better handle on a lot of this stuff, including population densities, actual populations in the US Caribbean, these sorts of things. All of those sorts of information, all of the information listed here is all geared towards a better understanding of the species and ultimately be used to inform recovery planning. And one thing to note is at the bottom there, I've got Section 6 opportunities. So Section 6 of the Endangered Species Act allows states or territories to apply for funding for scientific research on any species that's listed under the Act. Next slide. All right, so as I alluded to earlier, I had a quick slide on this, recovery versus rebuilding. So rebuilding plan, you may have heard, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires overfish stock to have rebuilding plans. These plans are designed to increase the stock size to a sustainable level. So I heard it described actually earlier today in a really nice way, and like to share that with you, is that so the rebuilding plan is an action taken by NOAA Fisheries for these purposes, right? To rebuild the stock. However, it is still an action that is taken by a federal agency. And so it's subject to Section 7 consultation. And so that's where, how the rebuilding plan then differs from the recovery plan, which is a plan under the Endangered Species Act. And so Section 4F of the Endangered Species Act directs NOAA Fisheries to develop and implement recovery plans. And then at the bottom there, the goal of the recovery plan is to establish criteria for delisting the species by identifying actions and strategies to better understand population demographics while reducing or eliminating threats. And I think that's really important to emphasize here is that first line there, the goal of the recovery plan is to establish criteria for delisting the species. So we are in the process of developing a plan to delist the species, not to go from threatened to endangered. We're trying to go back the other way to get it back into these discussions with just normal stock assessments and sustainable fisheries. Next slide. All right, so for those of you that are a little bit more visual, we have a road to recovery as we see it. Next slide. And these are the things that I've been mentioning and going on about in this presentation. We have stops along the way for this road include Section 7 consultations, critical habitat designation, and any regulations that we decide to put into it. And the recovery plan development is going to include recovery status review, the recovery plan itself, and then the implementation strategy. And all of these things are going to be used theoretically towards a road to recovery. Next slide. And this is what's going to get us there. We've got the ongoing science and these stakeholder workshops. And so we're very interested again in informing these yellow boxes with better science and more input from stakeholders so that we can do this, we can do it well and we can do it right. And we can figure out a way that we can all get to where we want to go, which is a healthy queen conch population throughout the range. Next slide. All right, so these are some flyers that were put out. You may have seen the ones on the left. These are for the recovery workshops that I've been talking about. The two in Puerto Rico are set. We have dates, we have locations. The one in Virgin Islands is to be determined, but I was working a lot today and we're thinking most likely May 30th, it'll be in St. Croix and venue TBD, but we'll get there. Next slide. So that was what I had for you guys today. And if there are any questions on the presentation itself, I'm happy to take those. If there are comments that people would like to make to the council, I think we have time for that afterwards. But maybe first we can focus on questions if there are any.
Miguel and then Graciela.
Yes, Orient, can we go back to, I love the recovery road. And tomorrow, we are going to, I was talking to the council chair, we're going to start at 8:45. We would like to have a presentation, brief presentation of what is it that we call Section 7 consultation. Right. So that will be addressed tomorrow, and you will be informed of what is the first stop here. The other question I have, Orion, is you don't have to answer it now, but what the council is supposed to do for the recovery plan under the management system.
Yeah.
What are the steps the council should do?
So the rebuilding plan is under Magnuson.
Yes.
And then the recovery plan is under the ESA. So that's a great point. Thank you for bringing it up, Miguel. I should have mentioned, I was really happy with the new explanation that I had heard. But what I wanted to mention was that we should be, we should be having similar goals for those two plans. We have already. We've already had discussions with the team in charge of the rebuilding plan, and so yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense for you guys to put out a plan and then for it to be in a complete opposition to the recovery plan kind of thing. So the idea is to get those two very much in line with each other, and then it'll be a lot easier to kind of implement one with the other.
Discussing this with fishers and other people, as of now, in the case of Puerto Rico, what the government could do at that time was to close the entire EEC to all fishing of Queen Con. The rationale for that was because Puerto Rico at that time was not ready to implement a regulation that will prohibit landing just the meat of the Queen Con, because we wanted to have morphometrics and all that. And because of that, then it was decided to close the entire EEC. So the fishers are worried that is the recovery plan follows the EEC recommendation, the entire thing will be closed. And the answer to that is not necessarily. But that's one question that they asked me to ask you, so we can put it in the record.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we have a whole bunch of tools we can use. The Section 9 prohibitions are kind of the overall toolbox, but we can customize any one of those or all of them or whatever. We can change them because we have more leeway with this species. This is not something where it's being listed and then that's it. We've got to close the fishery. It's something that's being listed, and it's new territory for us, obviously, because this is of how highly it's one of the most landed species in the region. We've dealt with other species that were fished, but never this high of one of the fisheries, never this impactful. So and we are definitely cognizant of that, and the recovery plan can have economic considerations. And so I had mentioned earlier, the listing process cannot think about social economic considerations, but these plans can. And we will, again, this is why I'm saying so much that we want to speak with you guys. We don't want to come in and just say, we recognize a lot of these issues have to do with enforcement and that sort of thing. And so if we don't think that would be a very effective solution to just say, well, it's all closed now. I think that we would think that we would rather work with people to try and get a solution that works for everybody and ultimately recover the species.
Graciela.
Sorry, thanks. So the 330,000 pounds of domestic harvest is Puerto Rico state waters and St. Croix and St. Thomas, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Basically.
Okay. So that's great to hear. The other thing is that in terms of the socioeconomic factors, and one thing that the council had moved forward with the spiny lobster, for example, was that size limit on the imports.
Right.
So, we do have size limits in the federal waters that are open. So putting that onto the imports that are being brought in might be one way of both dealing with the socioeconomic aspects of of the fishery and protecting our own.
Yep.
And the last thing that I wanted to add, two other things. One, how to the Section 6 funding. I mean, are we already working on that with the states to have a research done to see if we come back, if the Queen Kong comes back? And what's happening with the invasion of the Unomia and the colonization of the seagrasses, which are so essential for the Queen Kong juvenile recruitment habitat?
Yeah. First off, you listed a lot of things there, but what I will say is that I've heard those similar types of suggestions to the import, the import suggestion that you made. I think that's a great suggestion, and I'm looking forward to hearing a lot more of those types of suggestions. I've heard several variations of what could be done with regards to imports. And then with regards to the Section 6 stuff, absolutely. I mean, those are great questions, and those are things we'd love to know, and we'd love to partner with you guys and, whoever wants to be applying for these things. Absolutely happy to be a resource and help out.
If I may, but does it have to be the state, or can it be, can the council, through a contractor, for example, apply for those fundings for specific research that needs to be done in the EEZ, for example, in those areas that are closed?
Yeah, you'd have to, my understanding, and maybe Kate can help me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that you'd have to at least partner with the state. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Or the state, or in this case, obviously, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, if I may, the action had to start with the states. And then if they ask for our help, then we do it. But it had to come from the shoreline to the edge of the state.
So one last question. How about recreational fishing? Because I don't think that in the domestic harvest we include any of that, and that's one of the big chunks of data that we're missing.
Yeah, I need to caveat those data. Those did not include recreational catch. But yeah, I don't have the information, as you point out. Right.
Good, Commissioner.
Thanks, Carlos. So I had one quick question. Just as PRD is doing its evaluations, particularly on the critical habitat side, for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, what is the data set that you guys are using for benthic habitat maps?
For Queen Conch or for everything?
Just, whatever is the most updated. And the reason why I asked the question is because back in 2009, after the acroporids had been listed, the only available data set for understanding critical habitat was a 1999 data set that had the minimum map unit as 1 square kilometer. So when you talk about the Virgin Islands, that goes from the easternmost point of our local waters all the way up to Anegada, basically.
Right.
And so that means that everything within our local waters was listed as critical habitat.
Yeah.
And that has an impact. And I'm speaking about this not from my fisheries hat today, but more in general as to functions within the territory and anything that's supposed to take place within the waters of the USVI.
Yeah.
And so if we don't have good, up-to-date, accurate information on the actual location and presence of the habitat that's going to be designated as critical, then that has an impact on the territory. And NOAA BioGeo has spent a number of years with their submersibles going back and forth between all the islands, including Puerto Rico, but they've only used it to have bathymetry at this time, and they haven't been converted into maps, at least not to my knowledge. I haven't seen anything updated since 2004. And so what 2004 shouldn't be what we're using in 2024 if we're looking at identifying properly location for critical habitat. And so I'm hoping that through this process to get where you put that, best available science thing on one of the slides, that we're making sure that we're identifying or using the most best available science for those determining factors, because the critical habitat designation did have an impact on Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands for a number of reasons. And then the second part about that, and this goes more towards when you do have a section 7 consultation, is the fact that there are no timelines on when that consultation, at least from a private application, that there's no associated timeline with how quickly that has to be reviewed or turned around, versus if it's another agency that's requesting a Section 7, I know it has to be completed, I believe, within 180 days or something like that. But we have had projects that have been waiting for Section 7 consultation for years. And so again, we already have a few listed species on the coral side. To add more in there now, I'm just throwing out what all of the management things that come up or have come up in the last several years. But none of those things are factors when we're looking at whether or not to list.
Right.
So
Yeah. No, I appreciate your comments. And, with regards, I'll start with the critical habitat. We've only just begun looking at it at this point. Conch, looking at just kind of a benthic map and pointing to where they'll be is, I would say, more challenging with conch than most other species. So we definitely understand those challenges, and we will, we do strive to use the best available maps that are available. I wasn't a part of the Acropora thing in 2008, but we will use what's available as best possible. But I'm definitely sensitive to that statement because we've seen it, and we've seen these large scale coral reef mapping projects, and yeah, like you said, I mean, an island like St. Thomas can just get lost in that. So, we will, but like I said, we're just starting with all of that. Go ahead.
Commissioner, just in response to your statement about timelines under Section 7, there are timelines and they apply, and Section 7 itself only applies when there's a federal nexus. So I'm assuming the situation that you're talking about where something's been languishing, there is, there might be a private applicant, but there must be some sort of federal action involved in order for it to come under Section 7. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the deadlines have been blown, and that's a problem for sure. But and your comments seem to be very much focused on critical habitat designation. And I'll just note that, usually the incremental effect of critical habitat is small because the Section 7 consultation requirement is usually triggered just through the presence of the species itself. So if there's already a need to consult under Section 7 due to the presence of queen conch, and that same Section 7 consultation now has to also consider critical habitat, it's usually a very small additional administrative burden. But those timelines should be abided by. And I don't know what the specifics are of that, but anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, just one comment. The point that the commissioner brought up is very significant. And the main issue when you declare an area as a critical habitat is not that different from an essential fish habitat. They cover very ample areas. For example, the critical habitat for the acroporids is anywhere from the sublittoral zone down to about 30 meters of all shelf area. U.S. Virgin Island, Puerto Rico, Culebra, Culebrita, Mona, Monito, you mentioned it. But if you read, the agencies were forced to say, okay, there must be something particular about that extensive critical habitat. And that's where the suitable habitat issue came in. In other words, a suitable habitat is a type of substrate which is adequate for the settlement of the planula polyps for their development and growth, etc. So the same thing with essential fish habitat. It means everything. I mean, everything from a block you drop the water, to artificial, whatever. So what NOAA did is say, okay, well, there are different categories. Habitat of particular concern and this area. So, start narrowing down. But the point is well taken, because normally when you first designate a critical habitat or essential fish habitat, it's just too ample to manage or even to protect. So every permit has to be done individually, okay, and evaluated by the agencies individually, and that's where some justice comes up. Anyway, that was my point, and I think I stole Julian's turn, but he allowed me.
Can I just quickly respond to JP? One last thing is that more Section 7 coming tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of this to talk about for tomorrow. So I didn't want you to think that, what Kate said, and then there's going to be a lot more tomorrow.
Julian McGrath for the record. So we've had a lot of discussions off the record about this whole process. And, it's a very touchy situation when we talk about conch. The threatened rule was put in place, and you guys can only manage the U.S. Caribbean, where we look at the Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands harvest of conch, maybe less than 1% of what's being harvested. And that's very important for us to understand when we are doing a rebuilding plan for the U.S., especially under the Caribbean Fishery Management Plan, for where it manages Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. We have already put some drastic measures in place for the conch, with the closing of the federal waters in the west of Puerto Rico, the St. Thomas, St. John Shelf, and then for St. Croix, they have a 7-month closure and a 5-month closure, and they have reduced the harvest amount. So with all of that said, we haven't done any studies in all the areas that have been closed. And this goes all the way back, the same issue that I always have from the SFA. This month makes 20 years, and we still haven't done stock assessments on seasonal closures that were put in place. We don't know what they're doing, if they're doing good or if they're doing more harm than good. And the same thing lies for the conch. So as we are going through this rebuilding process, and we are planning to include the stakeholders in the process, while that is being done, we need to ensure that the studies are being done in all the different areas, not just the areas where we see the conch, like what was said by Dr. Baptiste earlier in a day-to-day. Do all the different areas, but let's collect that information. Let's list all the different closures, both territorial and federal, all the different regulations, and take all of that into consideration. It's so amazing, and since the conch has been listed threatened, that in the St. Thomas, St. John district, I'm going to speak for that because that's where I represent, the imports have tripled coming in, to the point where the little bit of conch we do get from the St. Croix fishers, because we don't harvest conch in St. Thomas, very little, we have any problem selling it. It's just so amazing that every time a rule is put in place, that species, whatever it is, fish, conch, lobster, ends up flooding our market. And that's a very big issue. I think that when the rules are set in place, we need to do something with the imports. Since we can't directly go and manage another country because they're not US, if you do put restrictions on your imports coming in, that's like putting a management rebuilding in place for that country. So I like the public hearings that are coming up. I think they're very, very important. And I think one of the key messages, like I said earlier, I'm putting it on the record. I told you guys, we need to break this down into fisherman language where they understand what's going on. It's very, very critical, especially when we have the meeting in St. Croix, that is breaking down where they can understand, because all they are hearing right now is their fishery is going to be closed down and they're ready for a fight. And we don't want to, that's not what we are trying to do. What we are trying to do is figure out a plan with little impact to our commercial fishers because of the good management that they have put in place. They can't even meet the ACLs due to the fact because of the amount of imports coming in. They don't export the conch. The only place the conch comes from St. Croix is St. Thomas. We sell the St. Croix conch that they can't sell. So all I'm asking for that we involve the stakeholders in this entire process. We do the studies that are deemed necessary for us to see the true picture of what this stock is doing and move forward from there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Vanessa, you want to answer
Just,
that?
yeah, just to say that, thank you for those comments. Those as Julian mentioned, he has already talked to me offline with a lot of those suggestions, but I've also heard those suggestions from a lot of, not those particular, but similar suggestions from a lot of people as well. And that's why, as Julian pointed out, these stakeholder workshops are so important. And for us all to get on the same page, because I think this is a real complicated species. I think we all acknowledge that this is not, just like another reef fish that we can sample in the same way we've been sampling forever. We have nuances to this species that we don't have with other species. And it's going to take you guys helping us out, us helping you out, and all of us thinking about this together in order to develop an effective recovery plan that is, as you pointed out, is for the range of the species, right? And so while we do our own thing, which is the rebuilding plan, right? The rebuilding plan focuses on US jurisdiction, and then the recovery plan is kind of this larger focus of not only that, but we also need to be thinking about the scope of the entire species.
Vanessa, and then Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to say and demonstrate my support for the record for the comments that Julian bring on the table, that the same situation that we are having here in Puerto Rico, and especially as a commercial fisherman, we have to deal every day with this situation. We have no harvest as we used to have because we have no sales. So this is very important that we can connect those fishermen to understand in a better language the situation that we are going to present, especially in the 9 in the west side. And of course, we're always trying to help and to support all the decisions that have to be made. But we need to hear them. We need to be sure that all these recovery plans that are made have the better science information. And for what I read, there's no reports since 2019, the last one. And after the hurricanes, all the West platform changed a lot. So we need to start those studies as soon as possible. Thanks.
Just to respond quickly, thank you for the comments. But with regards to the last part, the woman who presented earlier, Jennifer Dorr, on the St. Thomas population assessment, is in the process. She will be doing St. Croix this year and then Puerto Rico next year. So there is a plan right now in place to survey all of Puerto Rico, in addition to CMAP, if we can get that working too.
Andy.
Yeah, I really appreciate the comments. And I guess I wanted to emphasize a couple of things. One is fully agree. Communication is going to be critical here, right? So fishermen are already spun up. They're confused. They're uncertain about what the future is going to bring. And we're trying to be openly transparent and communicative about what does this mean? What does it not mean? What are we doing going forward, right? So certainly looking for help and assistance as we work to communicate with fishers. I think most importantly right now, what could help with us is we, the fishery service, are not telling people we're going to go prohibit you from harvesting queen conch, right? I want to make that clear. We, at this point, have listed queen conch as threatened, and we are beginning the recovery planning process that's going to involve stakeholder engagement. That's going to take the better part of the next year or more, right? After that process is likely when any sort of regulations might start being developed. And I don't know at this point what those regulations will look like, right? And so I don't want to speculate. I don't have any ideas at this point. It will depend on the recovery plan, the threats to the species, what we're already doing well in the Caribbean to manage and conserve queen conch. So I think the emphasis right now is hopefully that you can communicate to the fishers that there's still a lot of things that are going to happen in the future, and that we want them to be involved in this process going forward, and look forward to working with them.
Gerson?
Okay. Miguel, you have to say something quick because my letter is kind of long. Go ahead. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. As you guys have been hearing tonight, there's a lot of concern in the fishing community, especially those dive fishermen in the Virgin Islands. For many years, the Virgin Islands have been regulating the species of queen conch, I would say harshly. And I don't want to read all of this because I'm going to bore you guys, but I can give you guys copies later on. What I want to say tonight is that we have done our homework in protecting our resource. We have partially hurt the pockets of a lot of fishermen by reducing our catch effort. And as Mr. McGrath said earlier, we have a 5-month closure, and we can only catch 200 conch per boat. Before it used to be per person. You guys know the regulation by heart. The future of this industry in the Virgin Island, and I can stand corrected if I'm wrong, is in jeopardy not by this regulation. Our actual regulation given by the FAC, which I'm a member, Fisheries Advisory Committee, who advise our commissioner here, have put into place a regulation that new permits that are being given out are only for line fishermen. So my generation is the last generation that can be able to fish for queen conch in the island of St. Croix. We have been protecting this species, and we have seen that that protection is working. And I'm asking today, I don't have to read all this letter, that you guys consider what we have done and maybe even do an exemption on our island due to what we have done to protect the resource that we are now enjoying. And also use our regulations, which are very strict, but we still survive. We still get an income every day by doing other fisheries mixed with this catch. And I know it's going to work for other places, but we have to work proactive, and we have to work together in a way that we don't hurt fishermen and push them into hitting other resources. Then we're going to have to come back here and also do strict regulation and maybe shut down those fisheries. I hope that we don't reach to that point where our fisheries shut down. I hope that when you guys do these studies in the Virgin Islands, you see that what we have been doing to protect that resource, that species, is working and can work for other places. If you guys want to, maybe I can ask Diana later on to make copies of my notes, and you guys can hold them. And if you have any questions, you guys have my contact information. I thank you all for this opportunity to relay the concerns of our fishermen in the Virgin Islands. And as I said before, we are the next endangered species. We, according to our strict regulation, we have been doing something to protect that resource for the next, I don't know how long I'm going to live. Tell my wife I want to live 154. I don't know how crippled I will be then. But in the next 25 to 30 years, nobody in the Virgin Islands will be diving for queen conch. is going to be there for our generations to see. Thank you.
That letter needs to go on the record when you get a chance, Gerson, and also in the workshop for St. Croix. It'll be good for you to present that letter.
Okay, I read it then. It's very long. I've been working on it the whole day, believe me.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I guess that we jump into the,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess that we jump into the public comment period. Probably we can ask anybody else if they have comments, just like that, and address. Next slide.
Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you allow me, I want to read some comments that coming on from conversation from the conch fishers that I made from the past weeks. Conch in the American Caribbean is the second most important commercial species. The frustration of the fishing community is evident. Here, we all know that we are a data poor region, and making a decision of such magnitude without having data to support, in my opinion, is an act of discrimination and racism for the fishing communities in the U.S. Caribbean that in the future could greatly affected by removing them from the water because this is their main source of income. I understand that for the moment, nothing is going to happen, but this is the first step to take countless fishermen out of the water in the future and affect the way they make a living. This fishery has been done for centuries, since the time of our ancestors. In local waters, an additional alternative should be explored to protect it, such as reevaluating the way conch is landed to ensure it is legal size before taking a step of such magnitude. It is very easy to rule against the fishermen and not address the issue that really affect this fishery. It would be naive to think that listing the conch as a threatened species can control runoff, agricultural discharge, coastal erosion, among other factors that do affect the marine ecosystem and the juvenile conch habitat. On the contrary, these actions only affect the socioeconomics of the commercial fishermen. And I wonder if anyone here has studied the existing conch population in federal water that have been prohibited from fishing for many years. Do you consult with the scientific community like Dr. Appleton, who is an eminence on this matter? Are you planning to do something about imports? Because they will surely increase, and one might wonder in this type of action benefit a particular importer. I consider myself a conservationist fisherman. I am the first one who, if I see that something is wrong, to take a step forward to try to protect the resource, such as the irresponsible use that is given to the travel net in lobster fishing that no one has wanted to act on it. By classifying the conch as threatened species without the pertinent study is an unsustainable way irresponsible. When you decide that to please rich NGOs group, you are going to send into the welfare system more than 400 Puerto Rican families who have for decades taken of the, you really lost your north. What is more, you have lost your moral values and unveil yourself as nothing less than a racist organization. The National Marine Fisheries Service once again failed the American fishermen. So, congratulations, you did it again. I know that this classification is not only for the Caribbean Fishery Council jurisdiction and the U.S. water, and that is why at least I can ask is that not include the U.S. Caribbean until the necessary studies are carried out on the matter. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay.
Gracias, Nelson. For the public comment, thank you, council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Raimundo Espinosa. I'm the Director for Conservación y Conciencia. We're one of the folks that are leading the Naguabo Aquaculture Center with Queen Conch Aquaculture in Naguabo. The reason I'm here today is because a lot of fishers have asked me to come and say a few words, specifically on making sure that everybody knows, folks know, that we're available to really facilitate the conversation. One of the things that I heard earlier today was that one of the words you said earlier was that NOAA hasn't said anything about what it's going to do. And that's important. And it's great to we hear that again. But one thing that needs to be understood is that in Puerto Rico, it also needs to be understood the colonial presence that we have. We have a control fiscal board that with our own taxes, they tell us what to do. So there is something that even though a federal agency says you're not going to do it, it's already stepping into a larger picture. So NOAA doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's the entire relationship that's in question. And so when I'm here really saying, let's talk about it, let's reach out to the fishers, let's talk to the communities, is because there has been now a pattern, not just from NOAA, but from the federal government to impose regulations and actions that are not consistent with the local reality. So one of the things that we saw is since 2012, I believe the landings haven't dipped below 300,000 pounds. I think in 2016, they went up to over 350,000 pounds. So if we actually see the data of the local landings, we see how consistent they've been. And so I think Orion mentioned that, the average is 330,000 pounds for both the U.S. Caribbean. And so of course, we have to factor the underreporting and the correction factor. We can see how much more actual landings of conch there actually are. There is so much more that we are unaware about conch, especially when we're talking about critical habitat, where they're reproducing, how many we need for them to reproduce. If in the scientific literature, you can't find where when throughout the year conch are consistently reproducing. We've already found out that we see them laying eggs every month of the year. So there's a lot of things that we're consistently learning every day by collaborating. So when I come here, I really want to ask everybody from NOAA to really make sure you make the effort to really collaborate on the ground, because we like to hear the EEJ strategies and the collaborative efforts, but a lot of the times they do sound empty, not because of your individual efforts or even individual efforts as an agency, but what has happened historically. And so that's one of the things that I really want to make sure that when you hear the other side, it's not something that is personal, it's not individual, it's not on the agency level, it's just on the historical context of where we are today. And so I want to say one of the things that Julian mentioned as well was that on the regulations that would come with 4D rules, also it's important to, like Orion mentioned, the amount of the population that is responsible in the US Caribbean and the habitat, also how much is fished. So that the burden of management shouldn't only be placed in Puerto Rico and USVI for the entire region. So even though the entire region is classified as threatened, it's not because of the US Caribbean. So all those burdens shouldn't be placed on us. And one last thing, one of the things, the reason why a lot of the fishing sector, I have to remember what they told me. One of the reasons why the fishing sector is very nervous is because when we speak about conch measures to occur because of the threatened listing, many times we hear folks as if there's nothing in place already. So there is many things in place already. We have limits, we have closures, there's bans in federal waters. And so when we speak about what can we do without mentioning what has been done, it feels as if something new is coming that hasn't been considered. So those are the things that I want folks to take into consideration and for the public comments. And in the workshops, we look forward to providing a lot more information, to making sure that the efforts that NOAA is doing has a lot more information, just because there's a lot of data, a lot of information, nursery grounds that aren't in the scientific literature, but are in the communities, and we have them. So that's more things that we want to make sure we put out there. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Craig Lowe.
I just had James Craiglow. I just have something to say about this. I think it's important. I was a member of the St. Thomas St. John FAC back in the 1990s. And the commercial fishermen came to the Virgin Island government and they said, we would like you to do a study of the conch. We would like to have a moratorium for 5 years. Now, this is a commercial fisherman that came to the VI government. And they said, we really want this and we want you to study the conch. At the end of 5 years, commercial fishermen and the government got back together and the government hadn't done a study on the conch. And everybody said, what are we going to do? And the commercial fishermen said, look, we will give you 1 more year. Please study the conch. We've given you 5 years. So as commercial fishermen that came up with a moratorium are willing to go 6 years without fishing for conch at all so we could have good data so we can make good resource decisions. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a couple comments. And it's really referencing rebuilding. So we have a 50,000-pound ACL. We have the Buck Island Reef National Monument, which expanded from 850 acres of a limited take, because in case nobody didn't know, in Buck Island, you were allowed 5 conch and 2 lobsters years ago. Now it's a 19,000 acre total no take, which has one of the largest conch habitats on St. Croix. And then we have the East End Marine Park that covers 17 miles of no take, including the inner bays, because you cannot dive except for rod and reel from shore. And there's 5 conch habitats that I know of inside the East End Marine Park, and that's all protected. We have the Homeland Security Zone on the South Shore from Port Authority to the refinery that extends out to 3 miles, that there's no fishing allowed, which I have to urge Gerson because he dives that area, whether or not there are conch habitats in that area there. And then we also have in the U.S. Virgin Islands 33 marine protected areas, which that also benefits the population of conch. That's what I got. Miguel.
Yeah, it's late and we beat the hell out of this one, but the next step will be for the council to start working on a rebuilding plan. And with that rebuilding plan, we need to contact with your office, the staff, the fishers, the chairs that we have here. And then at that exercise, we need to look at what we have that can be included in the rebuilding plan and what we need. And all this data collection and everything will be included there. We also need to develop some of a timeline so people can understand. The first part is something like what Andy mentioned before. This first part is to communicate to the public what are all the concepts involved in the listing of the Queen Conch. Then the council can work parallel with that, with a timeline, within the timeline, to start working on the rebuilding plan. The comments that we receive are going to be part of these minutes. I will send it to you, of course. And then we will receive comment. It could be an official comment, but they will be comments at the workshops that will serve the purpose of canalizing our efforts regarding the rebuilding plan of the Queen Conch. It is important that we have a rebuilding plan, because if we don't have a rebuilding plan, then we have a recovery plan. And those of you who have been working on these two, we have examples of the two of them. And the important thing is that we all have the same goal, recovery plan or rebuilding plan. We want to list that species, to help that species come out of the listing, as it happened with the bald eagle and other species that we have here, until we get sued again, and then we go back to square one. Regarding international, the international community opposed the listing of Queen Conch the first time, because the major buyer of Queen Conch is the United States. So if we close the fishing, if we close the imports, we heard a lot of people that, by the way, they don't have a way to go to the government for food stamp or anything. They go hungry. And we're talking about 5,000 Indians in one country, mosquitoes and everything. So it is important for the council to, or not the council, but the general group, to have that timeline. So I propose, Mr. Chairman, that to allow Graciela and I will work together, look at maybe a line of the things that we could do to start the rebuilding plan, parallel to, by the way, we are coordinating with the Orian's office for these workshops, because the venues, the council can pay for the venues and everything. Graciela, Tiana just found one for St. Croix, but it's important to go to all the places that is required to have these workshops. And probably we will do that throughout 2024. And in the meantime, we start the rebuilding plan, the outline of the rebuilding plan. So at the end of this year, the beginning of the next one, we have a lot of input from the fishers, the communities, the scientists regarding the ideas that can come up with this. The other issue is that the recovery plan, and Orion mentioned this, takes in consideration the socioeconomy of the fishery, because that's a mandate under the Manus-Stevens Act. But the recovery plan, when you have an endangered species, they have other authorizations, they have other mandates, not authorization, but mandates. And sometimes you can be more restricted than others, but the two of them have the same goal. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe we don't need a motion for this. It's just that we go ahead and with Rian's office, Graciela and Maria office, and the center, and come back to you probably by August or by December, probably December, with a good outline of what is it that we are going to do to start the working on the rebuilding plan. We are going to have Marta, at the beginning of 2025, the CleanCon working group is going to meet WCAFC. So the WCAFC working group that encompasses all the representation from the Caribbean are going to meet to discuss the CleanCon. Actually, Maria is one of the delegates representing the United States NOAA fisheries. So we will be able to inform back the meeting in April 2025 of the outcome of the meetings with the CleanCon and the recommendations that you have. And I understand, Oriana, that you will have also workshops in other countries explaining the ramifications. So by that time, we'll be able to have a better picture of what is needed, what is done. The other component I was going to mention is that the outreach and education is key. So I talked to Dr. Alida Ortiz, that she's the chair of the outreach and education program, and we will talk to you at the workshop to see what we can help you with. Any material that you will need outreach and education in Spanish and English, so we can comply with the EAJ, can be put together in layman terms. So people will be able to understand what this is a process is all about. So that's what, Mr. Chairman, I think that and then tomorrow we are going to discuss the ESA Section 7. So we have more information about the topic. Doesn't mean that we are going to jump and go like crazy writing stuff. It's just that we be able to have a timeline of what we can do between 2024, 25, maybe 26 regarding the issue of the CleanCon.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. So tomorrow we'd like to start at 8:45 because we have a 5-minute descending device video, and then we're gonna go with ESA presentation on Section 7 by Jennifer. Yeah. So right now, Maria.
I mean, I can make the comments tomorrow. I just wanted to maybe clarify a couple of things about the rebuilding schedule for the CleanCon. So as you know, in 2005, the species was determined to be overfished throughout the U.S. Caribbean, and that's why when it's overfished, then we are required to set a rebuilding strategy or rebuilding plan, as we call it, with a schedule, right, for the whole Caribbean. And then all of those regulations that we currently have in place, which is, you know, the prohibition of fishing in Puerto Rico on federal water, and this is only for federal waters, of course, because that's what the MSA can do. St. Thomas, you know, the regulations, the size, minimum sizes, again, all of that is part of that rebuilding plan. Now, that rebuilding plan was supposed to ended in 2020. Okay, so that means that right now we are on year 19 of the 15-year plan. So how this works is that NIMS has to make a stock status determination of the queen conch. Right now, the species continues to be under the status of overfished because we have not made a new determination. And for us to be able to make a new determination as to whether the species is rebuilt or it continues to be overfished or is unknown, we have to do an evaluation, right? And this is where we kind of connect with the recovery plan, because we see if the information that is being collected is going to be collected as part of that recovery plan will be useful for us to evaluate the stock status on each one of the islands, which is something else that we have to do, because before the overfish determination was done throughout the whole US Caribbean. So now we are managing on the island-based level. So there are many things to do, right? And that's why we need to get a little bit creative, because as you all know, the way to determine if a species is the status of a stock is through a stock assessment, and we do not have that information right now to do that. So as we learn more, right, we need to discuss what are the consequences of the findings, right, of the evaluations that we are doing, and then in regards of is the status is unknown, if it's rebuilt, or is it continues to be overfished, right? And then after that, we need to consider the basis for continuing or removing those harvest prohibitions or continuing those. So this is a process, right? And this is a process that we're going to be working with the Science Center, with the council to see how we are able to make those determinations. Now, if there's a determination that the stock is not rebuilt, then we have to do an amendment to do a new rebuilding plan. Okay, so right now we are operating under the assumption that the species overfished, under the continuation of the rebuilding plan that it's in place, which is all those management measures that we have in place until the stock is evaluated again. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Maria. And I agree 100% with what you just said and laid out for us. The biggest thing, though, for the threatened determination is the fact that the biological assessment unit was the entire Caribbean basin, and that now you have, so we're dealing with recovery plans for where we're talking about 1 to 2% extraction, right? Like how exactly is, if we're going to list as threat under the ESA, and we used all of the data that we collected about the Caribbean basin to make the determination that the species was threatened from a, I guess, political standpoint, how is NOAA in its international programs dealing with the other entities that are contributing to the species being threatened? Because we can design recovery plans, do habitat restoration, those types of things, set quotas for the US Caribbean because that's within our parameters. But it seems to me that the amount of catch that is taking place was outside of those areas that contributed largely to the designation. How do we control that portion? Because they're having a larger impact than I believe we are, particularly the US Virgin Islands that doesn't export a thing. 50,000 pounds is what we're collecting. So of that 331 that we showed up there. So like exactly how does that go? Because the last time I saw too, like, you know, you guys, it's great. You put out Section 6 money for restoration and those types of things. Unfortunately, that pot isn't getting bigger. It's just getting cut up into more pieces for species that are getting listed to try and recover. It's not like there's a huge allotment going to the Section 6 portion. So I'm just curious how we're going to be telling, you know, Barbados, St. Kitts, Grenada, all of them. How are y'all dealing with CAP? No.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Listen, guys, I personally believe that we shouldn't have put the darn thing into the Endangered Species Threatened Species Act. But sometimes I'm wrong. So I stick to the process. And the process end up in court I end up what we have here. There's no way you're gonna erase that from the record. There's no way you're gonna erase that under the Magnuson-Stevens Act or the ESA. But under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, what we can do is to examine exactly what Maria was telling about, because when I talk about the rebuilding plan, I'm talking about the MSA and what can we do. Even though we can be working on a rebuilding plan, ESA can come up with a recovery plan. It could be different, but hopefully that will not happen. So in this case, what the council needs to do first is to see what we have now. The only tool that we have is the rebuilding plan that we put together that Maria was mentioning before. Let's put it bluntly. We don't have to do a lot of things that are no different from what we have doing there. If we look at that plan, everything that we have to do is already included in that plan one way or the other. What we need to do is to identify what else do we need, what information do we need. Even the scientists are in agreement with the density variable. And by the way, we were discussing here whether a random study is better than a no-random study. I just went through standards and everything. If you have a random study, usually you underestimate or overestimate the population. So, but the process identified all that. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that probably what we should do is allow Graciela, Orin, and Maria to, and I will be there also, working together on a timeline. What do we have for the sustainable management plan? We already have one. And then what do we need to do to modify it to accommodate the needs that we have now to answer those questions? The study that was mentioned before, if we are going to do something honest about this, we should wait until we have this density study finished under the Magnuson Act. But if I get sued tomorrow, I tell you that we cannot come up with a rationale in court that will satisfy the judge. Well, it's late. I can say we're going to get screwed. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that we have too much time. Probably in 2024, we should look at what we have. And then we can come back to the council. Okay, this is where we are. This is what we need to consult. In the meantime, you will have the working, los talleres, the workshop with the fishers. So we can come back probably at the end of the year. I said, this is the rebuilding plan that we have. This is what we need to do. And once we have that, we can look at 2025 and the realities of life. Actually, if we only have 1%, we are not doing anything for the Queen Cup. We're just killing ourselves here. But the principle and the laws is what counts. And you're right. There's no way you can go and tell St. Kitts Nevis and any other country to do different from what they're doing now. That's what we have with CAPC, and still with CAPC is a voluntary organization. We have we have other international bodies working with this. The only species that have been assessed by CITES twice, which is a big, big thing to do, is the Queen Cup. They did it once, and they were asked to do it again, and they were so furious that they have to do it again. The reason for that was all the countries that had the first, the way that the FAO operates, we have the same thing that we're talking about, the status of the fishery. This is it. We have everybody and his brother working, scientists from Europe, scientists from here working on that, and this is the document. You're supposed to work as a country to make sure that what that status tells you to do is what you are going to do to have a sustainable fishery of the Queen Cup. Several years went by, actually a couple of decades, and then we found nobody did anything. And then the Queen Cup was still going down. So they were forced to do another assessment of the Queen Cup at the international level. So the thing about the Queen Cup, he doesn't care about the books. He reproduces sometimes when they are little population in a hectare, and sometimes he doesn't reproduce, and we have hundreds of thousands of them in one area. So it's very difficult. It's very elusive animal. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, can we close until tomorrow and have the closed session?
Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of closing comments. So one, I really do appreciate the conversation today, the public input. I'm a little concerned, right, that we're rehashing the decision to list this as threatened, right? So that decision has been made, and I appreciate that people don't necessarily agree with that decision, right? But that decision's been made, and we have to now move forward as an agency to recover the population. Jean-Pierre, your comment about, what do we do? We only have 1% of the population, essentially. Point well taken, right? That is the challenge of the day. And we obviously need to work with countries internationally to help recover this fishery. We will have potential options on the table with the 4D rule and what that looks like to be determined. But I will go back to a very wise woman who was my mom, who said, you can only control the things that are within your control, right? And so I do want to emphasize that, right? That 1% is ours, right? That's what we manage. And we need to focus on how do we sustainably manage that. And we may determine that we're doing that and we're doing it well right now, right? Or we may determine it's still overfished and we need to rebuild it. The rebuilding plan right now, we can't really assess whether we've accomplished it or not. But I feel like the surveys that the Science Center is doing gives us now that new information that will help us. And that once that's completed, and I agree with Miguel, we can kind of put together a path forward in terms of if that's sufficient to be able to tell us the status and health of the populations. If rebuilding is still needed, what would the revisions be? What would that look like? And what's in our control to implement? So appreciate the comments today.
Thank you, Andy. So we are going to go into recess until tomorrow morning at 8:45, but the voting members need to remain here because we have a closed session. Only voting members.